I got this picture in my closet. It's gathering dust right now, and the edges have been folded once or twice. It doesn't look the same no more, 'cause the sun has made it pale. I used to have it hanging on my wall some time ago. A picture of you, 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 a picture of you. I could talk to you for hours, and we stay up all night. And when morning came, we'd make breakfast in bed. I don't know why I threw away what we had. What's wrong with me? I don't know why I threw it all away. Picture of you, a 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 picture of you.
Like everyone else, we are following the tragic situation in Ukraine. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the people and communities currently affected by these events. It's important to us that the teams, players, and crew taking part in this tournament and broadcast feel supported and safe. Their physical and mental well-being are our first priority. For those joining our broadcast, we hope our show can provide a sense of community and solidarity, and together we can provide support for each other. It has always been our goal to build and be part of a strong, inclusive community. As such, we stay committed to creating a safe and supportive environment, and helping provide a sense of solidarity during this difficult period.
Legend Championship. My name is Alexandre Maya. I'm your host, and it's week 8, day 1. So the road is getting thin and all the teams need victories. And before we talk about that, it is time to introduce my guest for today. It is the return of Goldberg, and for the first time on the Analyst's desk, it is Initialize. Wait, is that Nightmare's jacket?
Don't worry about it. He's fine.
Is he fine?
He's fine. He went very far with the hex drafts, and I had to deal with him, but he's fine.
Lovely, welcome.
Well, that took a dark turn.
Who knows? He's perfectly fine. What dark term?
Where is he?
At home.
Sure.
There you go. So, also with introductions in for the first time in the studio, we have Jamada and Vipermoon. Welcome.
Ooh.
We made it.
We made it.
It took like 6 weeks. We had to walk.
It was a long.
Yeah.
There was an ocean at one point.
Boat ride.
You swam that?
I can't
Yeah.
swim. That was it. He had to
I can.
carry me on
I
his
had to carry
shoulders. Yeah. Bad.
I love the energy. Welcome, guys. It's lovely to have you on the studio as well. And they have awesome games to talk about today. And before we do so, let's take a peek at the past. Let's take a recap from the previous day. We're going to start with Riddle versus Dusty game.
I'll start with two words. FGG Rel. This guy is so good at the champion, he gets it again and pulls off plays like that. It was a cool comp for him, of course, but he did play it so phenomenally well.
Yeah, and I also think that we saw a different dimension of Dusty because we're so used to saying, okay, it's all about Venza, put your resources down towards the bottom side of the map. But this time around, Alif just really showed up in the Nah, found solo kills on Kegs and was a catalyst for his team for once.
And of course, we saw Bifrost, and this was the set of Town Kench. Again, they played it earlier in the week. They did phenomenal dobs with it. And Bifrost continuing to ramp up as it comes to the playoffs. We've had some questions about the consistency, but this game felt pretty good from them.
Yeah, but I also think it's still Astralis being a little lackluster at times. And speaking of lackluster,
Yeah.
JDXL finally dropping games to Vanir. It looked very dire in the early game from the side of Vanir, but they managed to pull themselves together and punish the composition that came out from the side of JDXL and took the upset here, putting them at 8 and 6.
It was certainly not an except for X7, though, who came in and just stomped. They've been doing that really since their rematch against JDXL. All those questions about consistency, about messing up in the mid-game, they have been utterly ruthless, and this was another one of those games where this team continues to look more and more dominant.
At the end, it was JDXL versus Bifrost. It is really important, but tell me, Goldberg.
It was up.
It was up?
Yeah, you said, tell me. I'm like, yeah, what's up? Tell me.
Okay, I thought he
What
wanted
is
to
that?
say
Yeah.
anything.
I think you think, no, it's down.
Singularity finally putting themselves on the scoreboard with 1 victory. Well, that is a coffin on Nuriki's chance at playoffs.
It sucked because Nuriki, they certainly had some tools to go for in the early game, but every movement they had was actually just punished by the side of Singularity. And, you know, we were talking with him in the interview as well. Bot lane was just screaming when they finally found the 2v2 kills. Talked a little bit with Dragana as well in terms of what he brings from the mid lane. And it's just like, this roster know it's lost, but they just enjoy the competing aspect of playing against these other teams, the scrimming, the entire culture. So it's great to see them try and be like this little unknown factor, trying to take away the hopes and dreams of the other teams in the league.
If you're going to pull a blue shell, that's the moment to do it. It was great to watch. And, you know, they had a cool composition. I know on the desk they were saying like the double cage between the Veigar and the Camille was a really cool composition. They made it work. That's the first time we've seen it literally all split. They managed to not throw in the mid game so happy for them to pick up.
Beware of the man who has nothing to lose.
Oh, yeah.
That
Precisely.
sentence to me is really important for Singularity rest of run. Now, standings. X7 still isolated. JDXL 2 games away from the first place. It's going to be really tough for them to actually get that spot, but Bifrost are in the shadows, looking and lurking for the second spot. Then we have Dusty, a little bit fighting off with Vanir as well. Nobody thought of that before. And then at the end of the pack, Riddle 7-7 almost securing themselves that sixth spot for the playoffs. And then Astralis, Eminem, and Nuriki all struggling to find a spot at the playoffs. And they have a tough road ahead of them. And before you look into that road, we should look into today's schedule. What games are we cooking for today? X7 versus Dusty is going to be a good one. Singularity versus JDXL. I was promised something spicy from Singularity, so I want to see it in a game. Bifrost versus Riddle. Then Eminem Gaming versus Nuriki. I'll let you talk about this further on. And Astralis Talent are going to wrap it up versus Vanir. So I know you want to talk about that one, right?
Oh, Eminem versus Nuriki, all eyes on. There is still a slim chance of those teams making playoffs, but taking a win off either of these teams when they have got to win pretty much all of their games, potentially all of their games, even be with a shot of getting to playoffs, all eyes on that one because someone is going to go home very, very sad after that.
We keep talking a lot about playoffs, and I want you guys to understand how the playoffs are going to be, what you need to do in order to secure those playoffs. So this is why we prepared something just for you. So take a look.
Hey guys, my name is Akram, and I will explain to you the new format of the Northern League of Legends Championship. For 2022, the European regional leagues will see some major changes. All accredited ERLs will play using the same format, which of course also applies to the NLC. However, the purpose of the league won't change. The best teams from the United Kingdom, Ireland, and the Nordic countries will compete for the NLC title twice per year, once in spring and once in summer. Additionally, the best two teams from the league will qualify for the European Masters and face off against the top squads from the other European regional leagues. Now let's dive into the new NLC format. First of all, the group system will be removed. The 10 NLC teams will compete against each other in a double round-robin format during the regular season. Each team will play 2 best-of-1s against all of their competitors. After 18 match days, the top 6 teams will qualify for playoffs, while the bottom 4 are eliminated. In playoffs, all matches will be best-of-5s. The third-place team will get to choose their opponent for round 1 out of the 5th and 6th seeds. Whichever team isn't selected will have to play against the 4th seed in the first round. The winners of these 2 matches will move on to the second round and face off against each other to compete for a spot in the semi-final. Round 2 also contains the upper bracket match between the 1st and the 2nd seeds of the NLC regular season. Whoever manages to win this Battle of Giants qualifies directly for the final and for at minimum the playing stage of European Masters. However, the losing side is not eliminated. They get to fight for the second final spot in the semi-final against the best team from the lower bracket. This is also the match that determines the second NLC representative for European Masters. And of course, the winner of this best of 5 competes for the title of the Northern League of Legends Championship in the grand final. We hope you are just as excited as we are to get this show on the road. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you soon.
Not only is it a different way to look into the playoffs, but also securing that top 2, it is massive.
Huge.
Big.
Other words that mean
Synonyms
yeah,
for
exactly.
huge.
Big,
Yes.
big things.
Welcome to the desk, Nicholas. But okay, yeah, getting that top 2 allows you to almost secure yourself a spot at the final. Like one of them will take a spot at the finals and also at the European Masters. So everybody's looking for that one to represent the NLC. Aside from that, we look that finally we get the best of. So far, we've been doing like best of 1, double round robin, and then we look into the best of 5. That is really different for every single team so far.
I mean, for sure, and it always is that thing where in Europe we keep that best of 1. There's a lot of conversation about it every time, but once you come playoffs, that's where you gotta forget about the regular split results. Sometimes the 3rd best team, 4th best team can actually be the better one at adapting to specific situations. And I think it's only when you face off in a best of 5 that you really see the full value of how good a team actually is.
Completely agree. And that ability to come into a series and then have some strategies to potentially catch your opponent off guard, to take away the strategies they have prepared, or to have something they don't have an answer to is such a big deal. It's the reason that a lot of teams we've seen have fantastic best of 1 regular season runs and then struggle in playoffs. Rogue perhaps fairly see most famously over the years.
Yeah.
It's really easy to get the cheese on the best of one, but when you have to do it best of 5 and you can improvise, adapt, overcome, and it's really important, like the preparation to a best of 5.
I mean,
Like
JDXL is going to be able to pull it off anyway. We can
Yeah.
have a best of 5
Yeah.
with JDXL, and
Yeah.
they can bring 5 different composition.
Aphelios
They
Smith
might-
one more time. It's
yeah,
time.
and I mean, they get 2 times where they can be unsuccessful with it as well. So it might just be their bread and butter. So yeah, looking forward to that stage for sure.
Since we're talking about teams, finally we can dive deeper into what these teams have to do. Specifically, I would like to start at the bottom of the standing. It's really important from them. It is M&M, Nuriki, and Astralis. If you look into this is a strength of schedule. So these are the teams that they still have to play against. And those highlighted teams are the teams they've won before. The other ones, they lost. Specifically, for every single team, they have to win at least 3 games
do.
to get a shot.
Yeah, so to clarify, all 3 of these teams are still in contention, but it is the narrowest of margins right now. Riddle, Dusty, Vanir, all looking more likely to get in than these teams by a long, long shot. Effectively, they need Dusty or Vanir not to win any more games, and for them to get all 4-game wins to be able to tie and force a tiebreaker there, or for Riddle to either win 1 more game and then win all the rest of their games, or get 3 games or 4 games and tie with Riddle. It gets pretty tricky.
To sum that up, win, don't
Yes.
lose. Now, starting with M&M, as you can already see, they have a very important matchup that's highlighted. That's against Nuriki. That's today. Reason why this is so pivotal is because, well, they're in the same score, they're playing against each other, and having the head-to-head against them would be pivotal because even if they do drop some games or they come up close and it's going to be about the standing itself, if you just got the 2 against them, you're done. You don't have to worry about those tiebreaker games. So for M&M, important, especially because the rest of their schedule is not what you would per se say easy, but it's still doable. You got the likes of Singularity coming up, you got the likes of Dusty coming up as well, and although they've been on an upwards trajectory, there is still a world where you're able to beat them. The big difficult one for M&M will for sure be against JDXL, and it's going to be difficult.
And of course, XL did fall short last week. There is still a world where you take that win, but it will be a massive upset, so it's a bit difficult. Nuriki, on the other hand, are in a bit of a difficult spot.
Oh yeah,
Because they are 0-2.
they're all
versus-
in a difficult
Yes.
spot.
Well, even more of a difficult spot because they are 0-2 in a head-to-head against Riddle, who are the team at 7-7 right now. So the ability to tie with them isn't really an option. You either need to beat them or force a multi-man tiebreaker with them. So they really need to beat M&M. Like, really want this win. That is a huge target for them. And then they've also got Dusty, Bifrost, Vanir. You might have head-to-heads against some of those teams, but that is not an easy strength of schedule, especially when realistically you're looking to get ahead of Riddle's game score.
Also, just the head-to-head against Dusty will only matter if Dusty lose all their games now and Nuriki win all their games now. So we're talking about very slim percentage scenarios to come out. But as Initializer said, I always called him Naira. It's the jacket.
It's the jacket. See, I'm not Mara, exactly.
It definitely comes down to just win once again all your games. Nuriki has been this team that has shown really good potential, especially towards the lower end teams when we watched them play, and even sometimes they got against the top end teams. And for Nuriki, I'd say they probably have the most balanced out schedule coming up in terms of if you had the high tiers, low tier, average, like where do we place them. So I think it's for sure doable as well.
At the end, though,
Oh, boy.
I don't know if there's a button to light something up because it's looking pretty great down there.
Yeah, like, the words miracle run get bandied around a lot. Yeah. This would absolutely be a miracle run. You are taking on X7, XL, Vanir, Riddle. That is a brutal strength of schedule. You're basically missing out on Bifrost as the only other team who could kind of be a more difficult match as it stands. It was already difficult. I'm sorry, Gorborg, it's looking rough.
Okay, so I mean, it is, and the Astralis talent has really not showed up to the caliber we'd like to expect from teams like this. And as you said yourself, I mean, they're playing against the top end of the schedule, going up against Vanir. Yeah, it seems doable on paper, but you've lost to them before. You're still not showing up with a consistent game plan every time you come in. Even the different stylistics they're going for. Sometimes they'll have a hyper carry bot. Sometimes they'll play towards a carry in the top side. Hasn't necessarily worked out for them if we're being honest. And it seems like they just don't have one single strength they can rely on. They don't have one foundation where it's like, if everything goes wrong, let's just do this instead. Because quite often it's so scattered. But as you rightfully say, Initialize, if they make this happen, it would be nothing short of amazing. Because it's not only just that they need to win all their games against these guys, it's also the fact that, going up against Riddle, hoping that they don't take too many wins, Dusty, Vanir, the same story goes. Like, it's not entirely in your own hands, but all you can do is just play to your best capabilities and take the wins.
I'll wager you this, though. What if they do make it?
Then
What an insane story it would be. It has to start
We
today.
don't know about that. The dream is alive, I can say that. These three teams are dreaming to get into the playoffs. It's not an easy job, but they have to do it. 4 games left, that's all they have. But now if we're talking about the bottom, we should look into the top. So these are the teams that actually have a shot to make first and second seed. The seed that will allow you to get into semi straight up and then go into the finals and have the place at European Masters. We're talking about X7, JDXL, and Bifrost. And realistically, X7 are almost secured at first place.
They're so close. They've got the 2-0 against JDXL, who are their next nearest competitor. So if they win, I think it is 2 more games, they're guaranteed first place, because Bifrost can't match them, and they already have the head-to-head against JDXL. They win 1 more game, and it's pretty much there. It would be very hard for the other teams, but it's still doable. Have to see whether they can pull it off, though. It's close, but not secured yet.
That's the thing as well, and it's not like their schedule is too difficult either. It's against teams, as you already see, they've already beaten. I think Bifrost is the only one that they're not too happy about, but even when we go back to interviews talking about that game against Bifrost, it was the game where they were playing Tamkech Center, they died on the 3rd wave, and Kasing was just like, yeah, but this wasn't really a good representation of what a game could have looked like, because we just entered the game.
Yeah.
There's not much to say about X7. They've been looking fine. I think they only lost 1 game just to prove
literally.
Trouble that she was wrong. Okay, I think that was the only reason. But also Bifrost took a huge
Definitely.
W.
And then moving on to JDXL, I think if in terms of schedule, as you can see it, SNG, Astralis, M&M Riddle, this is by far the easiest schedule towards the end of the season here for JDXL. And every game counts for them because it's honestly not even about top 1. It's about just getting top 2. You want to be put in the upper bracket towards playoffs because number 1 is playing against number 2 anyway. So for JDXL, it's not so much catching up to X7, although it'd be nice. It's more about just widening the gap from them and Bifrost.
Yeah, for sure. Bifrost have been improving, but they've still been a little bit inconsistent. JDXL, the Aphelios mid-game was a bit rough for them, don't get me wrong. But aside from that, this team has been very consistent, and they've been really ruthless against these lower-tier teams. If you were looking for a more stable answer for who would get top 2, with this strength of schedule, it probably is XL with where things are at right now.
And that's the thing, right? Because for Bifrost to catch up as well, like, you're kind of counting on JDXL and X7 to really mess up. And that's difficult. It's not purely in your own hands, but I think that may be a good segue to talk about Bifrost as well. As you can see their schedule, the big one must be X7 to beat that as well.
Hugely true, because if you want to get up to that top 2, you want to get as many wins as you can. If you want it, hell, make sure there's even a run for first. If you want the bragging rights, you need to beat X7. It means those first 2 matches against Riddle, who are perhaps the least consistent of that middle of the pack team, but still someone you need to beat. And then X7, the team that everyone wants to beat, that's the start you need to make. It's not going to be easy. It won't, and of course, their consistency has sometimes been called into question themselves. But it does mean this week's games for both these teams, or for both games rather, are going to be ones to watch for Bifrost.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Bifrost is not too bad, like in terms of the schedule they're coming up with anyway. It is really just that X7 matchup that should be the hardest. If you get that, there is a chance. It's not a very big one, but nonetheless, a chance is present in terms of getting up there. And for Bifrost as well. Once again, it's not about hitting that top 1. It's just about getting into the top 2. It's very difficult for them due to the games they've already dropped, but once again, doable. And nonetheless, a good way for you to finally show up with what you really want to bring in towards playoffs, because even if you don't make it into the winner bracket, they've already talked about how they've been feeling these past weeks. Sometimes they have a few struggles. They're not really sure what it is, but it's definitely not always been on the same page. So getting these last games to really just find your groove, move in towards playoffs, where you literally cannot drop a best of 5 in the lower bracket, and that would be key for Bifrost, because they need to be the one that's like, all right, we're fighting for that semi-final spot if we're not getting the winner's bracket.
And if they don't get those top 2, remind yourselves that the 3rd team is allowed to pick one of the other teams on the playoffs. So it's a little bit easier, but obviously you want the semifinals.
You want that second life. You want the opportunity to just win one match and be an EU Masters, like have it confirmed.
Now, since I have you for the first time on the Analyst panel,
that smile is concerning me.
It is time to give you an opportunity to have 100% win rate in games, or 100% in defeats.
For the record, I'm 0% win rate, so I feel like his opponent is not the worst or the best.
You're definitely not the worst.
Definitely
No,
the
you're definitely not the worst. No,
Oh,
I
yeah.
need that on the record.
Can't
Thank
even
you.
get the wording right.
Yeah, you go.
What is the game we're going to play today? It is true or false. There you go. I'll provide you a statement, and you have to tell me if it's true or if it's false.
Okay.
Whichever of you touch the buzzer first will be allowed to answer. And exactly, you can go to the caster desk and take those buzzers. By the way, they were just delivered. They are
No, I
hot.
missed them last time. You know, I do that when I'm playing around with Mike. Give me this.
You want two of them? Like,
I just did like get it.
remind yourselves. There you
That's
go.
fun.
Remind yourselves that if you are wrong on the true or the false, the other person gets a point.
Oh
So
boy.
this is how trouble is winning, by the way. This
Just letting the other person mess up. Yeah.
80% win rate trouble.
It's not
okay.
so much trouble winning. It's more like me losing.
Let's start with the first
Gonna lose
one.
again, mate. You're done.
Jinx is the champion with the highest presence percentage in the league. Is this true or false?
True.
This is true?
Yeah.
It's such
Okay.
a trick question. He's just falling for it. It's just 3 points, man.
Do you want to take a shot? Like
False.
false? I'll give you 2 points if you tell me what is the champion. If it's false.
If it's false, then it'd have to be probably Sensao, like another high priority jungler, something we see quite often.
Okay. The answer is it is false. It is Thresh and
Really?
Shinzao tied up. So I'll give you
Ah.
2 points for that one.
Damn.
You tried, man.
I did.
You tried.
I took the gamble.
By 1%, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay,
This is how I do it.
second one.
Falling
Yeah,
into
no, exactly that. I want to
MNS
style on you though. That's fine.
has more than 30 solo kills in this season so far. Goldberg, you take the shot.
He's at 20, but he had that Aphelios game. But in the Lux game, he did get
I'll let you answer
3
after.
solo kills. Man, is he on 29? I feel like he's on 29. I'm going to say false.
You're going to say false.
Yes.
Okay, what about you?
It's false and it is 29. I checked.
It is false, and it is 29.
Massive brain moment today. Oh my God, what's going on? I'm peaking.
I'll give him 2 points. Like, yeah, 4 to.
peaking.
Look, I just had to give him a win. He needed to feel good. That's what he is.
You need to get a point, by the
Dude,
way.
I want a point.
Okay,
I mean, come on,
a
I was
point.
right there.
Kivo has played Jin 4 times so far. He has. Do you want to listen to the rest?
Yeah.
Okay. He has 0% win rate with this champion. True or false?
I feel like Keva would be the kind of I don't even remember his Jin games. That's why I pressed the button. 'Cause I was about to say, false, he's not played Jin. So I'm going to say, yes, it's true. He's at 0% win rate because it's been so unnoticeable.
Okay.
I guess I go false then to get the win in case he's wrong.
It is true.
Damn.
He has 0% win rate, just like you initialized.
For the record, you should have had him answer with half the question because he pressed true before you finished the question.
It is true. Like, I give you that
I will
idea.
give him one of
Come
my
on.
points.
You want to give him one of
I'm
your
a
points?
gentle,
Okay, you know what? I'll tell you. I'm not proud. I'll take that.
glorious in victory,
3-1.
humble in defeat.
But before I move on, he has over 80% win rate. This is not one of the statements. Be careful. He has over 800 win rate with hyper carries. So,
8%. Ooh, wow.
Kevo, please listen to me.
Guys.
Stick to the carries. Is
Yeah,
that what
you're a
trying to
really
say?
good carry.
Yeah.
Going for the fourth one, Nautilus has been picked 16 times so far. Wait, but currently he only has a win rate of 25%. It is your time to shine,
I'm going to
initialize.
say that's true because I know it's been picked by the likes of Yepe and it hasn't gone that well. His one win was on the Nautilus.
Okay.
I do think it's generally not been as successful because it's often been as an answer to something else. It's not worked the way they want it to.
Is it less? I feel like Vendel played Nautilus a lot. He's lost on it quite a bit too. Yepes lost on it quite a bit. Just feel like
That's the reason I think it's a low enough win rate as it is.
I think it's false, and I mean I'm going to be bold and say it's actually less. But
Ooh, I see you.
The answer is true, by the way.
oh wow,
25% win rate.
I thought it was
for
lower. I
Nautilus.
knew it was low. I thought it was
It is
lower.
really low, by the way. It is really low. So 3-2. Initialize is catching up.
Oh yeah.
For the last question of the day. This
I'll give
is
him half of my points, so we're technically even right now.
Oh, I see. It's double or nothing. What was that about? Sort of like glorious in defeat,
Well,
humble in victory.
I'm
Are
giving
you ready
I'm
for the
making a
toughest one?
Okay, let's go.
This is really tough. This
So
is
you
really
can win.
tough.
Just don't complain.
I'm not
trying to-
complaining.
I'm trying to
I
give you something.
studied
I'm
a
with you.
lot to make this one.
Okay.
Procaster and Analyst Real Goldberg has 100% win rate with Blitzcrank so far in this season.
You know what? I'm going to let him go. Go on.
You don't know how much I've inted so much on that champion, by the way.
I searched so
But like,
far
I feel
to
like
make
I've
this
been
one.
Can I go on OPGG real quick?
No, you don't.
Don't answer.
Nobody's taking this one? There you go, Goldberg. Tell me, it is true or false?
Well,
Real Goldberg, 100% win rate so far in this season.
he
with
is the best
Blitzcrank.
League of Legends player on the panel, just in total.
I would say so, yeah.
Yes.
Aren't you a former pro, Arshram?
Yes.
Well, I'm better than him anyway.
Okay.
Anyways, it's true. He's just too good.
It's definitely false if you see this guy.
So to wrap it up and give you the answer and the winner as well, the answer is true because he only played it once. You only played it once, and it was a negative KDA.
Yeah, I was gonna say I remember playing it and I inted my ass off, but I couldn't remember if I won the game
Rigged.
or not.
I'm out. Bye.
Okay, you don't need to go that way. You need to go this way because for the first time with you, we'll have to go into the desk to talk about the first game, which means it is time for the light show. Welcome back. First game of the day as we get... Do you want to go a little bit higher? Because that share is specifically...
Yeah, no, I do feel like I'm struggling.
Quite low, aren't you?
I'm a bit worried about I'm going to put the wrong thing. Okay, we're going
It's
up.
4'9" meters, so it's a little bit taller.
Oh, yeah,
by
that
the
makes a
way.
lot of sense. There we go.
Okay,
There we go.
there you
He's
go.
quite tall. It's
Finally, he's back.
Hi.
Okay.
How you doing, buddy?
So
I'm
you
doing
stole the
good.
jacket and he stole your height. I understand that. First game of the day, it is Dusty
oldest.
versus X7. It is a really important one, not only for X7 to secure like that first place, almost secured it, for Dusty to get themselves away from that danger place of not securing playoffs.
I feel like we'll see a stylistic of Dusty where they'll put Aleph back in that comfort position where he's on a weak side instead, not necessarily any too many resources, because I feel like you need a strong point of attack against a team like X7. And in the past as well, we did see that the bot lane sometimes can fumble a little bit. I mean, it's very rare, and I'm
Sure,
on
but it
full
does
copy, and
happen.
I'm trying to give Dusty some wins here. I think though there's so many strong sides from the side of X7 that's struggling that Dusty's going to be dealing with. Like this is basically a ship with so many holes that they're just trying to like fix at the same time, and they're just slowly sinking because you got Tem, you got Haro, you got like there's just too many names on X7 to try and deal with.
Yeah, I think if I was for Dusty here, I think you need to try and find stability for your lanes and then get playmaking for Viking and FGG because they've been the guys come into those mid-game fights around objectives and really find the edges for this team. And if you can stabilize versus X7, prevent them from getting too much of a gold lead, that's hard because they are the team with the biggest snowball in the whole league right now, then maybe you can play against where X7 have sometimes struggled in that mid-game.
Champion Select is on, so where should we focus? Is FGG going to be removed away from the rail?
Does he get rel? That's always the question.
I mean, so far when they're red side, they usually third pick it, and that allows you to throw in some bans there. So if you really respect it, I would say yes, you have the availability of doing that on the side of X7 to just take it away on blue side. And quite often right now,
You can just target ban, yeah.
I mean, yeah, and also we're just in this like really stale meta right now where we just keep seeing the same, where it's just like Aphelios Jinx getting traded. What's our control mage in the mid lane? Okay, is that Sinsao in the jungle?
Wow.
Jungle Viego? Wow, yeah, I mean, draft is quite often just dictated about who has the better composition around the team fights, the objectives, and I think that can benefit Dusty, as Initialize is talking about, with stability in lane. So if you just get that like standard, here's a tank, here's two carries, one from the mid lane and one from the AD carry position, maybe we get the scaling aspect where we're able to take them in the late game. And I think that is what you're looking for, scaling aspect on Dusty, because I do think in the laning phase they are a little bit outmatched.
Yeah, and I'll call it out here. I'm so glad they got rid of Haru's Hecarim. Like, we've kind of thought, you know, this guy on things like the Jhin so terrifying. But every time I've seen this guy on the Hecarim, he has just turbo stomped kids. Like it's not even been subtle. Like the way he kind of manhandled JDXL was off the back of his really, really aggressive early play on Hecarim, which is just not something you expect. He managed to pull things off on that champion. I don't think anybody else in the league really does, so I'm very glad to see that one off. And of course, unfortunately for FGG, the rel is respect banned.
No, is that Jinx first?
It is.
Wow.
It's back to week one again.
I've never seen that before. Do you think Aphelios will get taken off as the red side?
you're
for
stretching
Venza?
far now. That is a...
Venza on Aphelios? Never seen it.
Wouldn't be
Never seen it.
Sao and an AD carry role.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
You mean
let's
it?
go,
All
NLC.
right.
Woo. Okay,
The other way
Yeah.
of trying to get a win against X7 is you play hyper-aggressive and try and just find a lane where you can absolutely crush through. And remember, we said Nata and Kasing, the one loss they have had was that they kind of got a little bit outmatched in the early lane. So it's an aggressive move, but I don't hate it.
No, I can respect this because it also just means that you can actually contest in the laning phase. Although I did just say that I think they might be a little bit weaker on red side. You do have the potential of getting that counter pick for support if you value the bot lane getting ahead this much. And I mean, Lux into Thresh is not necessarily a bad lane. Like it comes down to the execution as well. So it's definitely something you can look for. Even something as old as time as the Morgana, albeit is not as strong as the past, it's still something you can utilize to take control of the lane. But I do like still seeing the Sensao coming through. It is still a power pick. Lee Sin into Sensao can be really difficult to pilot. So I'm not surprised to see them go for the Jarvan instead, because that means we can now just attack bot lane. You already have this Thresh as well, which means that you won't have that Flay to stop Jarvan to come through from the bot lane in the early game. So tracking Haru in the early game is already going to be so pivotal.
So glad you brought that up as well, because it really will be. Even level 2 down bot lane, potentially. It's such a big deal when you're playing into Caitlyn lanes to watch whether the jungles match early in terms of their pathing or whether you get split jungle pathing. I'm assuming both of these players, Haru and Viking, will be beelining for bot with the champions that they have with the level 2 possibilities. There's the Lux, so it is going to be locked in. If the summoners get blown from Caitlyn and Lux at level 2, 3, it spells disaster for this lane. So really, really focus to see what Viking and Haru are doing and whether things like hooks start landing.
Especially because they want to play it at the front. They want to put you as far as back into the turret as they can, just so you're just starving for the resources.
Absolutely.
So keeping that control once again on Haru, that's just going to be your game plan. If your early game goes wrong for this bot lane, you lose the game. It's almost that simple already, although there is still a lot of factors to come through. But once you have a Caitlyn Lux lane, you know the entire resource or attention from this team is just going to be brought down towards the bot side. Now, for the mid lane instead, started out with banning mid laners. I think the Syndra is easily a takeaway from Tempt as well.
Makes a lot of sense.
I'm actually surprised to see Tempt himself go for a LeBlanc ban, something that you can be quite dangerous on as well. But it seems like they...
Well, it's taking Backlund off a lot of what he considers comfortable, because maybe they're just not afraid of him on things like the Victor, because I don't think he's impressed, honestly, that much on some of the control mages. Things like the Akali, things like the LeBlanc have definitely looked more convincing from the mid laner of Dusty. So if you're saying, look, Tempt is happy to play other styles of play, let's just get rid of things that Backlund is comfortable on, make him less of an option, I see the angle they're going for.
I mean, with that in mind as well, you can still blind pick for Aleph if that's what you're looking for. As we've already seen many times, he's not a player that minds being in the weak side position, going for a tank. And I think X7 recognizes this as well, actually coming in with that Malphite ban. The thing with Caitlyn as well is that you quite often play around with long range, and you play more towards the sieging capabilities rather than the teamfight capabilities. Because of this, having a pick like Gragas is great because it allows you to have long range disengage. But they are actually going to go for Backlund here. And this would be standard as well. I think like most of the time, just picking a mid laner, moving on to having that counter pick for top is easily doable. So coming in with Syndra, you stick to that siege composition.
Yeah, and like you've got huge amount of range between Lux, between Zoe, between Caitlyn. You catch somebody with a bubble, you catch somebody with a binding, your ability to follow up and blow that single target up from a very long way away makes it very dangerous. The Ahri being suggested here, and it is locked in, a lot more pick, a little bit more engage. I think you can play into the Zoe as well, because obviously you know where she's going back from the portal, so you just charm where she was. Exactly. It is a playable matchup.
It's playable in terms of basically all the champions coming through except the Sin Sao, because all of these are going to be playing with the range. You dash in, get a charm, there's too much follow-off on the rest of the team, as you can already see. Coming in with the Jace as well just means you want to contest a little on the playmaking side, on the range side, where you're going to shock blast them either when they're sieging or before you're sieging yourself, playing around these objectives. But it does allow Dusty as well for themselves to say there's not actually too much peel in the side of X7. So having that long range from on,
it would make so much sense. I wanted you guys to talk about this one, and I was waiting. This is the champion.
You can bring this stuff
You can bring it up.
You guys were talking. I was like, oh,
we're having fun.
Poppy, Sally is going for the Gragas. He's a stable pick.
Aleph Gragas is also truly phenomenal, so I'm very happy to see him back on it.
Yeah, but it's definitely in a point where you can't really take control of the laning phase yourself. Like when you are on low econ here, because you're not going to get resources. You misplayed the laning phase against Jace, you can basically solo lose that top side of the map. And if you do that, the snowball that's going to come through where they can't really band-aid on the other side of the map because they have to play for the Caitlyn Lux, there's a lot of pressure on Aleph. He's been able to live up to that pressure against some of the other teams, but right now, this is the truest of tests that you're going to have to face.
My eyes also turn to Haru a little bit here because he's got two options. He can either push towards Aleph on the Gragas and just say, we absolutely slaughter this because I know Viking's going to be helping out the Caitlyn Lux. Or you go and try and shut the Caitlyn Lux down and make that happen. That would be my personal call, but I see the angle. Yeah.
To wrap it up, I'm just going to say, Aleph was one of the reasons why we made that segment of the Gragas. He was shining on that champion. You have a physical top laner, a physical jungler as well. Most of the damage of X7 is physical damage. So this could be a shine for Aleph, or maybe we could get another pentakill from Jaeger. I don't know what's going to happen, but X7 are facing off versus Dusty, and it's with a pleasure that I'm going to send it to the Costas desk for Viper Rune and Jamada.
Woo! Woo! Is that... Woo! We did it! We're on desk!
We made it. We swapped.
We're not on desk, we're actually casting. The desk's over there.
Yeah, the desk is over there.
You were making some real... He was saying some disgusting things during chat.
Okay.
That's all I'm going to say. But we'll get onto that later on, potentially. But, Jamada.
Yes, sir.
First game.
Yeah.
X7.
Yeah. Obviously, X7. It's very much meta to what we expect, right? You've got the Pigs, you've got an Orianna, you've got a Jarvan, so you've got Engage, you've got scaling, you've got Jace for a strong top side. It also provides a little bit of poke as well. I actually quite liked it as a takeaway too, because it seemed like a lot of what Dusty were putting together was heavy poke.
Yes.
Not too much disengage, anything like that. If they set up in front of an objective or in tower, it's going to be very hard for X7 to dismantle it. I think the Jace takeaway, very smart. Gragas in response though, I think it also offers a lot for this Dusty lineup. They can still siege very, very, competently with what they've got, and now the Gragas provides another means to sort of disengage on the Jarvan, or even an engage if they find a little bit of poke or some CC onto any of those members defending their butt. Will, what do you see on our screens?
I see League of Legends on our screens right now, Jamada. We've got X7, we've got Dusty, we've got a studio. I was a little bit lost though. I turned up. They were like, we want you to cast some Northern League of Legends.
Yeah.
And I was like, cool. Put me in the studio, and they were like, cool, head out to Germany. And I was like, something's lost in translation here, team. But we are here. I'm excited to get into this one. Of course, X7 been performing very, very well so far this split. Of course, only dropping that one game. Dusty have had a massive turnaround, actually. Initial couple of weeks, they look ropey.
It looks dire. I think it would be safe to say. I looked at Dusty and thought, this is definitely a team that could contest, bare minimum top 5, like worst case, like 6th place in playoffs. And they just didn't really open the split like that. Now, like you say, big turnaround. They've been looking a lot better in the most recent weeks. And there's loads of things you're going to attribute to it. I think it's just a very coherent team effort, realistically, with, of course, members showing up when it matters most. Looking at the early game, both these junglers lying on the top side. We did see a ward cleared out. Yeah. Dusty's ward onto X7's blue buff, so it seems like they'll have a rough idea of where Haru's starting, but has that stopped this man before in the past? It really hasn't. Haru has just been on a bit of a tear.
It's a case of you can know where he is, it doesn't matter. It's just a case of they'll turn up, Haru will cause your team some difficulties, and then at 25 minutes you'll go and have dinner. Is kind of what we've been seeing a lot. I mean, the whole X7 roster has looked so good so far, but of course the desk is, they talked about that. People in the League of Legends world watching at home know what to expect from these two teams. This is a very, very nice matchup for both of these sides because Dusty are the kind of team that you could see potentially slipping up on X7. Of course, X7 losing out to Bifrost as their only loss. Maybe not the team that we'd expect to beat them, but turning up on the day doing just that. And Dusty, they have that vibe about them, don't they?
There is something about
you can feel it in the air.
I don't wanna manifest things randomly. But if X7 lost here today to Dusty, I wouldn't necessarily be crazy surprised. I think it's like X7 throughout the split, not in the sense of okay, X7 are like some team that are just gonna slip up at any given moment, but X7, especially in the earlier stages, they started to have fun with things, right? Things like that Twitch. Was it Twitch Yumi in the bottom lane?
Yeah, the Twitch Yumi. Tom and Jerry.
So Tom and Jerry as his foot. So they're very prone to just kind of saying, hey, you know what? Let's throw the book out the window. Let's have a little bit of fun. Speaking of having a little bit of fun, Viking is trying to find some kind of path towards the bottom lane, try and flank this X7 bot lane, but it looks like an engage first.
Coming on through, going to be hit with a flare as well. Venza needs to be careful, but Kasink also very, very low, burning low. FGG goes forward, picks up first blood. Venza will fall, and Viking is coming in to support the Lux. You've got the flag and drag. It's going to go wide, but it's going to get Haru into range. He's going to be jumped on by his Zinzao. He's going to go low. Nasa can't get the last auto attack, but Haru comes through. Both junglers, only one surviving here as Haru stepping forward, feeling himself a little bit. Both hit level 3, but Viking gets the damage. The double kill coming in for the Zinzao.
Yeah, so one thing I was going to say, but I didn't want to interrupt you, actually, play by play.
Of course, that's my job. It'd be very rude if you did.
Viking had his Conqueror stacked up, so he kept all of the bonus AD to win out on that skirmish versus Haru. Haru selected Lethal Tempo. I'm not sure if that's a rune misclick there, but starts off, of course, very nice hook by Kasing to try and get the engage going, but Venza just doesn't lose enough HP to immediately die in that burst. Whereas, I mean, well, you saw very clearly Kasing dies quite quickly, no aftershock like what we've seen for years, of course, Glacial Augment. And it just allows Viking to come in, use Haru as a bit of a taxi and get onto Nata. But here you can see, like, it starts to stack up, right? The Lethal Tempo, it starts to stack up, but it's just not really enough in terms of raw stats against Viking with that stacked up Conqueror. As Haru makes way back to the top side, does pick up that Scuttle up there. Viking didn't actually take the Scuttle Crab on the bottom side. I think is a lot of time, or the Scuttle itself hadn't actually spawned up yet. He has now finally picked out, though. Didn't really get any counter invades go in either on the bottom side. It was just straight up free camps into bottom side, and we see that skirmish.
A lot of poke coming out, of course. When you got Caitlyn Lux, we'll be seeing this. It's not fun. Don't get hit by the abilities, basically, because you have a very unpleasant time, especially in the late game. Of course, pre-6, it's not as bad, but if Lux is able to get that ultimate down, things can be pretty spooky. But of course, Jinx Fresh, we've seen. I want to be marksman in the meta. Do you know what, Jamada? I'm putting my foot down. Bring back Callista. That's all I'm saying.
I was having a conversation with Gormog about this morning, actually.
Ooh, Ilif might be having a conversation with the Fountain in a second. Haru moving forward, gets the auto attack down, but Gragas is level 5. Nice knockup, but I mean, that wasn't ever really a dive.
Yeah, I guess not. I just don't feel like they necessarily had enough burst damage available. Jaeger looks like he more or less just kind of wanted to reset, given his mana bar. And I think the fact that Jaeger didn't have enough mana to, you know, really make the dive be a confirmed takedown. They just go for that reset for him. But yeah, no, I think actually, though, there was a lot of talk on the desk about, you know, okay, Aphelios is going to come in here, and then all of a sudden it's Caitlyn first rotation. I quite like this from Venza and FGG, because whilst I think throughout the split, they've had their ups and downs as a 2v2, it does feel like they normally come out ahead in most of the scenarios in their 2v2 lanes. Going to hold this point. They're looking on to Temps by just Ding's level 6, so should be all right on that front. And of course, I think the other important thing is it shuts down, obviously, Nato and Kasing in lane. One of the strong points about Jinx, naturally, is, you know, you switch over to the Rockets, you typically get auto-shove in your lane, and it frees up the support partner to go up towards the mid lane and find some impact there. We've seen throughout this laning phase so far, FGG and Venza have kept Nato and Kasing on a leash. They've just not been able to move from their lane at all. And what it's also allowed is a lot of freedom for Viking to come down towards the bottom side. He's had pretty much free access everywhere, whether it's camps, or whether it's this dragon, which is taking up at 6 minutes. So that's going to be first dragon going over to Dusty, pretty much uncontested. I imagine X7 may have had an idea what's going on, but of course they will get the global ding now that it has gone down. So a nice, clean early game so far for Dusty. I think probably going as well as they had hoped. The CS lead on the bottom side, only about 5 in it, and this wave is going to stack up, so it will probably grow a little bit. But still, Vendor and FGG on that bottom side, achieving their main goal right now. Keep Na and Kasing underneath the tower. Don't allow the Thresh to go up towards the mid lane and impact anywhere else.
Well, it's something that we were talking about a little bit this week before we traveled out. We were talking about FGG specifically.
Yeah.
And about how much of a revelation he's been. And this isn't the first time that FGG has been a revelation.
No.
When it comes to coming into the top league in a continent, a region, and has played exceptionally well. I believe we have a couple of graphics that we might be able to have a look at. Actually, we're getting
Oh!
No, you know what? The
Stout
Lantern
point.
saves
Yes.
the cheeky throw to the graphic.
True.
Because
it was also involving FGG, who found a very lovely...
You know, we're professionals. We know what we're doing.
Well, you might be. I'm.
I don't know if I'd go that far over, honestly, but he's been good, isn't he?
Yes,
player.
FGG has been very, very strong. And like you said, the progress has been startling almost. You don't really see players rise through the ranks like what we've seen FGG accomplish in the last sort of 6-7 months or so. There's Hart on the opposite side from where FGG is laning. Takes out the Skull Crab a little bit too soon for the Herald to be started up, but you look at the lane priority already. Ping's coming onto the red buff. It seemed like Tempt maybe wanted to try and get some kind of roam down, maybe alleviate some pressure and fog onto the bottom side, but red buff being started up. But the issue is Vikings here So it's going to be contested at the very least, but first move is to Jaeger and to Tempt 100%, and you can see the pings already coming down.
Oh, but Smite is going to be used. Viking needs to be careful, loses out the buff, but won't lose his life as he steps back up towards the top side. And now Tempt moving back towards the mid lane. As you said, priority so crucial, is able to secure that one. And now we've got Rift Herald on the map. Nice charm landing, but Ari's going to take a little nap and a bit of damage to boot. But Rift Herald's on the map. It has been warded out by Dusty, so they're not going to be able to sneak it away. With X7 having pretty good control, is this still something they can do?
Yes, 100%. The only issue is the bottom lane priority is so heavily in favor of Dusty that if this does take a little while for X7 to get down, which right now they're looking for maybe set up onto Alif, it's a bit hard to say. But you can see the junglers obviously, you know, looking like they know that action is brewing. But if this takes a while for X7 to get started, and Dusty obviously have all the information, if FGG and Venza can get, you know, a wave shoved in and move up first, that's going to be a really big deal in terms of, you know, an outright fight breaking out. As you can see, it's hard to see on the minimap, but it seems like they are, at the very least, they have priority, so they're hard shoving. Dusty understand this is going on. They're looking for Jaeger.
They're going to hit Jaeger back towards the minion wave. Jace needs to be careful. Speeding away. Goes low, but does survive. Viking thinking about the dive, but Haru has now disengaged the Rift Herald and gets the knock-up down onto Viking. He's going to knock him away. The Cataclysm comes through, and Tempt is the first responder from the mid lane. Diving on forward, picking up some damage. Viking survives with a sliver of health. Alif cut down by Haru. Tempt, his compatriot, will take down the kill on the top side. They don't get the objective, but they do get 2 kills.
Yeah, they do get the kills, but I think the issue is for Dusty now, they're probably still going to be able to get the objective. I think FGG and Venza, they recognize now at the top side they're probably going to have to sack it, just play for this 2v2 lead at this point. It looks like Buckland's playing some kind of interrupt. Haru's actually quite low. He does have smite for HP.
But Bagland is there, the damage is there. He has to smite for HP and then flag and drag over the wall. So just take Zoe to zone out the Rift Herald. Won't be able to do it herself, obviously. So she's going to be backing away. It's going to be stalled out. But saving a little bit of time will allow Alif and Backlund to get in. But this is the fight that we just saw. Talk us through it.
Yeah, so Alif, really nice flash body slam. Jaeger plays this exceptionally well, though, because he procs the phase rush, he knocks away Viking to ensure that, considering he's already used the audacious charge, there can be no more follow-up. Viking, I don't think he actually has vision in that bush, so he can't interrupt the flag and drag, gets bursted down really quickly, and the Crescent Guard actually does block out so much damage, but unfortunately still burns down. And Alif, because he committed that flash to try and take down Jaeger, very easy pickings for the remainder of the top side of X7. So really nice from them to, you know, obviously clean up the attempted play from Dusty. I think execution was definitely there, just didn't quite have the damage to burst down Jaeger, unfortunately.
And unfortunately, if you're a Dusty fan, if you're an X7 fan,
yeah,
it's pretty fortunate to me. Rift Herald still sitting pretty on the top side of the map. We're going to have Dragon up in 45 seconds. So we're on to new Corky hours, as people have been calling it to me. No, thumbs down. That's fine. No worry. Just because the week after his patch, which was a little while ago now, but I haven't been on Div 1 since week 2, so I'm going to talk about it. I've got just a list of things. I had a couple, there was like a full-on segment that I planned after week 2.
Yes.
And then this is the first time back, so we'll have to decide if we actually managed.
We had a long, we'll call it a vacation.
Oh, we were doing Div 2. It's a great league in its own right. Kasing needs to be careful flashing out of the box, but there's going to be Cataclysm. Viking now caught up in the wrong place, but Kasing gets stuck from across the map in the downtown bot lane. Yeah. FGG flashing away, but Jinx is here with the damage, shooting FGG to pieces as Backlund skips back towards the mid lane. The Dragon's still standing, no one's got it, but X7 thinking about it. Tempt needs to dodge away, using ultimate actually to get away from Zoe. Backlund looking for the snipe, and once again, this Zoe is going to try and play defense, but gets caught up by the charm. A lot of damage coming out of this Ahri, who's going to be able to back away, but Backlund now chasing forward, doesn't care about the Dragon, wants to get the kill on the mid lane, and misses out on the bubble, but there is so much going on. One more, and that's a solo bolo going over to Backlund. The Dragon will be secured by Nata. You thought that was a Dusty Jinx, didn't you?
I thought that was like a Dusty Jinx or like a Venza Q over the wall or something. It just gave me a bit of a fright. But yeah, X7, they pick up the second Dragon's Cloud, and now we're going to get a mountain as we get a look at this replay here. And it's Dusty and Viking, rather, and FGG just trying to contest for the skull. They don't get it. They almost find Kasing, but Haru immediately locks down Viking. This time, Tempt is able to get in range of the Crescent Guard and actually execute his target. And yeah, FGG just caught between a rock and a hard place. Doesn't really have a flash to get to anywhere. Too much burst damage. I will say, a lot of damage returned onto Tempt, which does, you know, at least give me hope, at least sort of moving into the later stages from this point on, that if a binding does connect and then it can actually be followed up on, that target's probably gonna die.
Absolutely. And I mean, Dusty are taking these fights blow for blow. In the top side, blow for blow as Alif doesn't actually get very much down, and now Jaeger misses a couple of skill shots too. Just thought, you know what, why should we all hit all our stuff? Why would we do that? But Haru back on the top side is looking to get this Rift Herald. Of course, there's only a minute until plates fall off a little bit over. So grabbing this one, he's going to have to drop it somewhere quickly, mid or top. What we feeling?
I don't think it really matters. I think as long as they get it onto the target they want, they could even effectively beeline it to the bottom lane. But, you know, given how high up Venza and FGG have been playing, it's going to be difficult to actually get a placement down with the full tower. This tower, though, looks very, very juicy. 2.5 plates. I reckon Haru and Diego going to fancy their chances at taking the tower down. Viking is here for the read, though. Looking at summoners across the map. Barkland attempts no teleport, so there's going to be no intervention from the mid lane. And Viking just yields it. HP not really high enough on Alif's end for them to feel confident enough to actually defend it. Now, what would be unfortunate if a second charge goes down for Dusty. X7 would feel very, very good about that, but this bottom side tower smashed in before 40 minutes, all 5 plates.
He's trying to defend it, but in the top side, yeah, he's going to have to back away. Haru's there, no charge comes through from the Red Tail, but Alif going to be called out by the Cataclysm. Haru grabs the kill, Viking moving forward, trying to take down the other top laner, and he may well be able to do it, burning low, but Jaeger will walk. Now Haru and Viking going toe-to-toe. The mid laners are both moving up, side by side.
Ooh.
Remember, Zoe is really strong, puts Temp to sleep, but she will be able to dash away Ahri. Able to just sneak out of that one. Temp survives, and X7 only team to pick up a kill in that situation. But all of these engagements, these small skirmishes, are so close.
Yeah, they are really close. I feel like X7 just got away with a heist here.
Perfect crime.
Perfect crime, one may say, yeah. They pick up Alif. They don't quite get the second charge. I think if they get the second charge, that is, you know, that feels bad for Dusty. And X7 kind of just laughed to the bank with just about everything. Temp tried to rotate up as well. Barkland's been doing a really good job of trying to keep Temp down in that regard, despite not having too much mid lane priority. The CS numbers actually just evenly matched. So doing his best. Despite it's just the way the lane matchup, I suppose, goes. I don't feel like I've seen too much Ahri Zoe in recency, even with Ahri rising to prominence recently. It's not particularly a matchup you see too frequently still, as Venza and FGG have been rotated to the top side of the map.
Makes sense.
I think it does make sense in the context of trying to take down some towers, but I feel like at this point, no plates left on the map. You probably want to shove this lane mid lane. Maybe put Zoe on the bottom side and just keep Alif top, to be honest with you. But we'll see how this lane assignment works out. Right now, Jaeger into the 2v1 has absolutely no assistance. It looks like X7 playing for this bottom side tower into Alif. They know this is likely just going to be the strong side, weak side split of the map here. So Alif, let's see how your weak side is. Do you recognize this is about to be a dive? Looks like a little bit too late.
Ooh, Haru is just trying to cut Alif off and put some damage down. Don't think this is likely to be a 1v1 kill. Jinx will assist with the ultimate, but it looks like actually dive might be in the offing. Diving at Gragas is brave, and Haru has got the memo, so he's going to be backing away. In the top side, Dusty going to be pushing in, doing a lot more damage to his tower than X7 have on the bot side, but Smitty J will be able to... Jaeger, sorry. I just went back to 2017 for a second there. Goodness me. But they'll be able to get a decent chunk of the damage themselves, and with Jinx down here solo, Nata might be able to pick up this tower.
Yeah, absolutely. Nata should be able to pick this one up. Alif still very much aware.
Haru's kind of in a bad spot. Actually going to have to go for the dive for necessity. Turns around, takes the tower, but they're going towards Nata. Jinx will be able to get excited and run away from the cask. And now Viking decides maybe this wasn't the play. Gets caught up with the Cataclysm. That will also land. There's a lot of stuff going on in there, and I don't think Viking's long for this well. Gets hit by the charm and is taken down by Tempt, who will secure his 3rd kill of the game. And honestly, it's felt like Backland has had the run of this mid lane, but when you look at how the farm difference is super small, Tempt is actually the one getting the work done.
Yeah, I feel like even though, you know, Barkland's doing a good job of responding to Tempt's roams, Tempt is still moving first.
Yes.
That's the crucial thing. He's making it to these plays first, so he's having his impact felt, you know, just a couple of seconds before Backland is. And League of Legends can be a game of milliseconds, let alone seconds. So that is just the way that the pendulum is swinging right now. And it's just a bit of a head-scratching decision from Dusty from my point of view, because I feel like you had established the strong side, weak side. Why is Viking on the bottom side? Why is he not on the top side diving Jaeger, trying to execute that tower on the top side? Because you can see on the minimap, it is incredibly weak. It's probably less than 500 HP, given the indicator. Yeah, that looks around 750-ish. And even right now, despite this technically being Dusty strong side, Venza doesn't feel confident enough to walk up to this tower until right now to actually take it down. Whilst X7 pick up this dragon on the bottom side.
Exactly.
So, strange one. They accomplished what they were on the top side to do. It just feels like it's a minute 30, well, a minute and a half, you know, later than it probably should have been.
And you just said, League of Legends is a game of milliseconds, game of inches, as Backland and Tempt both just throw abilities a little bit wide.
Yeah.
But if you're saying, look, seconds matter, first rotation, 2-3 seconds, I know junglers, of course, ourselves being part of that illustrious guild.
Guild, oh.
3 or 4 seconds can mean all the difference between a gank and silver free elo. But The fact of the matter is, if you're a minute and a half behind the play against a team like X7, who
And they will punish you for negative time if it was like you'll be
honestly,
on time and
they're like,
still get
yo,
punished.
you're a minute and a half late. You need to be at this play 2 minutes early to make anything happen because they're just so good. The shot calling is great. The individual players are great. Just it's
a good team.
They're going to be tied up pretty much top of the table. Almost confirmed. I know Initialize went through very
Initialize,
well,
yes.
more eloquently than we could possibly ever speak about any topic.
I think, given the way the head-to-heads work,
Bifrost can maybe
Bifrost can
catch
technically
them,
still catch them if
kind
X7
of.
drop a game after this or something silly like that. So, and it would at worst be a tiebreaker.
Yes.
So X7, it's one of those things, right, where it's like, okay, X7, they've not confirmed first place, but
like probably.
yeah, in most cases it should be.
Haru should be okay. He gets away from the red buff. Will lose out on the steal this time around though, as Viking actually gets his buff, which is it's nice for the Xin Zhao, but
Oh,
looks like Nata. This is the thing though, there's still opportunities for Dusty.
Exactly.
They are a little bit behind, but if they can catch out Nata, they can catch out the Jinx. You're putting a lot of eggs in this little bot lane basket.
exactly. And I will say, I think for Dusty's comp, what's great about it from a sort of being at this kind of threshold where you're around 2,000, 3,000 gold behind is there is so much burst damage and so much non-committal CC that all it takes is one of those CCs connecting for you to realistically come back into the game, especially when you look at, you know, the likes of Haru or, of course, Nata. They both have 300 gold, or 350 in Nata's case. Gold bounties, that can go a long way if it lands in the pocket of Venza, if it lands in the pocket of Barkland. So got to be keeping their eyes on that. And Nata as well, especially, you know, in these small pockets of Fog of War. I really want to see FGG try and play from these small pockets of Fog of War where he knows he has that sort of advantage and try and pick on the AD carry, or even Tempt. I mean, Tempt being as mobile as he is on the Ahri, if you can find that first bit of CC, it can be very easy to actually execute her despite that mobility. So taking a look at the gold, which we just had up on our screens. Not too many major discrepancies, with the exception of the top lane.
And jungle.
I guess the jungle is actually quite big as well, 2,000. So it was maybe like just under 1,000. But yeah, 2,000 gold in the jungle, 2,000 in the top.
So, you haven't given up any gold leads, you know, except to Jaeger and Haru.
Yeah,
That's
like,
fine, don't worry about
I think when you look at the draft, it kind of makes sense, right? Jace is always going to have a free time into Gragas in most cases when there's no jungle intervention. And I mean, Caitlyn is designed to kind of be ahead. In this case, not quite there. Or maybe as far ahead as you'd maybe want, but definitely not trailing to a massive detriment. So it does make sense that we're seeing the gold fall as it is, as we've kind of now broken into this 1-3-1.
Jaeger's in a lot of trouble here, actually. Gonna have to flash away from the Everfrost as Gragas following through. The snipe from Lux takes it low, and the Comet secures the kill. Excellent play. You said FGG with the lasers is gonna cause some issues. The first of many?
Potentially. We'll have to see whether he can keep his aim true and actually find his mark on those cross-map snipes, as technically it was the rune that got him the kill.
Yeah, but you have to land the ult to get like all of the other damage.
I'm just trying to be mean. I'm trying.
Oh yeah, FGG, you're nothing but a rune. Jamada out here in like last week, like, oh, can we get a nice graphic for FGG? He's so good. And then it's like rubbish, arcane comets, all that matters.
Okay, all right.
That's all I'm saying, bro. I mean, right. Let's get back on track.
Okay.
We've got a lot of League of Legends to talk about. We can't be getting sidetracked with nonsense. Game 1. And we're only 20 minutes in.
All right, fine.
Baron won't stand for this. How long will Baron stand for? Because these teams, so often we talk about teams that just don't have good Baron taking potential, whether that's failure of draft or just the meta that we're in, here or there. But these two teams strike me as the kind that might actually have something. They've actually gone engaged down onto Aleph as well. He's going to put the cast down. His ultimate is used. Jinx going to snipe and will secure the kill, chasing on, getting excited. On the side, though, Viking is in trouble. Haru's there, but there's going to be the ultimate Tempt looking forward. Misses the charm. Will there be enough damage to take down Xin Zhao? I'm not sure. Yes, there will in the end. You've got Dramatic. He's still standing, but Haru will be able to come down with Tempt. They got themselves onto Zoe, who has to go golden, but Nata is there and can do so much. Nice snipe, nice dodge. Tempt gets away. No snipe going through the ace in the hole, won't land. Jaeger gets the body block as Haru will step away. Somehow X7 survive with all their members intact, and Dusty only lose 2 people. Rift Herald is going to be wasted. It will get a charge. Won't get more than that.
Yeah, I gotta say, daylight robbery from X7, man. I feel like at least one person should have died for this play.
Oh, that minion is hooked, cursing, and will get taken down. But it's teleport coming through, actually, so X7 deciding to disengage a little bit. Aleph moving forward has respawned.
Yep.
but doesn't have the opportunity to engage particularly. Ult is not available for Gragas for another 10-15 seconds, and X7 happy to just move back into the jungle. There's a dragon there. It will set themselves up for Soul Point, and Dusty know this. They don't want to be giving X7 chances where they're going to put Nata to sleep, uses the cleanse, will get the zap. Aleph going away. That's a huge cataclysm under 3 members. Jinx moving forward, and now is looking towards Gragas on the backside. You can see Haru is down, but Jaeger goes through and gets the kill onto Caitlyn. Viking needs to be careful, cutting down, secures a kill, but Tempt is following through in the pit. Gragas has nothing as Nata turns his attention back towards the objective. Tempt did grab the kill onto Xin Zhao on the way out off screen as well. So FGG, the only person to survive. Again, X7, daylight robbery.
It kind of does feel like that at points, right? But I feel like this is just a really strong engage from Haru. I think out of Fog of War, out of the Dragon Pit, finds 3 members, and it's just beautifully followed up by the Jinx ultimate on the bottom side of the map. This is initially very good, but unfortunately Nata's cleanse has come back up, and then Haru flash engage, knock up as well. Venza does Gale Force out of it, or net out of it, but can't really survive that much damage once Jaeger eventually arrives on the scene. Jaeger does die for his crimes, but at the end of the day, the damage is already done. You lost, you know, your core members as Dusty quite quickly, and Tempt finishes off Viking on the top end of the fight. It just feels like, at least to me, I think I kind of underline some of the conditions very briefly for Dusty in some of these mid-game teamfights, and it's about being in front of, you know, objectives first for this team. And they've just not been able to do it like once, it feels like. It's always been X7 first, it's always been X7 in the driver's seat in terms of who's actually getting these engages off. And I feel like if Dusty can just do it once, they might find some success. Even with this sort of 6,000 gold deficit they find themselves in, I think there's still enough burst damage left in this composition for themselves to, you know, find the pick onto the likes of Tempt or Nata, especially now that there's no cleanse. Nata's shown that he can get hit by these skill shots. He's not been reacting with the flash. If they can actually find him, even on that front alone, that might be enough for them.
But he doesn't have the cleanse. He has the flash. Now might be the time where he starts using that insurance policy. Dusty moving mid. Interesting to say that you still have some confidence in them with that gold deficit, as you said, because it's pretty big. Teleport coming into the side as well. Tempt moving forward as well. Haru tries to get engaged, gets onto one. Venza is gone as Dusty moving towards the tower, but it's still standing, still shooting, still helping them out as X7 keep getting kills. That's 3 on the bounce. Double kill going over to Jaeger as well. X7 this time around, perfect collapse, move towards the Baron, could look to secure this objective. And hey, the 6k gold, there was hope. 7,500 gold?
Yeah, plus this Baron, I don't know. I think it was a really well executed pincer there from X7. It's from all sides, just absolutely surrounded. And yet again, it's just the strength of the composition here from X7, I think, shining through. There's not really too many barriers to entry to playing a composition like this. You've got your engage through Haru on the Jarvan, and that's all it really takes as long as the follow-up can come through. It's just a bit of a, I won't say an overcommit, but Dusty definitely stepping a little bit too far forward. And yeah, unfortunately, pincered from the bottom side by Tempt and by the teleport. Carries immediately blown up Viking. Crescent Guard can't keep him alive. With just the jungler dead and with Venza off the map, that was enough for them to secure that Baron. And then we'll see how much more they can get done with that buff. Still got the 2 side lane towers, tier 2s up and available to take down. But you imagine X7 with the level of efficiency they've been playing with that, this should probably be a base break. But again, Dusty's composition is built around sieging, whether it's defending or obviously, ideally with this comp, you want to be attacking.
Yes.
You do want to be in front of these towers first. I think the wave clear is maybe a little bit lacking in terms of looking at a Baron buff, but they can still make things work. It's just going to be about how much damage you can see Jaeger's going to put into the team with these accelerated shock blasts.
Ligman's going fishing, but it's going to be the engage coming over onto Jaeger. He's able to dive away with the Lantern. Nata also moving off. Haru going for the side, gets onto Aleph alone, who's an interesting target, and Haru actually burning down, has to flag and drag away to disengage this time around, and Dusty feeling themselves. Viking moves forward, trying to get onto Nata, but the rest of the team has responded very, very well, kissing over the wall, doesn't find anything, but Venza is gone, Gragas is gone, Viking is dead, and Tempt is moving forward, looking for backland. The Zoe should get cut down as well. It's simple as that. It's only FGG standing. The Lux support is the only one there. X7 breaking the base at minimum.
Yeah, that was the bare minimum. They could end the game on this push. They've got 20 seconds left. The death timers, I think they're just too long here for Dusty. I think X7 should be able to wrap this one up quite cleanly. Just felt like Dusty were never able to really play towards this Caitlyn too well in the mid-game. I think the laning phase went great, but X7 after that, the composition just really plays itself. Don't think Dusty's composition has been too hard to execute, but they just weren't really able to meet those thresholds. And X7, with a couple of daylight robberies in between, but they make it work for themselves. Got their 14th win of the split into Dusty. As scary as ever.
Good League of Legends team is that X7, eh?
Yeah, as you would expect, right? It's been the thing for them throughout the split. and it doesn't seem like it's going to be, ramping down anytime soon.
No, absolutely. And I mean, talking about Dusty very quickly, obviously there's going to be a proper breakdown and an interview in the near future. But I was hopeful going in. We said we could feel in the air there was a small chance of like an upset.
Yeah.
And early game, things looked pretty decent. Where was it? Was it the case of we talked about that going top lane a bit too slowly? Was that the beginning of the end? Or was that just endemic of things to come?
I think it's a bit of everything. I think for me, they broke the tower on the bottom side. They did it at 14 minutes, it's a little bit late. There's no more plates on the top side. I think you just move your Caitlyn Lux into the middle and you try and lock down some kind of stronghold somewhere, and then you play off that. Because it felt like, realistically, they didn't really have a strong side in Aleph, right? They chucked him on the Gragas once they saw the Jace matchup. You don't really have anywhere to put Zoe in a position of strength. Just chuck her on the bottom side. You know the dragons are going to be spawning there. Aleph is always going to be able to have, an opportunity to teleport down to the dragons eventually. I think it was just sort of mismanagement on lane assignments in the mid game for Dusty, and X7 just capitalized beautifully.
Well, they did really, really well. We're going to jump to a short break. When we come back, it's going to be Archeron breaking down the game with our interviews. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few minutes.
And welcome back after this first victory of the day, X7 taking another one. So if they win another game, they're going to secure themselves the first spot in terms of seeding for the playoffs. What this means is they will just go straight up to the semifinals, and if they win that best of 5, they will secure themselves the spot for the finals and also a spot at European Masters. Now, I know I have the return of the support. Kasing is with me for the interview. Welcome back. It has been a long time.
Hello, hello. It has been quite a while. I'm happy to be back, man.
Happy to have you as well. Okay, now, only one game away from securing the first spot. What does this mean to you?
I mean, how do I say? I mean, it's nice for sure to be first at something, you know, but in the end, what matters is us kind of winning the entire NLC. I think that's what matters more for me. And obviously doing well at E-Masters. But of course, it's definitely nice to know that, you know, we're at the top of the standings.
It is kind of curious that the team is already great. As soon as we saw the roster and the ways you guys were playing, we can see definitely that this is a team to go somewhere really high. But one of the things that I've been noticing is you guys are way more clean nowadays. The synergy is way better. Haru is just smurfing in the jungle as well. But also the bot side, Jaeger with the pentakill. Like, the synergy on the team looks way better. Is this something that you're feeling as well as a player? Or
I mean, how do I say? Obviously, the more that you play with each other or with your teammates, the more that, you know, naturally you're going to be actually fit, you know, be on the same page. But I think one of the best things I would say is that we're the kind of team that plays quite similar to how we would play like in scrims, like if we were to, I guess, try hard, not the Fiesta ones, obviously. We kind of, you know, had to tone it down a bit because before it was too much. Obviously, the game against Bifrost, we kind of went for too much, and then we just died and just lost. But it is what it is.
But it shows that the synergy on the team is working way better nowadays, and this is really interesting to see X7 just improving more than we thought they were already at the top of the standings. And now, with this in mind, I want to turn my attention to your bot lane, which seems to be the center of the universe for every single team because you guys get camped non-stop. Why do you feel this is happening? Why do you feel every single team is looking into the bot side?
I think it's mainly because teams have started to realize that if you want to win games, guys, bot lane is actually, I guess, a strong lane because if your bot lane is ahead, most likely you're going to win the game. And I think this is pretty much true for most of any professional match. You cannot, I guess, win the game by hoping that your mid, top, jungle are just better. Your bot lane has to be stronger, as a team, obviously, and your team helps you. If you leave your bot lane alone, guys, and you don't camp bot, you're not going to win.
Okay, love it. So you're telling me that top lane doesn't matter at all? Is that what you're saying? Is that... Because I'm a top laner, so I just want to know if I should switch roles. No, I'm kidding. Obviously, now looking into your entire team and the ways that you guys are secured for playoffs and really close for the first place, what is the team that you want to play against on the semifinals? Is it Bifrost or is it JDXL? Because it's a best of 5, so it's going to be quite different.
Well, to be honest, I would like to play against, you know, whoever we want, man. I don't know. It's like, I obviously prefer, actually, when I say prefer, it's more like whichever team shows up, right, on the day. And obviously, we've lost to Bifrost before, which sadly, I think was due to our own, I guess, individual moments where we tried to do more than we, or get more than we could. But I think, you know, both any team that whoever you're against, we have to prepare, you know, regardless, because our goal is obviously E-Masters.
Okay, I understand that. I dig it. And I like the idea that you are aware of what happened on Bifrost game. You guys were just looking for out more. And what I've noticed on this game is you guys didn't went for anything risky until you got the lead, and then you took the fight to them. It seems specifically that the team has like a game plan every single game. This is a fast answer. Do you guys like prepare every single game, or you go game by game?
Most of the time, it's just game by game because it's like you can never tell, right? With whatever drafts they have, it's never going to be the same individual 5 champs every single game. And in NLC, it's obviously nice that some teams prepare, you know, differently, and it like obviously tries to catch yourself off guard. For example, with the Caitlyn Lux, which is actually quite a strong lane that kind of people just kind of forgot or didn't really play or pick up, which I commend Dusty on trying to play. But obviously, has its drawbacks, right? If you're against Jar, then you don't have much mobility, and you're mostly going to get killed in team fights.
Thank you so much for this interview, Kasing. It's always a pleasure to have you on the post game, and good luck for the remaining games for X7.
Thank you very much, man.
Thank you. Have a nice one.
Bye-bye.
Your X7 looking secure, looking solid as well, trying to get access to that first spot of the entire standings to get into the semifinals. Now, looking at Dusty, what happened through this game, because the bot lane seemed really strong as well. FGG playing with the Lux, with the Caitlyn, they got access to a few kills, almost putting them ahead on the bot side. Vikings securing the kill 1v1 versus the Jarvan as well. And this is exactly what the person I'm going to talk about after this game. It's going to be Viking on the interview with me. I don't know if he's already there. He's not ready yet, but he's going to be ready soon. And this is something that I want to talk about with Viking, the way they approach this game, the way they study for this game, because if they take one more victory, they are secured in playoffs. Obviously, this is really important for the team, that nobody was given them the value that they have. This is a really solid team. And at the beginning of the split, they were kind of shaking a little bit, but they reformed themselves, studied, and grouped up. And this is a solid team nowadays. The way you played with the Shen Zhao, looking for the bot side, helping the Caitlyn, helping the Lux, it seemed to come together. But then the A-Lift pick for the Gragas, I was waiting for the Poppy, but actually appeared in the Gragas. And, oh, okay. And getting the Gragas, kind of AP-ish, that is something that I don't wanted to know, but it doesn't matter for now. We're not going to have the interview with Viking. What we're going to do is a small break before we jump into the next game. I'll see you soon, just right after this quick break. we are back on the desk before the game between Singularity versus JDXL. So we got X7 on the first game, then we get JDXL, the top two teams by order right now. Singularity have no way to get into playoffs. Okay, what is going to happen?
So I was sitting, I was browsing social media, as a lot of us do nowadays. But, you know, I was coming across a specific post from Jeppe.
There you
I
go.
saw that one as well,
We
yes.
all saw that one. So if the viewers did not see what it was, well, initially it's just Jeppe who's theorizing a lot of weird picks to finally come through.
Yeah.
Where it's like, haha, so much fun. And then when the team actually starts wanting these weird picks to come through, oh my god, no, why? Like, they've come up with some finicky things. I've heard like Furious of the LeBlanc support, which was quite fun back in the day, pre-WeWork LeBlanc as well. And I mean, what's the weirdest thing they can bring out in the bot lane? Or just in general?
I have heard certain rumors. I don't know whether I can say them yet, so I'll wait to see they come out.
I have one.
One or two that I think.
I have one.
Okay.
Ari, mid lane,
Yep.
press the attack.
Yeah. Sorry.
Was that it?
I was chatting with Alex earlier, who was obviously a big Ari player, and my brother Nymera.
Oh, we
specifically.
approached that subject.
Yes.
I was the one telling him.
Yeah.
He keeps saying he's like the one Ari played and all that.
Okay.
No, he's not. He's not.
You could take this up with him when he's there, but right now I'm
I mean,
not
I'm
here.
talking with the jacket, so.
The jacket possibly has more personality.
Like
He's
I'm
not here to
part of
defend
this.
himself,
This
so I
is
can
just
say
you
that.
two.
Yeah. Who are you?
I think I'm just leaving.
What is happening? But yeah, continue.
Why am I getting violated?
Wait. The idea with the ADR,
Unlawful.
the idea with the ADR is, of course, with your W at level 1, you have so much move speed. So it's very easy to activate things like lethal tempo and press the attack. With your ultimate as well, with the changes to it, you've got about a 15-second window to reactivate it. And if you do get kills or assists, you can reposition super easily. So you end up in a kind of something of a hybrid between something like an Ashe or a Varus with the pick from the charm, plus something of the repositional ability of something like a Kai'Sa if you do go for that AD build. So you have got the option to kind of run a semi-double AD carry comp with the Ari AD mid that's apparently pretty good according to
Or,
players like
if we're going deeper, you can bring Ziggs to the bot lane
Genius
to deal
is
with the
coming here.
Jinx.
That's it.
See?
Lucian top.
Okay,
Honestly,
not
the
going
thing
there.
is, so
Leave
we're-
top alone. Leave top alone.
We're talking about the, okay, so just, the thing is why this is being a little bit, I mean, trolled to some extent as well. It's not only due to the fact that Singularity has nothing to lose and can bring anything out, but it's also just due to the extent that, you know, XL has been the team to always bring something different out as well, even when they're tryharding at their best. So this is like, this has the potential of becoming a super weird draft.
Oh, yeah.
You bring for the spice?
Literally,
More
and that's what I want to
spice.
see.
Absolutely.
Because I'm tired of the same old thing.
Watch this be a
Preseason
Jinx
changed too
B1.
much.
Watch this be a Jinx B1.
I refuse.
But like, you're absolutely right. We saw M&S literally running a Aphelios mid the last game. It didn't work out, but that was the kind of creativity we've seen out of these guys. And for a team like Singularity, they have shown a willingness to pull out weird stuff and try and run with it. It has only ever got them really the one win, and that was honestly with a bit more of a standard draft with Vigar kind of actually rising in priority, generally, even if it is a newer pick. And we have unfortunately
go
got
for the mid
Aphelios
lane.
Jinx being offered. Aphelios is in. Watch his face.
For some
Zoom in
reason,
nice and
Jamada
close.
is happy
Watch the
about
pain
this. I don't know.
growing. Okay, Volibear's in for Dan, which is a bit more normal.
It's interesting as well because when Singularity picked up their first win as well, it was with Spiky on the Aphelios. So they've already shown that they're actually quite fond of getting the not the Jinx, but the Aphelios for themselves and letting the Jinx go to their opponent, which against the likes of JDXL doesn't actually happen all too often. They quite often pick a little bit of a weak sider for the side of Samulek, and an AD carry he's had a lot of priority on for the longest time as well is, just lock it in.
There
Thank
it
you.
is, the Varus.
Varus.
Yeah. Completely agree with the Varus. It's something he has looked to be on his own with a lot of times. He's also pulled off that crazy quadra kill in earlier weeks where he absolutely popped off.
They got robbed by Dan.
You know, huge stuff. Exactly. There's a bit of rage for Goldborg there, and rightly so. And it has been something where Zamalek has had the lowest, pretty much, like support proximity of any bot laner in the league because he's just left to his own device because they love to play towards Cries and M&S, and rightly so. They have definitely made that game plan and that play style work really well. The response is Jeppe back on that Nautilus, which helped set up those early level 1-2 kills against Nariki when they got their first win, and they've gone back towards the Camille. I wonder whether something like the Vigar is still on the table here for them.
Yeah,
They definitely made that with the last time.
It's definitely comfort draft, but now it's also the fact, what does Cries bring out against the likes of a blind pick Camille? Because I can think Jax, which is huge comfort
yeah.
for Cries as well. Even dare I say, Kled, like even Renekton still works out, but it's like there's still possibilities with Kryze on a standard level of champions you can bring out. And then you get the finicky side where it's like, oh, let's bring out some
Watch them just pull out the Zillion again.
Different. I don't think Zillion would come through, and it's due to the fact that I see the bot lane is paired up together with a Tahm Kench, where you usually don't want to play towards it. You can, now when he's finally has some engaged on Tahm, but traditionally speaking, you leave that lane by itself, and even with a Varus as well. So I think this Volibear, it's more designed to play for solo laners because it is a very facilitating champion, especially when you hit level 6. Just coming in and diving a lane with nobody around to help you is the bread and butter of this champion.
If you want to go crazy in this champion select, you can bring the Volibear to the top side, which is a really good answer versus the Camille. We saw that in the World Championship, and actually get a new jungler for Dan. Obviously, Dan is really fond of this champion. I know it's a risky idea. It's like 90% to the jungle, but it could happen.
There are other teams I'd say, yeah, you're off your rocker with, but with JDXL, it's actually a possibility. So, you know, completely reasonable to call that out. And I mean, it would have been true of Singularity as well. So I see that effectively what we're kind of expecting here is JDXL to look for solo laners. It's probably M&S that ends up with the counter pick. He normally does. Curious to see what they do go for, whether it's something. I mean, at this point, you just lock in something as a counter to the Camille, as you said. I mean,
that's the thing, right?
Probably?
Because you don't have. Yeah, just like they blind pick your top laner, you're playing red side, you already have your facilitating bot lane, you got your priority and Dan. You just get counter picked for the rest of this. So the ban that's coming out from Singularity, that would just be.
Yes!
What? Yeah, okay, so.
Yes, it's happening! It'll be ADRE and Evelyn mid.
This is literally.
The Hapgoods are united! Thank you, Singularity!
So for the people that don't know, Initialize is an Evelyn main.
I am.
Initialize's brother, Nymera, is an Ahri main. He is wearing the Ahri main's jacket. They literally fused in together today, and they're both mains.
They're gonna win.
Through today.
This is it. This is how they win.
No, so they'll lose.
They're gonna win.
No,
Don't know what you're talking about. Be ADRE jungle.
Proceed,
Go on,
Goldberg. Yeah, proceed. Yeah.
Okay,
Goldberg.
I'm not sure about the Silas into the Ahri matchup. I haven't actually personally seen it yet. But let's theorize that it is a good counter because you counter pick it and it's M&S. You have a lane up towards the top side that Kryze can dominate as well. You have a lane in the mid lane where M&S potentially can look for at least a 2v2 kill because Evelyn is not going to be a factor in the 2v2 in the early game. So on one side, you have lanes who need to survive till 6 and Evelyn gets to be a priority. And then on the other side with JDXL, you get so much free time in the early game with this Volibear. And for the side of Singularity, you need to get past this threshold because if your solo laners just comes behind to the point where Evelyn finally hitting 6 is not going to matter, the game is going to be really difficult for you to play.
It is. Once you do hit 6, though, you need to be watching those warding patterns as well, though, because the way you ward against an Evelyn is just completely different to other junglers. And I need to see how they're matching and keeping an eye on Porp's camps. Because if he does get a free ride through the early game, which is potentially quite unlikely with the way JDXL have played early jungle, but if he does get there, watch for how he gets into lanes, watch for how he lane ganks, and watch for whether those wards get placed onto camps, because otherwise you just won't know where she is. You need to watch which camps are down.
I wanted to give you, a little
let
bit
him.
of
He
time
barely
for
ever
him.
gets time for
this.
this.
Is a
It's
special
funny.
moment for Initialize, so that's why I took this time to let you
Don't
talk
mess it up,
about
Paul.
the Evelyn. So Pop with another champion in the jungle, M&S with another one in the mid lane. The points are really important for JDXL, not much for Singularity, but it's a way to showcase everybody that Singularity still has it. And without further ado, it's time to send it over to the casters.
I mean, right. So apparently, Singularity are just looking at casters' solo queues to decide their draw. Now, this is for reference, right? So we've been away from Div 1 a little bit of a time.
For a while.
Well, last time I cast Div 1 Singularity, they locked in Master Yi jungle, and it went about as well as you can imagine a Master Yi jungle game going.
Yeah, I remember.
That is to say, very badly, right? If we could just we can use our power now, okay?
Okay.
So, Singularity, the Hapgoods,
Yes.
they've got backing.
They do.
Evelyn's gonna have I was gonna be really. Evelyn will probably have a 0% win rate after this game.
Yes, that's...
X7, if you're listening,
That's not incorrect.
if we could see a Sejuani on Wednesday for your boy, I'll be here. If we can make that work.
I don't know if they will. They could.
I mean, I would ask Singularity to do it, but
They're very much... They seem to be contracted by the Hapgoods, apparently.
well, yeah, apparently. I don't know, where's Nymera? Is he drafting for them? Because he isn't here today. So this is the conspiracy because we've got Initialize on the desk who's a play-by-play. So Nymero clearly had places
By the way,
to be.
just for a second, I want to actually give some props to Initialize. He's doing really well.
He's doing
on
really
the desk.
well.
But
we don't want to build him up too much.
No, we can't give him too much.
He's shorter than I thought he would be. There we go. He's gonna like build him up, break him down.
Okay, sure.
But he's doing exceptionally well. And to bring it back onto topic for a moment, at least, JDXL doing pretty well so far in NLC. Obviously, Singularity not playing for anything other than pride and to ruin someone's day, where there is value in that because JDXL can no longer beat X7 at the top of the table.
No.
But seeding matters.
Seeding does matter. When you look, of course, at the playoff bracket, top 1, top 2, you get that immediate you get that extra life, right? You win that series against your opponent, you go directly into finals. JDXL, I hear your whimper, your
Well,
cry
they just walked into try, and I thought maybe they're going to look for something cheeky, but they were actually just looking to catch anyone who's walking into lane a couple of seconds late. Singularity were not doing that.
No.
So it was okay.
But yeah, you know, still important for JDXL to ensure that they're picking up wins, just so they can finish in that second seed spot. So against a team like SNG, you don't expect them really to falter. But I mean, we've seen, you know, a couple of upsets, especially LEC of the weekend. Did of course happen, where you know one team could have made its playoffs. I believe it was SK and Astralis took them down. And Astralis well out of the playoffs race already, but said, if I'm going down, you're coming with me. Tatui getting the worst end of the trade, and now he's on the wrong side of the lane.
Yeah, that's not the direction you're meant to run from Cries, but it looks like Cries is actually more interested in farming, so they've just swapped sides, and now we can actually see the trade. But Camille, of course, has a couple of options to get away, and Cries on the gangplank very, very early doors isn't super looking to all in, you've got to imagine, especially with Camille having Ignite and having those cooldowns available.
Yep.
So he's just going to back off to the right side of the lane.
Yeah, there you go. Got there in the end. This is a lane which you can kind of see, especially in the earliest stages. Cries can take complete control. Camille doesn't really have too many answers into Gangplank's laning phases. It doesn't really look like it's going to have too much of an answer into this invade either. Red buff should be secured by Dan. Dan's Port just going to walk away with his Krugs. Does have potential help from Hepe, but I think they recognize it's just 3-3 that they would likely lose. Evelyn in the earlier stages, not exactly the strongest champion in the world, and of course Volibear, a premier early game jungler, though still kind of falling to the wayside to the likes of Lee Sin, Jarvan, and Zinzal. Traditionally, at the moment, he definitely does come in as a close second in terms of contending their early game prowess.
Absolutely, and is able to get in, start fights, and if you're an Evelyn, you're a little bit squishy early game. You don't necessarily have the ability to escape because you can't even go invisible.
No.
So if you meet the bear in your jungle and you haven't got significant help, you probably just die.
Yep, of course. And for confirmation,
Okay.
by the way, Dragane does have that lethal tempo, does have his Thorin's Blade, so this is going to be ADRE. Just so...
The desk has too much power. I'm going to say this now.
Yeah.
I don't know what they built that from. I'll go have a look after the game.
Yeah.
Because my cable is not that long.
No.
But they've got like secret telephones or earpiece. Where do their earpieces go? Are they talking to Singularity's management when they're on there?
Maybe they can communicate somehow, like, at the same time. They may have some kind of word code that they use whilst they talk. Like, every second word is a word I'm communicating to you, SNG, or something like that, you know? Dan trying to sneak into the bomb side here, and this wave is in a pretty poor position for SNG to really have much of an answer into it, but they do have vision. So they have full information that Dan is there. Wait for him to reset. Dan's actually going to cancel it last second.
The water's still there though. So
Yeah, exactly. So this is, you know, a bit of cat and mouse, right? At the end of the day, Dan's doing his job perfectly. He's still making Spike and Hepe miss out on a fair amount of, well, the wave in XP.
Oh, but engage immediately onto Kikis, who's going to try and Abyssal Void Awake and do just that. And Zamlet going to be rooted up now, and Singularity's bot lane putting damage down. Won't be able to secure a kill. But have completely decimated health bars from JDXL.
JDXL, they lose out on the heal, they lose out on their health to try and, well, I say try and do something. It was actually SNG that going for the engage. So pretty much a net positive for SNG. They will come back up a little bit sooner than that heal will as well. So maybe they can find some kind of window, I think, especially Port. I think when you're on Evelyn, you did lose your red buff, right? But you're still trying to aim for that level 6 mark at around sort of 7.5 minutes.
They're
As
sneaking.
they are sneaking. They've got the Gravitum as well. They've got a lot of setup to make this work. And Zamalek doesn't have Cleanse, and that's the Abyssal Voyage used.
Jeffe's gonna go immediately in. Zamalek goes down. First blood taken up by SBK. And now Kick is running, but it's just into Porp's embrace. Gonna be massive trouble for the Catfish.
Oh, no.
Fails the flash. And just like that, Porp takes the kill. And you know what, Evelyn? I'm as shocked as you are.
It's just the emote makes that kill, doesn't it? It's not even the failed flash. It's just the shocked face emote.
Oh no.
As a kill will go over to the Evelyn, and that's not what you want to see on the JDXL side, right? You lose out on the 2v2 on the bottom side, and then not only that, Porp, who's not even really necessarily invested in the play, just so happens to be there, and picks up the second one as, yeah, the Abyssal Voyage comes down. They're just trying to clear the wave, an immediate flash forward from Hepe. Surprise, surprise, it's me out of the bush as the Nautilus, and yeah, Kikis walks into the waiting up.
Kikis.
Oh, the production have slowed it down as well. It's just unnecessary violence from the production team.
They woke up today and chose violence
Yeah.
with our production team. Not just our producer, but, you know, observers too. There's a lot of love in there, but hey, maybe Nightmare is the greatest draft coach in the league.
Yeah, you know, it's no... Is it really a coincidence that Nightmare is missing today?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
all of a sudden, it's ADR. You know, because I was watching the NLC this weekend, and I did scratch my head when he mentioned the ADR. And I think it was in conversation with, it was either Caps or probably Caps.
We should say, officially, that was Arkrom's idea, not Nightmare's. We have to go on record and say that we respect Arkrom as a RE savant.
Yeah, that's true.
Nightmare has actually never played the champion. You sound interested about the game, though.
Yes, because Porp just hit level 6 at that 7.5 minute mark, which I was kind of calling out earlier. So, I mean, I was about 6 seconds off, but, you know, I'm a perfectionist with some of these kind of things. So now this is when I expect Porp to try and sneak into a lane and try and find some executes somewhere. This Gangplank lane can definitely be a strong contender, but Dan is going to be making his move up here first.
You've got the cable shop available, though. So Tattoo actually going to hit down with the ultimatum first to hold himself in place and will be able to dive back.
Sure.
There's a lot of damage in the bot side, though. Okay, Dan gets to kill top side. It looks like Spike's looking for something. Kickers is caught in the alcove, goes low, but channels away, has a little bit of grey health to get some healing.
Dragane.
There goes Dragane in the bush, caught out by Red Ward.
Oh, MNS is on.
Menez hasn't been caught. He has been caught out by the wall, but he hasn't gone to stop it. There's the ultimate coming through from the top side. Gangplank helping out. There's the kill secured by Zamalek in the end. And JDXL making a couple of good plays across the map. Porp moving through sneakily. It'll be 2v1, puts down the charm, is looking to seduce Silas, who flashes away. Zamalek stops the recall to get a slow as well. So it was touch and go for a moment, but everyone from XL do get out alive.
Yeah, interesting there from Porp. I feel like maybe it's hard to tell because sometimes you have God view, but I feel like he would have seen Zamalek on the top of his screen. You feel like the safer call is just to execute Zamalek, get your free gold. I'm not sure if, I mean, I feel like the replay already being here is actually on the bottom side play. So if we do get a replay of that, again, I'd like to see if he actually had vision of Porp, but yeah, it's just a 2v2 that, unfortunately, JDXL went out, the Ignite burns down on Tepe, but you can see so many Chakrams stacked up for Spike there, and yeah, no Gravita means that there's no route down onto Kicker, so he's able to Abyssal Voyage out, and MNS has already stolen away Dragane's ultimate, so it gives him a lot of extra mobility. Not that Silas really needs it, to be honest. Ultimate comes down from the Gangplank, and it just secures that kill. Nice play from XL.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Great play for them to get themselves heading kills for the first time this game, grab themselves a cheeky gold lead.
Yeah, magically ballooned 1.5k. I'm not sure where that's materialized from.
A couple of kills, some farm. If you look at how farm's looking across the board,
It's the
Zamalek
top lane.
has a confident one. Top lane, of course.
Mid lane as well. Yeah.
So just all the lanes, really, is what we're saying.
Yeah, the solo lanes. Zamalek's only up 200, so it's just the solo lanes, Gangplank as well. Occasionally farming with his Q in the laning phase is going to stack up all of the extra parlay gold. Tattooed does have the Sheen, so you know you can trade back, but it's like 250 damage per Sheen proc from Cries. Like, it just feels so unplayable at this moment in time. Tattooed, I feel like, is going to need some help from his jungler or Dragane if he can find his way up there to try and shut down the Gangplank and try and get yourself going on the side lane. That's, of course, what you want on the Camille. It's a very difficult laning phase. You don't necessarily pick the Camille into the Gangplank for, you know, set up in the early stages unless it is a topside heavy draft. In this case, it's not necessary. Now, Porp has slipped his way into the bottom side here, and I think Hepe's positioning might be giving this one away. You can see a lot of pings coming down from JDXL.
Well, both sides looking for the engage. Eminence actually moving on through it. We have 4v3 for JDXL as Zamlek goes on the side, doesn't manage to get Porp, but the rest of the team is melting through. The Evelyn couldn't escape, and that's another 2 for the Silas, 1 for the Varus, none for Singularity.
Yeah, I think that was just a really good read from JDXL. I think Hepe's positioning might have been a little bit too suspect, and you just immediately saw the ping start to come down, and game sense kicks in. Dan at some point picked up the Herald. I'm not sure if I'm blind and I just didn't see it, or I just don't recall. Maybe it happened in a replay.
Let's hope, because I didn't see it either.
There you go. Conscious decision, though, as I'll have to actually hold this point.
He's actually caught up in the ultimatum, throws down the ultimate, and Camille is in a lot of trouble, gets taken down, but Dragane is here, and with a low mana bar, a low health bar, and nowhere to run, Gangplank will also fall to the AD. Ari, 1 apiece in the top side. Eminez needs to be careful, but Dan is here, drops down the Rift Herald. It's just Yepe defending this mid tower, so it probably won't go down if they can move members towards it, but currently, Evelyn's the only one in the neighborhood.
Yeah, exactly, and there you go, charge. I'm not quite going to get that third plate. Wait, there you go. Wave goes. Or the Herald, actually, I think, got a last little attack in now. There's loads of pings coming down. They want to defend their red buff SNG. I feel like they might actually be able to... It's going to be a 50-50, but I feel like Porp wins these. Let's see, though. There you go, pretty close. Left that smite quite late. But XL, they're not going to be able to pick up any more jungle camps outside of that plate. Or inside of that play, rather. And they will just walk away from this one. Sitting pretty comfortably in the gold lead at the moment. I think achieving everything that they'd want to in the early game so far. SNG, it feels like they haven't been able to find a coherent sort of streak of play just yet. Porp, still waiting for that kind of, you know, level of access to a lane that you would expect out of an Evelyn post level 6. Hasn't been able to find an execute onto anybody yet. I feel like the setup's there in most lanes. You just got to, you know, sort of throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks.
Well, this is the thing, because we were talking about, well, we weren't. Initialize was talking about how Evelyn has these really great paths that they can come into gank. But look at this now. JDXL have completely hemmed in the gank paths. The engage is actually to come through from Yepe as Zamlek puts down the damage, but Dan is here. It'll be a 3v3. And members of Singularity have gone so low. Spike already going to be clawed to pieces. It's going to be Zamlek securing that one as the re-engage comes off for him, but it's only going to go to Dan, who ults away to get the health. Porp moving forward, looks for the execute, can't find it, and is now in a heap of trouble. Burns down as JDXL are going to maraud forward, looking towards another kill. Eminez has the ultimate from Ari and has the AP to use it. And it looks like Yepe only going to stall with that stopwatch does get deleted, and the draft, I'm sorry, Nymera, it seems to be coming apart at the seams.
Is this a 1-0 against the Hapgood brothers?
Maybe Nymera, well, what we need to do is we need to see, we need to get confirmation on that.
Right.
We can swap them over to see if Initialize is actually the one that needs to be drafting. Maybe they got the wrong Hapgood. They were like, we hit Hapgood. Oh, actually, Dragane is in a lot of trouble. Eminez is there. We'll be able to dash over the wall and has support from the Aphelios, but that was an interesting chain. It will secure the kill for the Silas. Spike will return.
It's a nice shutdown.
Exchange picks up the shutdown. That's good for Singularity, but again, it's just making these plays that don't make a lot of sense in the top side. Porp might be looking for one that makes a little bit more. It'll be a 2v1, and Kryze is really overextended, throws down the ultimate, but it's caught out by the Evelyn as well, and in the ultimatum, there's nowhere to run. That's what Singularity need to be doing.
Yeah, they needed to be doing this about 6.5 minutes ago.
Right.
So we're a little bit late on that one, because now XL almost have a 6,500 gold lead.
Last game you said 1.5 minutes late was one of the major issues.
Yeah.
6 minutes late seems significantly worse.
You can do basic arithmetic.
I honestly
proud
am
of you.
surprised.
Yeah, so they finally do punish Kryze for what has been definitely aggressive laning, but that is kind of how you play this Gangplank lane. Assuming it's in isolation, which, considering a lot of the focus that we've seen on the bottom side of the map towards the mid lane a little bit, yeah, it's about time he's been punished. But unfortunately, Porp hasn't really been able to find anything else outside of that. Was gifted a kill in the early stages. Evelyn hasn't been able to get rolling, and that's kind of what you want, especially like in a competitive setting, right? Of course, we see Evelyn in solo queue, she tears up games just because it's a very unorganized sort of format for an Evelyn to kind of be roaming around and freely picking up these kills. It's not always like that in competitive, but so far I feel like Porp just hasn't been able to find his mark on this Eve. Now looking for a play onto the bottom side of NLS, but
He's half health.
Yeah, 1, he's full health. 2, he's actually rushed the Zhonya's, which I think is a pretty intelligent call here. Looking for the setup now.
Yepe's here as well, though. It'll be a 3v1. Silas will be able to dash away, but caught up with the charm nonetheless. Gets the ultimate, gets away for a moment, but won't be caught up by the Nautilus. JDXL's mid laner as the whole game on strings. Goes for the stopwatch out of the ultimate. Eminence, no. Please. They've had enough.
That's why he's rushed on this. It's as simple as that. Going to be able to walk away with his life. And SNG, they will pick up this dragon, and it is technically their second dragon, but...
it's not technically, it is their second dragon.
No, but technically, they're not going to be able to get a third, I imagine. JDXL are probably going to contest that one. They've proactively made the choice to go and secure the Herald. Whilst they do lose out on this bottom side tower, I don't think they're too pressed about it. It seems like Kryze is pushing on the top side. He is fast tracking to level 13. Already level 12 at 16 minutes. And of course, level 13, that is when the barrels tick down the fastest for Gangplank. And that is when you typically have access to, you know, the easier to hit barrels in team fights. Usually it's very, very easy to react to Gangplank barrels before that, especially in these sort of 5v5 situations. And I think, given the audio cue I just heard in my ear, that Gangplank just picked up the true damage portion of his ultimate.
Okay.
So already 500 Silver Serpents at 16 minutes, given how aggressively he was laning, also shows to me that
you look at the goal, you look at the farm difference, don't you? Like that tells a story in and of itself. And again, he has died twice, so Singularity have been making him pay not handsomely for this kind of play. We're actually going to hold the whole point because Kick is caught out with the charm, has to flash away, has the grey health running, but it looks like Singularity are not going to give up without a fight until the Gangplank ultimate comes on through with the true damage in the middle. As you mentioned, good audio cue knowledge. As Dan moving forward trying to grab this red buff, but he's all on his lonesome. The rest of JDXL not super interested in helping him, and now he's going to have to find a way out. Running for dear life, has to hold over the wall to avoid the charm as well, and does manage to survive. So doesn't get the buff, but gets out. That's Singularity still holding on in these kind of situations, but when you need 4 or 5 members to take down 1 or 2, things are a little bit dicey.
Yeah, it's not the best position to be in, and I was about to talk about the as well. Instead, I guess I'll talk about Bifrost Riddle. I think it is definitely our premier game of today, and I think it has, you know, realistically, the most stakes for both these teams. You know, if Riddle are able to take down Bifrost later on today, or after this match, I shouldn't say later on today, if Riddle are able to take down Bifrost, it is it's not a confirmation.
They put themselves in such
But it is in such a strong position to secure playoffs that it feels almost wrong to talk about them not making playoffs at that point. For Bifrost, again, it's about that race for second place at the moment. As X7, it seems like, should be clear. Obviously, anything can happen. It's League of Legends.
Good to know you know what game we're casting.
Thank you.
Positive.
I've been working really hard on it.
It's like, you know, as it is. But it looks like Dragane is in a lot of trouble here, just going to be caught up. And again, the mid lane, wrong place, wrong time. And that's kind of been the story of Singularity this game. They had that really great early string of play. And by that, I mean exactly one play bot and an effective gank top about 10 minutes later. But they've managed to lose their inner tower on the bot side. Eminez moving forward. I don't think there'll be a charge because Porp is in the wings. I think Eminez might be scared away. Actually, he's going to just go in for the fight. The charge comes through. It'll be a 1v3, but has the ultimate from Ari, and Porp is much lower than he is. Eminez just does not care.
He's 2 items already, and so is Zamalek as well on the JDXL side, as Kryze is looking for the solo kill.
Kryze needs that gold to hit his second item as well, but we're going to move to mid lane where we're going to see Spike rooted up, taken out. Yebe won't be able to find the hook as JDXL are here to support. The tower will fall. And what does Singularity do? Because looking at the gold, very rough. Looking at the game state, very rough. Is what's the game? What should be the game plan? Can there be one?
I'm going to give you my favorite line, Will. I'm an analyst, not a miracle. It is looking
teleport behind. They're looking for the miracle. The ult over the wall is failed by Dan, who has to flash as Yebe caught out. But we're going to go for the ultimatum onto Kryze. But JDXL are there moving forward. And Camille actually has to disengage. The volley bear's going to get a little bit smaller. Looking towards Camille. Get the stun, get the damage. There's the kill as Singularity. They go for the play. They do manage to take out Kryze on the back. Porp securing the kill. However, I don't know if Porp's going to be able to get out of this one alive. Slowed, not stunned, but there it is as JDXL secure another Singularity routed once again.
Yeah, and let me test your League of Legends knowledge real quick. It looks like they're not going to do it. What spawns in 5 seconds?
What time is it?
It was 1950.
That is barren.
Exactly. So I feel like XL, if they really felt like it, they could have even taken that one down. But yeah, this is, you know, Dan retreating a little bit slowly, but they just weren't able to make anything stick. SNG, they threw everything that they could at all the members in front of them, and unfortunately, they weren't able to take anyone down, with the exception of Porp, who does manage to find a flank. on to Cries, but I mean, it's a 1-for-1. It was always going to be a 1-for-1 in most cases, unfortunately. And that is the case for his trade there. Not even a shutdown kill, which is kind of unfortunate when you look at it, because everybody else has a shutdown on them.
It's... Right, for Singularity,
Yes.
we've been talking a little bit, and we talk behind the scenes as a talent team, occasionally, when they return my calls.
Yeah.
And people have been saying, look, Singularity, in games like this, they like seeing them go for off-the-wall stuff. They've been talking on social media about how they want to be playing stuff that's a little bit different, catching people off guard.
Yeah.
How much out of the box, because I know the desk talked about it, and we talked about it a little bit, as actually we have a bit of a fight, but
Sure.
I think I've already seen
I don't know if this is a
I think I
fight.
might have seen this one as Yepe is going to be chased away, will go down, Pop is going to go the exact same way.
God.
I don't think Tattoo's going to be able to get involved, so I'll just continue my point,
Yeah.
as they're going to be able to take wolves. How off the wall, is this draft too off the wall, or is it on execution, do you think? As we're going to see potentially another fight, but again, I think we've seen this one before.
I think if you're talking about it in the context of competitive play,
Yes.
the execution is definitely quite hard. At the end of the day, I feel like if you're talking about kind of a scale, as yes, we do realize XL are on the Baron, but realistically, who is going to stop them? The answer is, well, apparently Dragane and Tattoo are going to try and walk in, but let's see what they can actually make happen. Spirit Rush was used, first charge, second charge.
Going to be jumping in. Here's the fight. As Eminence actually goes low, has to go golden, but it's going to come out to a completely different team fight state. The Silas is dead, which could be huge, but Spike is looking to try and get away, but so much damage is coming on through. The Gangplank's looking for one more shot, can't find it. Moving towards the Nautilus in that little corridor, and kills on the side as well. JDXL, it's a triple kill. Go over to Cries. He has a shutdown bounty now. And now they get to take themselves not only the Baron, but that top lane tower. And crucially, though, I don't know how crucially, with the game state as is,
Okay, go on,
Silas
Jimmy.
doesn't have the Baron buff.
Well, I'm going to give it to you straight.
You got to give me something,
I'm
man.
going to give it to
Come
you
on.
straight, man. I don't think it matters. Yeah, Eminez, of course, does eventually die. But the issue is, at 15k gold down, how much does it really matter? This Gangplank armor absolutely shreds through the attempted Baron stop or interruption from SNG. But yeah, SNG is just, there's not too much to talk about. They're too far behind to really contest this. Cries tears through the members in front of him, and SNG walk away with more than their tails between their legs, to be honest with you. As now they are going to be sieging into the mid lane. You've got Eminence on the bottom side, to try and get a wave shoved down. And I just feel like SNG's time is more than passed. I'm trying to make something work here, unfortunately. Though, hey, they might be able to try and ruin some KDAs. Dan's still not died yet.
Let's change the narrative a little bit. Let's
All
look
right.
at this from a different direction. So Singularity are going to very much struggle to get into this one.
Okay.
You've got to imagine.
Uh-huh.
With the game as is. How did JDXL close out? They're moving towards this bot lane. They've already got this mid lane inhibitor.
I think we're seeing it on our screen.
Just
What they're doing right now, just moving lane to lane. They already had the bottom side cracked open. They can go towards the top side now. There's no wave. If they want to play it by the books, they can go to the top side, but it looks like a fight's just going to break out instead.
For the root, but gets caught up himself. Dan has the ult away and actually goes low. Will not lose his first step today as the rest of JDXL move forward and are taking Singularity to the clean. His damage coming through is so massive. JDXL still have all 5 members, and Cries is on a rampage, taking down everyone he sees. Dragane moving back to the fountain, doesn't want to ruin his own KDA any further, as Singularity will lose again. JDXL keep themselves at near the top of the table. They keep themselves in striking distance, keep themselves in the conversation for best team in the league. But Singularity, it was hard to master the competition, Dan. You playing with our emotions, but JDXL were not playing with their food as they secure themselves another win.
Yeah, and sub 25-minute victory for the...
Good times.
Yes, a good
They're done listening to us already, clearly.
Yeah, they are.
2 games in.
Dominating performance. It's hard to talk about games in that fashion, you know, post mortem.
Yes.
Really, it's absolute slaughter from JD.
Fortunately,
Yes.
we don't actually have to do
we
that
don't.
because that's Arkrom's job. He's going to be talking to both of the teams in a couple of minutes' time, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Welcome back to the post game after JDXL takes down Singularity for another victory, almost securing themselves the second spot on the standings, heading towards the playoffs. Now, it was an interesting game nonetheless. We had Evelyn in the jungle, attack speed Ari in the mid lane, and I gotta refrain, guys. I gotta disclaim this. Nightmare played attack speed and AD Ari before. He attacked me on social media, so I'm just gonna say this, guys. We know, Nightmare, you're the best Ari player in the world, okay? He's not, but cut this part, okay? He's not even close. Looking into the post game, though, I have with me on the part of JDXL, not Turok, but I have for the first time Zamulek. Hello, pleasure to meet you.
Hello, nice to meet you.
So, Varos again into the bot side, and for the first time, it is not attack speed Varos. I was expecting the attack speed. What made you change your idea?
I feel like lethality gives you a much more opportunity to do stuff in fights. Like I usually just go on hit Varus when enemy have like at least one tank. They didn't have one, so I don't know. I just like to stand behind my team, let them carry me, and I can just like throw Q ulti and that's all.
Even though
guess
you
that's my
have
duty.
the failures and the Jinx and all those hyper carries that everybody's picking every single day, you pick the Varus. Is this like a special champion to you?
Yeah, it means this champion means a lot of me. I was playing in the Ultra League finals, Varus, so I don't know. I just like him.
You are our savior, by the way, because we're getting spam with those two AD carries. So it is a breath of fresh air every single time you bring the Varus. So thank you, and the meta thanks you as well. Looking into this game, you see the Evelyn, you see the attack speed Ari. What goes through your mind as a player as soon as you get out of the champion select and you see the lethal tempo on the Ari?
I mean, I didn't expect this one. I saw Caps was playing this, but I honestly don't think it's good. I think if you wanna play like AD marksman on mid, you have plenty of options, like better options than AD Ari, but I don't know. I don't think Singularity can make playoffs, so I guess they just wanted to test it or play for fun, something like that.
Yeah, they no longer can make playoffs, so I think they were trying to spice it up a little bit. And the way you adapted, like the entire team in terms of vision, pressure on the Evelyn, is this something that Turok called out for you guys to take aware? Like, do not allow Evelyn to get an early level 6, invade the jungle with all the vision you can get, or was this something that the team consciously decided upon?
I think it's more team. Like when you play solo queue, there is out of like every main, so you kinda. I think all of the players got used to the thing that everyone can just like you can just easily counter her with pings, and like I don't know, you just have to be really bad to don't do it. No, like.
And since it's the first time that I get to talk with you on the interviews, I'd like to take this time to get to know what makes you, like, what is your drive? JDXL almost securing the second seed for the playoffs. What does this mean specifically to you? Like, what winning the entire split would mean to you, Zamulek? I don't want to talk about the team. I'm talking about you as a player.
I mean, I came to NLC just to win the league. I really want to like win something in my career. I was in Poland. I was really close to win Ultra Liga tournament 2 times. I lost 2-3 in both finals. So it would actually mean to me like it's a how to say achievement in my life. Like I don't know. I just want to win something, like grab some trophy.
Okay. I mean, the team looks solid, so who knows what's going to happen at the end of the split. And now, if you're talking about trophies and achievements and end goals, what is your objective as a player in League of Legends competitively? You're looking into this game, you're getting better every day, you have a solid team. What is the future end goal for Zamulek?
I don't know. I just want to enjoy life. That's my goal.
It's a good one.
Like seriously, I don't have any expectation for my life. Like I have to make LEC in 2 years or something. Like I think when I will work on my life, I will work on my lifestyle. work on my game, try hard every day, then I think everything will come with future. But for now, I just want to enjoy life and be happy.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Enjoying life is a good objective, man. It seems like a clean one. Zami, thank you so much for the interview. It is a pleasure to meet you, and I'll see you soon. Who knows, in the playoffs.
Thank you. See ya.
See ya. There you go, JDXL looking sturdier as they go on. Singularity pulling a fast one on us with the Avalanche, with the art in the mid lane, with the stack speed. Obviously, just as we talked about, it doesn't mean anything to them because they are not allowed to go to playoffs anymore. They only have one victory, so they're out of the equation. But it's always good to see something like this, like the spiciness of picks. And we got that promise on Twitter, and this is why I'm going to talk with Yeppe, who was the one promising us all those. Oh, it's not Yeppe, it is Pop. There you go, Pop. I got bamboozled. There you go, Pop. Welcome. I got the promise from Yeppe on the social media, and you picked the Evelyn. Who decided upon this?
So Eve is, I think, like a little bit underappreciated as a character in general, but she's kind of hyper unique in the way she plays, so it doesn't get picked up that often in competitive play. Yeah, I think there's an Eve one trick in NA Academy who can pull her off quite well, and I have kind of a history of playing her as well. So I wanted to try her into volleyball, which is I think like one of her better matchups. Yeah, I think no champion could have maybe made up for our lack of performance in this game. But yeah, I think it was fun no matter what.
Let's be honest, your jungle was heavily warded and you received a lot of attention as an Evelyn in the jungle, which is really hard to get that level 6, right?
Yeah, I think I made some decent calls on kind of like avoiding invades and stuff and trying to go for something else. But I think like later on, like especially getting counter ganked and them kind of like baiting me, especially to go for stuff. Yeah, it was just a bit too difficult for us in that moment. But
I would like to go back, Pop,
yeah,
if possible, to the last game you guys had in the previous week where you guys took the first victory. I noticed the clip. And I know how hard that was, like how good it was for you to feel that victory. But I want to hear from you, what does it mean to get a victory on the NLC with like the new formation of the team?
Yeah, that feeling was absolutely euphoric. It's kind of like you don't know, like water tastes really good after you haven't drank it for like 4 weeks, you know. That's kind of what it was like. We were getting really close, I think, in the weeks beforehand, or the games were kind of progressively getting closer and closer, and we are kind of showing small signs of sentience before the Niriki game. And I think like Niriki was probably the highest likelihood we had a chance of winning against, and for us to do it in that way. And I think for me, especially, having a decent performance in that game was really important, showing that I can do things, and I think that confidence is going to roll really well into like M&M on Wednesday. Looking forward to that.
That's exactly what I was going into, because obviously you say it was the achievable team to win versus Nuriki, but you still have 3 games. Out of these 3 games, which game do you think it is achievable as well to get another victory?
Yeah, so I think we have M&M, Bifrost, and I don't know what the other team is. Dusty, I think. I honestly think there's a good chance we can take a game off either of them. I think Bifrost lost to Niriki a few weeks back. So whether the chance is high or small, I think, we are definitely going to be competitive in those games. I think XL and X7 are a bit in their own league, so these games, especially against us, don't look too nice. But I feel so confident and so ready to play into M&M and the teams next week.
Pop, it's always a pleasure to have you with me on the interviews. Thank you so much. Obviously, I love the clip. I got to tell you, I love the clip. I had to blur out a few parts of the clip, but it was amazing. Yeah. I get the idea. I get the hypiness as well. It was lovely, and congratulations on the victory. And I want to see more of that for Singularity. Moving on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, man.
There we go. Singularity with those words. It is a good clip. If you beep most of it, but it's a good clip. There's a lot of transit on that street though. Now, without further ado, I would like to send it to a quick break before we move on to the next game. It's going to be Bifrost versus Riddle, and Riddle needs this victory. Bifrost needs this one if they want to fight for the second spot. High stakes game. I'll see you soon. welcome back to the desk. We're about to jump into another game. Do you want to take any more space off the desk?
Yes, I do.
What is this?
Going. Just I got.
So this is a casual trait of locking someone out of a conversation. So what he's doing right now with his body position on the desk shows that while leaning towards you, blocking me out from conversation at
I'm
the
just
same
jealous
time.
of your dynamic. What can I say?
I mean, you are already sitting in the middle. You are in the perfect spot to talk with the both of us. If anyone is working with a good dynamic,
the key
it's you.
issue there is both of you. So whereas really, I could just be here with Artrum, and you know.
I don't know what is happening.
Artrum, do you want to talk League of Legends? I'm getting tired of it.
Yes, I want to talk League of Legends after this game with the Evelyn, with the RD attack speed, and now we get to see Riddle versus Bifrost. Bifrost obviously needs this victory if they want to stay in the shadow of JDXL and overtake them in the future. The other side, though, Riddle, if they don't win,
Things get spicier.
yes.
So, reminder for those people at home, Riddle are the team that are least likely to make playoffs out of that middle group as it stands there. The one that is the win behind both Vanir and were behind, and of course, Dusty as well. If they lose the next couple of games, things get very interesting for the likes of Astralis, M&M, Nariki. They want to prove more consistency.
Yes, and basically there's a lot of pressure on them as well because you have all the teams under you preying on your downfall. Literally, M&M, Astralis, Nariki, they all want Riddle to lose. So there's a lot of pressure on them. From Riddle themselves, they know they've not been performing to their highest capabilities, and I do think at times some of their players are looking like a shadow of their former self. Then sometimes we see the sun finally show up, the shadow kindly gets removed, and we see the player standing in front of them. But it's very inconsistent. It's clearly a team that sometimes has some struggle in terms of how they want to play the game, not only on a team level, but also on an individual level. So now moving against Bifrost, this might be the perfect chance to prove yourself a team that has been having some of the same issues, just with a little bit more talented individuals in their roster. And as we know, Riddle, they have been a very topside focused team. I think Slowq specifically, moving up against Fury, I think there's a lot of pressure in that mid lane matchup. You get to take over that matchup, you get the priority in the first move to finally let the rest of the map be freed out from the rest of that pressure. I think that can do a lot to a team that's been struggling.
Yeah, and I want to call it out. I don't think Fury and Slowq have been as dominant as we might have expected coming into playoffs. And I know both of these teams are, you know, Riddle's kind of improved, and Bifrost even still in contention for those top two spots. But I do think both of these players have perhaps not been at the level we were hoping for, honestly, even for the likes of Fury. There was one game where he was like 0-4 on the Syndra for a while, which wasn't really working out. Slowq has been a little inconsistent. We saw there was that one Corki game we keep referring back to where it was a bit... Again, some of the package choices are a bit off, and in this matchup particularly, coming into these last couple of weeks, I want to see these players step. I want to see what we were expecting of them before play kicked off this season. And
specifically as well, because talking about freeing up the map, when I'm saying that, it's mostly about freeing up the bot lane and allow bot lane to play for themselves. From the side of Bifrost, Odie has been a catalyst. He's been like the driving factor in terms of having a reliable carrying the late game. He's shown the capabilities of it in laning phase with Joel, and he also shows the mechanics later in the late game team fights. On the side of Riddle though, Fatukan and Nukes, they have been struggling at times. I find them like, it's like a coin toss. Either I see them struggling or I see them finally taking over the lane. And I feel like if you get the extra facilitators on the side of Riddle to allow them to have a normal laning phase, move into the mid game with a little bit of a lead, I think Riddle gets to play a little bit on the edge that allows themselves to get these victories. And, you know, Jinx getting banned out, that probably just means that the Aphelios is coming through, but that should also mean you have an AD carry in mind instead. Maybe like the Caitlyn we've seen earlier.
Yeah, I kind of can agree with that. I think getting a LeBlanc for Slowq as well, that is a more comfortable pick for him. I like it. It also, you know, puts the question on Fury. You give MC the Lee Sin. It's one of those non-AP junglers that obviously was a bit of a meme early on in the season. He's still very good, the Lee Sin. LeBlanc Lee Sin, level 6, is absolutely disgusting amount of damage.
It's not only just level 6, like we're talking like the first levels.
Oh, no,
yes.
Yeah.
Level 3 is amazing.
This is like, when we talk jungle mid synergy, this is probably the lane as like almost as old as time. So you talk about the chain into the sonic wave into the kill. This matchup has to be about the 2v2. You have to get something going for you in the early game, because if you suddenly snowball against them, you can take that 2v2 in the mid lane into the jungle, down to the bot lane. You get so much freedom if you're successful with a 2v2 like this.
Yeah, what I will say though is C-Boy, you know, there's still things like the Xin Zhao which you go towards and you can play that mid lane out with the kind of too early AD junglers, but I think there's also a world where something like the Poppy comes back for C-Boy, because he did play that earlier in the season, and that into a LeBlanc, into a Lee Sin, when you've got the Vex as well, you've got some pretty good ways to deal with the mobility of those champions. And I wonder whether that is an option. They've locked in the Tahm Kench for duel, which has been really phenomenal, bluntly speaking, and that's a Draven lock.
That is
okay.
Draven, and I think it's interesting because when Aphelios doesn't have Calibrum, then he won't actually be able to outrange the Draven, but it's about playing around those weapon combinations as well at the same time. Draven's very immobile as well if you get caught up by Gravitum. We don't know the jungle yet, but that would spell Doom as well. So it's definitely about having that tracking down once again when you play immobile picks like a Draven. On the side of Bifrost though, they haven't picked a single jungler, so it's actually quite surprising to see that Riddler is like, well, you don't really care about the junglers, let's start batting away some top laners.
Yeah, I kind of wonder whether we do see something like a Poppy ban, or they really do want to push Shikari on something he's a little less comfortable on. The Gwen was obviously banned earlier on, he's very, very good at that. Camille, again, something he's been prioritizing a little bit more in recent weeks, and at least as far as I can tell for someone like Riddle, they're probably going to want a slightly more defensive top side, like a Gragas or an Ornn or something, because you've got a Draven, you've got a LeBlanc, you're going to want to play towards one of those lanes pretty aggressively early on.
That's the thing, because right now as well, you can think laning phase, and we are diving into the laning phase here, but if you want to take a look at the broad picture as well, it is going to be about team fights later on. And currently right now from the side of Riddle, you got a very pick-oriented composition. You don't really have that front-to-back fight currently. So either you continue to say, okay, win lane, win game kind of style, where we go through a Thresh together with the Draven. Remember, Tahm Kench doesn't actually gobble up pre-6.
So you got some kill combos,
get a lot of pressure in the laning phase. And then you just try and utilize that pressure to shut down your enemies completely. Or you go the standard route, which is getting an engage support, which is what Bifrost is currently trying to stop them from. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so potentially you can lock in some of the Nar here as well. And what I will say is it does leave a counter pickup for support, which is an old school like SKT thing they used to do back in like 2016-15 for Wolf, where you lock in something safe like the Gnar, which can kind of play weak side-ish, and you basically mean that
know the Tahm Kench.
Well, they do, but it means that if you're picking something really bizarre, it doesn't mean you can counter it elsewhere in the composition. I kind of agree. You already know what you're playing into mostly, but there is a world where they've got something really weird out, and you could counter it with a draft, and leaving it to last pick allows you to still keep it a little bit more secure.
That would have to be really specific and really wild. You have all the information you need to the outside.
With that Gnar pick, that would be the power of doing it this way round.
At the other end of the coin is just that you have huge prior on Hullbreaker now. Like, Gnar has been showed up and been proven to be such a power pick. So that might also be what they're trying to go for. And that might just be an Akali for Shikari in the top side. You know, that Gnar, right now the meta, as we just talked about, it's Hullbreaker. It's about staying alone on the side lane. Who else to punish and Gnar alone on the side lane, especially if you can get ahead of the curve? Akali.
Which is curious because you know Fury is one of the best Akalis in the league. He's going to be playing Vex with the Akali on the top side for Shikari. I don't know if there's a world where you can see the swap, but that would be tremendous.
Okay.
It's not the spiciest.
No, it's not the spiciest. It's not the super spiciest, but Rel is a champion that can be punished with picks that can kind of punish her overdiving. She's not actually that tanky. Especially if you're running Glacial. Rel has a lot of CC, but she is significant. She's not an Alistair. She's not even a Nautilus who have a certain innate tankiness. That's part of why Rel fell out of meta a little bit over the last 6 months to a year. Is she's just a bit squishy. If you're not careful and you're not named FGG. I think you can make this work, and you can actually catch the Aphelios and the Tahm Kench in a big multi-man attack.
I'm actually excited for Bifrost comp because I think they have some really good tools together here. You have the 3 top lane here being like, okay, we're all about the dive in. Usually when you have a dive in combo and your AD carry cannot follow you, it goes bad. Like it's a different stylistic. But having that Tahm Kench all of a sudden means that yes, when the dive ins comes through from the Gnar, from the Rel as well, well, you're just going to be gobbled up. When you finally get spat out, you're going to have a huge shield. And by the time the opponents have tried to attack your AD carry, their AD carries are going to get riled down by a Hecarim, by an Akali, by a Vex. So I'm actually really looking forward to the team fightings from the side of Bifrost.
I completely agree. I mean, for Riddle, they're going to need to make the use out of their early lane. They need to get the LeBlanc, the Draven rolling, because if you have got the tools to make that happen,
but if it doesn't, that early game as well. It's the early game for both teams. On one side, Riddle needs this early game to get the scaling going on. Bifrost needs this victory to stay on the shadow of JDXL. So without further ado, it's up to you, Casters, to tell us what's going to happen.
The conspiracy theory continues. The players want these games done to get us off screen.
Potentially. I'm not gonna deny it.
We've got 2 teams that have decided, right, one team has gone in, as Des was saying, we need to be winning mid lane, bot lane, at least one hard, if not preferably both. And the other team is like, well, our job is going to be to stop you doing that. And in order to do so, either they have to be turbo passive, but not giving up everything else as we jump onto the Rift, or they're going to have to be aggressive themselves. So, finding our way on. What? Jamada.
Yes, sir.
It's not like I don't trust our analysts.
Okay.
I do. I do appreciate them. Ducky on screen.
Michael, see, I know when Nymera and Initialize are here, they call him like Sophos, Destroyer of Worlds and Devourer of Realms, I believe I heard that.
But he's a duck.
But to me, he's just Michael the Duck.
He's just a duck, isn't he?
He's just a duck.
Like, Bifrost and Riddle in the sky. Bifrost's been in the sky so far this season, looking to the only team that can take down X7 at the top of the table. Losing here confirms X7 the title of regular season, because JDXL can catch up, but they're 0-2, so it doesn't matter. Bifrost, of course, would lose out. X7 will either, well, I say will either, can either win today if Bifrost drop this game, or they can grab it on Wednesday by winning their game. But for Bifrost, this is a big game. For Riddle, maybe even bigger.
Yeah.
Because they win this game, they're not confirmed, but we were talking about this a little bit earlier and saying, if Riddle win this game, look, they're basically there.
Yeah, no, they, you know, a win here, the rest of the teams below them, 4 wins. It's a 4-win gap. You've got 4 games left. All it takes is Riddle to effectively, you know, pick up 1 more game. I think the strength schedule discussion was about Astralis. I don't think it was actually about Riddle. I think Riddle still have a pretty strong opportunity to then pick up a 9th win anyway. So yeah, it's a must-win game. I feel like for both teams. And again, whilst yes, we can have the conversation about, you know, trying to reach for first place for Bifrost, I think realistically the conversation is about trying to secure 2nd place and being in a race with JDXL.
Yes.
To try and avoid that loser bracket. That is the slightly more important thing, I feel like, for Bifrost. Because again, you start off in the winners bracket, you get extra life, you get, you know, the immediate buy if you win that series, I'll search for the word, into the finals, which takes you directly to UM, whether it's play-ins or main. Doesn't matter, you're at UM. So coming into that 1-2 position, very, very important. Talk about the game now. Junglers both did start off on the top side. C-Boy on the Hecarim. Go for that very standard. Full clear here. MC on the opposite side. Red, Raptors, Gromp looking at the bottom lane straight away, and I think it makes sense. You've got that Draven, you've got nukes on the rail. You want to try and make as much impact as you can. You've got the setup there, certainly. Maybe looking for something else instead. Could even go for a dive. The wave is stacked up, and it looks like that's the positioning for it. But C-Boy's going to be right here. MC's going to watch him turn the corner, and they might still go for this regardless.
They could go for the play. It's going to be a 3v2 under tower. What can Tom Kench do here? The damage on the Odie is big already. He's going to go down for first blood as Riddle look to make their exchange. But C-Boy is here. He's going to catch them as they move into the brush. But he doesn't get any CC down.
C-Boy probably only has 2 points in Q and no point in E. Actually, if observers, if I can ask, we can click on C-Boy. He was still farming. He was still farming, so he didn't have Devastating Charge available. He's going to pick up the wave now. Obviously, he's going to ding level 4. Then he's going to be able to go back to the Krogs and farm up more. But no E means there's no trade kill, because all he can do is pop Ghost, walk in, pray that he can get some kills. But Phase Rush, there's no stacking AD. There's no way to get onto any of the members there from Riddle. Perfectly executed dive, especially from Nuke's Flash E. Locks down all of the CC, and the damage that follows is lethal. No opportunity for Bifrost's bot lane to even flash.
It's stuff like that where it's a case of, we know that their Hecarim is probably going to have to... If he'd leveled E, that is a completely different story. That's 1, maybe 2 return kills.
Yeah.
But as it is now, Bifrost do lose out on First Blood. First Blood isn't everything. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. But Riddle do need to get ahead of ourselves.
Well, they need to get ahead of Bifrost.
Yeah, I mean... Okay, fine, whatever.
He hates
you know what? That's fine. I don't care. The first kill went over to Draven. It's the champion.
No, don't throw it away. This is very important for Riddle, because at the end of the day, Draven is part of the core win condition here. You draft Draven, you have to play around him. MC, recognizing that, as well as Riddle, they stack up the wave. Riddle is there, or MC is there rather, on that 3rd wave, and they make the dive work. And again, they're stacking the wave for a 2nd time. Given where MC is, the only way that he makes it to this wave, they're actually pinging the wave. So I think MC might recall off the Raptors and then try and make it to the stacked wave. We'll see if my prediction comes true. I think that's what's going to end up happening. MC's going to recall, and they're going to try and make the dive work on this wave. So expect MC to immediately sprint it down to the bottom lane and then look for a dive here. Let's see if, you know, Bifrost actually read this one out. You can tell how slow they're trying to push this wave in. They're doing their best to try and ensure that it doesn't crash on this wave right now, so they want it to sort of hit where the banner is, where the NLC banner is. They want the wave to sort of stop there, and then they'll deliver the wave. They'll crash the wave in. Now, they'll hard shove now, or try and wait for MC to catch up, really. And then they're going to go for the dive again. C-Boy, he's pathing down towards the bottom side. He's going to be here. He's going to be level 5. This time, he will have the Devastating Charge available and actually skipping the camp. So he's reading this play exceptionally well. And he's going to be here,
mid laners
ready.
As well, you know.
Yeah, mid
Everyone
laners
wants
too.
to get involved. This could be a dive, or it could be a case of too many cooks. Slowq is going to find C-Boy in the brush as Riddle need to make the play
could go
happen
to him
now.
instead.
They're going towards C-Boy. They're trying to get the damage on the Hecarim. They grab the kill. He's not even on the tower, but members of Bifrost have turned up. They're getting a decent amount of damage on MC. He will be removed, but now Bifrost are chasing Riddle out of their jungle. Get the stun down onto Rel. She's too slow. Gets taken down before she can remount. Slowq gets over the wall to dodge out, and Jewel is actually stopped from going over the wall of the Abyssal Charge anyway, but that's the joy. You called the play as it happened. We saw the response from both teams, a couple of kills apiece.
It's a telegraph play at the end of the day. I think as soon as Bifrost see this wave stacking up slowly, if I could call it out, I feel like the players on Bifrost can call it out. And that's exactly what happens here. We'll get the replay of the dive. So it's Slowq finding C-Boy in the bush. They root him down and they jump on him immediately. They execute him. Who gets the kill is Slowq, which is nice for Slowq in this lane in the 1v1. But at the end of the day, Vex is always going to negate that 1v1 play. And from this point on, Nuke's demounted. He went for the engage on C-Boy, so he's a very easy pickup. And like you called out as well, the mid lane is very, very fast to respond to the map as it moved. And especially C-Boy skipped out on the camp just to ensure that he was there. Of course, did die, but the point is he sucks Riddle into the bottom side, so they're able to, at the very least, trade 2 for 1. Excellent read from Bifrost. Riddle doing the correct thing, maybe a little bit slowly, a little bit too easy to predict.
Yes, it was the kind of thing where this is the correct play, but everyone knows it's the correct play. And those 2 kills going on to Aphelios, we talked about Draven, it being important for him to get the kills. We were kind of cut off on that point because the play was happening. 2 kills on the Aphelios now, and we know how much not only he can do, but how much Odie can do on him, because we've seen it time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, even last year, EUM, Odie on the Aphelios on, what was it, Rogue? I go Rogue, I believe. Spectacular player throughout that tournament.
Yeah?
Oh, no, not a go Rogue. Where was Odie? Odie's come from.
You're looking at me.
I'm looking at you. I'm supposed to know these things.
For you.
Because Lucca was on go Rogue. So I'm trying. Some historian, or not even historian, people are just probably going to be mad at that. But Odie, of course, like we know, on the Aphelios. He's spectacular. PDW. Odie was on PDW. There you go. It came to my head eventually. MC's doing some counter jungling. And we'll steal away the blue, steal away the Gromp. And these have been cycled twice already. So these are pretty big XP pickups. That's going to help Slingshot him back into parry with C-Boy. Level 6. Also going to pick up the wall. C-Boy is here. And Fury actually isn't, but coming out of the base, so might be able to make it back to this in time. Kick away, wall hop. All right, MC's out. Though Shikari might have something to say about it.
Shikari might well do, but MC's looking for a route out, looks towards the mid wave, will be able to jump away from it and dives towards a wall, but takes a lot of damage, and there's 2 members of Bifrost chasing him down. Kex is there to try and defend, to try and keep these hunters at bay as MC goes around the houses, but all he finds is Shikari, and you don't want to ring that guy's doorbell at 2 in the morning. I was going for the player play, and I was like, there needs to be a closing line, and I don't know what it is.
Why? You know what? I'm just going to leave you at that one. Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised that Riddle didn't try and defend MC a little harder. I think my only thought process here is that Kex had just come out of Mega Gnar, so they didn't feel confident fighting. Yeah. Because Fury, I think the call would have been Fury's in base. He might make it there first. So even though Slowq's there, if the wave's shoving back into Fury, I'm going to miss too much from making this move. So they throw MC to the wayside. Shikari picks up the kill, which is going to be nice for his 1v1.
Double buffs as well.
Double buffs as well. And I feel like it's not something we see too often. Shikari on a carry. I feel like this historically, the closest to carry we get to see out of Shikari is what? Gangplank at best. And even then, typically utilizes a weak sider. So different, different tune here for Shikari. I'm excited to see what exactly he can get done on such a mechanically intensive champion. We, of course, know he's very capable of playing these champions, but not often afforded the opportunity to do so. So definitely a bit of a joy, I'm sure, especially for the longer term, sort of legacy UK viewers, additionally. Nice to see him on a pick like this, as Riddle will pick up the Ocean Dragon. Mountain spawns next. 1 of 3. The Cloud, Hextech, or Infernal will be our soul here. And I think all very impactful.
Huh? I'm proud you know the names of all 5 of the dragons.
Oh my god, thank you. I study so hard for it. As I'm more interested really on the Herald usage here.
Okay.
From C-Boy. At the moment, his camps are technically going to be spawning bottom to top because MC counter jungled him at kind of an awkward time. It's broken the pattern of which his camps are going to spawn. So it makes me wonder whether he's actually going to put emphasis on trying to drop it after this full clear here. I expect him to full clear, of course. There's missing pings on the bottom side. There's not really a wave to work with on the bottom side. It doesn't look like they want to drop it in the mid lane because Fury's just dipping back into fog. So let's see, because now that the resets have come in from Bifrost, they can open out through the mid lane, which is exactly what Jules doing right here, and they can look to force put it down the mid lane, but you can see Nuke's on the top side of your screen. He's moved here, and MC is also at the Raptor camp, so it's about an even match on both ends, and even the top laners, some kind of movement there. Kex is missing a massive top wave, by the way, for this movement. And Shikari knows that. Shikari's now probably going to try and bodyguard with him a little bit out of the wave, or could go for the play himself.
Yeah, grabs himself a little bit of gold off that plate. Kex has turned up, and Shikari's not interested in getting involved any further. As they're all giving a lot of respect down on the bot side. They've got Boy here, and the Rift Herald being dropped. Probably going to just be hurled down, get some gold into the pocket of Odie. But reading the plays, this has been such a... Both of these teams are just doing what is expected of them. Actually stop the charge. That's massive.
Yeah, that's absolutely huge, because Odie, I'll hold the point, Kex could be in trouble here.
He's okay.
Yeah, just goes short, but if that Shuriken flip lands,
he's dead.
That's a dead nah. But yeah, if we could get a quick flip over observers of the gold, because I want to see what the difference is between Faijan and Odie. Not too much in it, despite the 2 kills. I guess it's the CS difference really that's making it up for the Riddle AD carry here. As engage potentially into Jewel, it will land.
Yeah, Will, he's going to be dragged back in with the ultimate as well. Pops the Grey Health for the shield as Jewel tries to wander away. Odie bringing the damage down, but MC is there in the top side. We're going to see another exchange as Kex is caught out of the hop and will be cut down. It's a kill for Bifrost in the top side. It looks like everyone survived bot.
Yeah, somehow, and I would love to get a replay of this bot thing, assuming nothing else really happens, because MC committed kick flash.
Yes.
So nobody dying in that exchange. It's a bit of a strange one. I will say that. Jewel blew his flash and exhaust on the way out. So I really want to know how this Bifrost bottom lane got away with that. Let's see a replay here. So this is the start of the fight. Of course, Nukes goes in. Jewel a little bit out of position, goes for the tongue lash onto Vajan. Glitch Augment, Gravity Storm, we know this. What does MC do to not quite find the kill? Because this is where we cut to the top side. Oh, okay. It's a very MC thing to do.
He tries to go for the double and finds nothing.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, he does find Jewel's flash. Yes. And I think that was probably, given the fact that Odie is in between, you know, the Sonic Wave angle, I think he does the right thing. Committing the flash, I just think trying to give a little less reaction time.
Yes.
But unfortunately, he doesn't find anything for himself. So the play fizzles out there. So Herald, we're in a bit of a sort of soft reset here on the map, because Herald dropped, didn't really find anything. And everybody on the map, with the exception of MC, who's going to have his ultimate coming up soon, is going to have their ultimate come up within the next sort of 30 seconds, 40 seconds or so. And this dragon spawns in about 90, so it's about who's going to have set up around this objective. So far, it feels like priority has been back and forth on the bottom side, albeit it's Bifrost that have technically come out ahead, just simply because you can already see in the inventory, Odie's finished up the Kraken Slayer before 14 minutes.
Yeah.
Has that one in his inventory. The mid lane's been very quiet. I think it's to be expected, given the matchup. I think Fury, very comfortable in matchups like these. Where
but is this a problem? Because the devs were talking about it, we mentioned it a little bit. Slow Q and MC, they have this tale as old as time mid lane combination. They got the First Blood bot on the Draven, but nothing else has really happened.
It feels to me that since that bottom side play went awry, they've not really been able to find the momentum that they were maybe hoping to ride off the back of that play. And whether that's maybe not confidence, it's hard to say in a game, as you know, that's 15 minutes in, 14 minutes in. But it feels like they've not really been able to find grounds to actually go for an aggressive play. They've not looked to abuse the mid lane because Vex is so good at, you know, immobilizing these mobile champions. And as soon as Seaboy hits level 6 as well, it just becomes a much more difficult skirmish to follow up on. So much CC. MC trying to bully Seaboy, but I think could actually get aggressed onto it.
To be careful, bot lane is going to be able to have the rotation from Riddle, so there's no long-term chase angle onto MC.
The issue is MC's blown his flash, his kick rather. So he's now not going to have that for this fight, assuming it breaks out on spawn. And that's going to just be another small advantage over to Bifrost come to set up. Now, Riddle, they're in front of the objective first, but it looks like they're just trying to clear out some vision. It seems like maybe a bit of a split call. MC wanted to go mid, try and find some setup. Faijan and Nukes wanted to start up the dragon, and now could be in awkward position. Fury got chunked out quite heavily, and that's a massive amount of HP to lose. But I think it just seems like the call from Riddle is we just got to back out from this one for now. priority seems a little bit awkward. Slowq looks like he wants to reset very, very soon. And again, Slowq took Ignite into the Blanc lane. They've not been able to abuse the 2v2 at all. And now no teleport to, you know, maybe base, teleport, and then contest this dragon. And because of that, Bifrost are going to pick this one up effectively for free.
And I mean, you look at this game, actually, we're going to see Slowq going in, find something mid. Okay, that's going to completely turn the thread out the window. Get rid. Slowq gets the kill mid. They lose out on the dragon. It's Infernal that's going to be spawning on as our Soul Drake. Is that too late for Slowq to get the situation going?
No, I don't think it is. I think there's definitely, you know, a lot of room for him to work with here. I think second item, you imagine he wants to go Shadow Flame. He could skip the item entirely. He has gone for the Merc Treads to sort of avoid the consistent fear chain that can come out between the Hecarim and the Vex. So the burst damage isn't going to be as high as that full-blown Glass Cannon build. But you're still going to be able to execute, or at the very least chunk out heavily some of the squishier members of Bifrost. Finding that solo kill, it just propels him to get that Ludens now. He's got a couple of stacks going on the Dark Seal, maybe turns into a Medjai's in a couple stacks time. Let's see Riddle looking for this bottom side play though.
Only needs to be careful, just being jumping on through behind the minion wave, gets flash kicked and might go down. It's eaten up by Duel, and the teleport coming through for assistance. Of course, it's post 40 minutes. Shikari is here looking for the damage. It's massive from a Bifrost. Riddle caught out. They will lose 2. Slowq's here, but it's too late to the punch. Might turn around and look for Fury, but C-Boy's riding on through. The damage coming in is little, but Vex is also only a little champ. So it looks like they're going to be able to get away. Meanwhile, on top of that,
Hull Breaker push
doesn't have teleport, so he's going to get a decent push down. Members of Riddle are looking to defend, but they're going to be exhausted immediately. Slowq has to be forced to back away, but Fanacan moving forward. That's a massive amount of damage onto Aphelios. Big shutdown too, but he will also fall for his sins. It will be C-Boy securing that one. So a very, very extended play. Nah, still just pushing on the top side, but it will be matched in the bot lane. Slowq needs to be careful. Fury on the side. This play is still ongoing, but it looks like everyone's going to back away. They're just going to trade towers, but the fight, Bifrost shaded.
Yeah, Bifrost definitely win out. It's honestly, even thinking about it, it's hard to call because Kex stayed in the top side.
Yeah.
No teleport. That was a lot of waves missed on the Bifrost end, so it's a trade of gold. I think in terms of XP, maybe you can argue Riddle might be up just a touch because of that. You can see Slowq didn't really miss anything from the bottom side. Of course, Fatijan did die for the exchange, but the thing is he cashed in, and I'd love to see how much gold he actually cashed in on. Nice attempt by MC here, but the angled, it doesn't quite get him into the alcove, unfortunately. Crashes into the wall, and that means that the Devourer is there. And look at this, Inferno moment, Shikari on top. It's just a massive amount of CC with the Abyssal Voyage knock up as well. Nukes not able to survive. And this is Riftmaker Akali, by the way, damage. It's not actually the tank Akali build. So a lot more damage available to this Akali than we'd maybe expect immediately. And that almost already back up on cooldown. C-Boy looking for Kex.
Yeah,
the top laner.
Used is going to be knocked back. No, it's a little bit too late. So Kex actually goes mega, gets the damage. The ult into the wall shouldn't be enough to kill C-Boy, but will be enough to dissuade. Now MC's here though. The angle might change. The movement is good from C-Boy though. He'll be able to get away. Shikari does the same. They'll be taking down these minions. No tower top to defend them. But MC is much more preoccupied with grabbing himself a camp rather than following up on the play.
I'm going to say it, Bifrost could have been punished a little bit heavier there. I think Kex actually held his armor a little bit too long. I think if he ults immediately, C-Boy might be in a position where he can't necessarily walk out. So a little bit fortunate. You understand why they go for the play. Kex, though, relatively safe. Hull break resistances just makes him too tanky, especially in Mega Gnar as well. You get free stats in the Mega Gnar form. Not able to take him down once he popped that one. Fatijan, I really want to know how much gold Fatijan got off the passive. I'm not sure if it's something I can request at a win.
I don't know if that's something, I don't know how that works.
If we could toggle the gold, maybe it would give us a bit of an indicator, because they were relatively, oh my goodness, it was a lot of gold on the cash-in.
It was a shutdown as well.
It was a shutdown, yeah. So we can just, some kind of middle ground. 450 for the shutdown, 400-ish gold for the cash-in.
Yeah, go on then.
Sure.
It's a deal.
That seems fine.
Definitely not how stats work.
It's not, but we're going to even it out here. Slowq managed to make it out of that Everfrost route. I think just about cheating out on the missile speed with the distortion, as the dragon is going to be spawning 50 seconds time. It's something that I don't feel like either team is going to be willing to actually give up for free, so I expect a clash of heads here.
Of course, third dragon is a little bit lower priority just because both teams already have one, so that win condition is going to be a little bit further in the distance, maybe a little bit further back in their minds. But, as you mentioned, every little helps in this game. is very, very close. This game is a massive one for both of these teams, and neither are making big mistakes.
Yeah, neither are making big mistakes. I think the only thing really that's going to give either team an edge here. Riddle, they've got 2 items completed on Firejan. Could see an engage here. Hold the point.
For it, gets on the fire, the damage coming through is massive. That's the combination they were using, but no one's gone down just yet. They will be able to pick up one. MC gets away with a sliver of health. Kex on the side gets a massive re-engage, but Riddle can't really follow up. Fury goes golden, so he doesn't go down. And Bifrost look for the dive, can't find any good targets. So for all the pomp and ceremony, they only get the Draven.
And what's great is Bifrost actually do exactly what I was going to finish my point with. Bifrost have the team fighting composition. They're the one of the true engage tools, and they use it there perfectly. I was about to say, Riddle, their team fight, it's more about, you know, trying to find these random poke angles into eventually you dive in with the LeBlanc, the Lee Sin, the Rel follows up on top of that. Maybe with a Kex ultimate to sort of mix things up and try and close the fight out entirely. Kex gets a pretty decent ult on the back end of that, but the issue is the damage was already done. The Aphelios ultimate came on top of the Hecarimar, which is an absolutely fantastic engage from C-Boy. Riddle just no way to defend against that level of team fight prowess. And follow up here as C-Boy goes in, ultimate lands as well from Fury, and yeah, knockback into triple Everfrost route. Into a Chakram ultimate as well. And yes, okay, great, fantastic. This ultimate from Kex is amazing. The exhaust, by the way, from Jewel, probably what keeps the health bars away from falling to lethal numbers, because it was slow Q that goes into the double distortion, but it gets immediately exhausted, so the execution damage isn't there. And this is the thing, you know, if you replace MC's Lee Sin with something like, I don't know, for the sake of the argument, like a Jarvan.
Okay.
Imagine a Jarvan could slam back in on top of that Nara ultimate. That's, you know, death on the end of Bifrost. At the very least, kills will be traded in this particular circumstance. Unfortunately, on the Lee Sin, had to immediately disengage because of the engage from Bifrost. So again, this is the thing now that I actually do want to see from Riddle. I'm glad they're doing it. It is risky when you play your mid jungle on the bottom side though, because you can already see the pings coming onto the Baron.
Yeah, they're thinking
from Bifrost. You play to try and 2v2 because you know you should still be able to win it. Fajan is heavily respecting and doing the correct thing, yielding this tower. But as Riddle, I think they need to try and get the lane assignments back into order. You want to chuck Slowq onto the top side. You don't care about this bottom side tower that much. Put Kex on the bottom side. Yes, he doesn't have TP right now, but your stronger member of the two, it's a 201 LeBlanc. That's level 15 at 22 minutes. You don't want her on the bottom side so far away from any major objective that could occur right now. But Bifrost, right now, just standing tall. They don't really have to do much else. Their composition plays itself realistically. It's just going to be about finding those engages into Riddle when they feel like they can pick them apart.
Well, this is the thing, and you're losing out a lot of what Gnar can do with the Hullbreaker on the side lane, because his resistances aren't going to work when he's with the team. And obviously you need him for the engage. You need him for that ability to slap back, because if the exhaust isn't there, or if you manage to catch someone before that happens, that team fight looks very, very different. And when you're fighting around stuff like Baron or later Dragons, you kind of need him in the vicinity, or at least on a side lane with teleport, which he currently doesn't have. So it is Slowq once again back down here. The MC's not shadowing, so you're keeping the pressure on, but it feels like Riddle, for the team that needs to be doing stuff quickly, isn't really doing that.
Yeah, because when you have your LeBlanc down here like this, you don't really have a strong side. It's just the fact of the matter. You just don't have a strong side like this. So Bifrost kind of gets to cruise now. And I mean, for a composition like Bifrost's, right? You're so comfortable, you're so happy. You're happy to see LeBlanc on the bottom side. And now finally rotates up to the mid lane for now. And I expect Riddle will now readjust the lane assignments potentially. Could just be keeping him down there because they know. The other call is maybe we know they're not going to go for a Baron super early. Let's keep him on the bottom side and try and pressure this tower. As Jewel could have overstepped.
Baiting in the catfish will jump away as MC and Slowq once again unable to find anything as a duo. And now Riddle going to be moving back towards their jungle, secure themselves the red buff and march away. But I don't know. Let's zoom out a little bit.
Sure.
As casters, observers, we don't.
Yeah, observers,
you're doing
a great.
Oh, thank you. Okay,
well, maybe do zoom.
It's good because
this is a pretty good
so it could actually work. That's my observer showing circa 2019.
Yeah.
But something that we should be talking about is the conditions. So we talked about how this game was likely to be pretty quick.
Yeah.
Bifrost basically slowed it way down. Riddle were unable to do very much. Is there a point in this game where we sit here and go, right, Riddle are in a massive hole, even if things don't look that bad, just because they needed to get stuff going sooner? Or is it a case of that was the big win condition, but things are actually fine?
So I like to talk about a thing which it's a bit of a concept, but I call it mobility scaling.
Okay.
Now, there's not, and I'm going to put a massive asterisk next to this.
Okay.
There's not too much hard CC on Bifrost's end, which is immediately always interrupting the dashes.
Yes.
On the Riddle side. So they have enough mobility and, you know, burst damage that they can make these cheeky kind of plays where, for example, if Fury's not in the immediate vicinity to shut down the mobility,
yeah,
they can find picks. But the issue is there's so much safety inside of this composition from Bifrost.
Yeah.
It's like, does this small little thing...
Who do you target? Because if Odie's next to Tom...
he just gets eaten up.
So...
There's not really a strong target. You can try and pick on Jewel like this.
They tried it, but the damage coming down onto Nukes is equal. And we're going to see a teleport coming in directly into the middle of the team by Seaboy and Odie on the side, but Bifrost maybe being a little safe. The teleport's going to get onto the Dragon anyway. Shikari's looking for something, but can't find it. Nukes is going to be called out though, and it's going to be Vex helping secure the kill with Hecarim alongside. MC running for his live call out. Kex goes through. Seaboy charges on in for the double kill. Slowky on the side might have been looking for a flank, but probably more realistically just wants to get out of this one. As Bifrost moving down the mid lane towards the Dragon, you've got to imagine actually Baron is a consideration.
You know what? I might just backpedal on my point after watching this. Yes, it's a bit of a, it's a very, you know, Bifrost-sided setup, but that just looked really ridiculous. I guess
this the asterisk?
This might have been the asterisk. Yeah, I think Riddle, again, they have to find some kind of angle on the side where, you know, Slowku comes over the wall, it's followed up by MC, so they can, you know, confirm a target takedown. Unfortunately, like who was highlighting, the safety from Bifrost composition just doesn't really allow that too frequently, and Bifrost very happily gonna walk away with this Baron buff. They don't really care about losing this Dragon, to be honest with you. Yet again, they find, I wouldn't even say it's more a re-engage. It
is, yeah.
It's Riddle that were looking for the pick onto Jewel more than anything, and I thought Shikari maybe goes a little bit deep initially, but the follow-up's just there from Bifrost, and again, it just speaks to the ease of execution of this composition. MC tries to save his support, but just ends up being pretty much force feed to Seaboy's Hecarim. And Riddle, it just, you can kind of see there's no real response. There's no damage that can be... Yeah, I don't even think that's necessarily like a symptom of their draft. I think in this case, it's just the fact that Bifrost just break them apart so easily with all of the CC that you can't really...
There's no option for Riddle to come back in, because you can see the catch, the re-engage from Shikari. He goes in deep, you say he's in trouble, but Riddle weren't really there to engage, and now they're there to engage onto Seaboy, but he's going to be able to back away. Riddle now trying to get a catch, but there are too many members from Bifrost there, so they need to back away, but Kex is going to get re-engaged on. They can't find the kill. The Fury has to go golden, as we see coming through. Nukes grabs one kill onto Fury. Felican picks that one up, but now we've got the re-engage coming in from the Pony. He's looking to deliver him into the backline. Duel and Odie moving forward. Yeah, they might have lost their Vex, but that's the disengage. They've still got the engage.
I thought that was an IE Aphelios auto attacks coming out. That's a pre-Aphelios, pre-Infinity Edge Aphelios. Absolutely melting the front line.
They've got Baron here.
Yeah, they've got Baron. Death timers along, they can end this game well if they so want to. I think they might not risk it just because Fury's dead. They're not even going to chance the inhibitor, which I think they can play patiently, but that's definitely a lot of respect to pay to Riddle, I think, in this kind of position. And Riddle gonna walk away with this one without losing their inhibitor. It looks good initially. I think, you know, being able to bring Seaboy in, it looks good, but they're just not able to find enough damage initially. Fury comes in, stopwatches, flash away from Kex to keep him effectively alive, and then this re-engage from Nukes to burst down Fury, who no longer has flashed, who no longer has that stopwatch or the stasis, is great, but it's just Odie, just untouched. Look at the auto attacks, 5-3-7, I believe, was onto Draven at the very back end, or it could have been even MC, to be honest with you. Absolute slaughter in that choke point there with the Infernum. It's one of the worst places you want to fight in Aphelios with an Infernum, is a choke. And now Bifrost continue to push their lead into this top side of the map. The mid lane's already open. They can effectively go back to the mid lane and take down the inhibitor as long as they pick up a positive skirmish at the end of the day. Kex is going to pick up this bottom side tower, but it's a consolation prize.
He's got the ability to get back into the fight, so consolation prize is better than nothing, as Seaboy once again threatening on the side. Will just turn back towards the tower. Second one goes down, and Nar needs to be making a decision here because they're sieging in.
Yeah, if Riddle can somehow hold against Baron buff, which actually the Baron buff's going to expire in 10 seconds, so if they can hold out on this one wave in the siege and Bifrost don't read the room and engage right now, this isn't too bad for Riddle and Kex, and honestly, I think, yeah, just going to recall there. I was curious about whether or not he's going to push on. Now that the recall comes in, oh my god, Fury. Massive chunk. They're looking for some kind of... They're looking for more, potentially, Bifrost.
Glorious teleport, but slowly moving forward. They're going to be able to get a second inhibitor, and I think Bifrost now have read the room and said, look, let's just leave. We haven't got Shikari here. We don't need to force him to use his summoners. We could all escape. And MC moving forward, trying to make them pay. But isn't going to be able to do so because he goes down to below half health, and engaging there would not be a great idea. Teleport actually coming through from Shikari into the base. He's looking for a big collapse, and Slowky's already been exhausted. Goes low. Vanagan goes even lower. MC gets a nice kick to try and disengage things, but this is such a messy fight. Members going down on both sides. Nukes goes low. Shikari in the backline looking for MC. Will be able to find him as Slowky moves up towards the top lane, but members of Bifrost, there are too many standing, as the LeBlanc will only waste the time of one single fat fish. And it looks like Bifrost, they don't need the Baron to close this one out. They've got the minion waves, and they should be able to keep themselves in the race for that tiebreaker at the top.
And I can hear the 4 and 10 teams' ears perk up as Riddle lose this game here to Bifrost, because now this is the opportunity that they realistically needed. If Riddle win this game, the bottom of the table looks entirely different.
It's a nightmare.
For the rest of the day. It's a nightmare. It's Armageddon on the bottom side. It just feels like there's no chance. Right now, Bifrost keeping themselves alive for the race for second place. I don't even think it looks shaky, to be honest with you. I think the first dive, yes, well executed from Riddle. Kind of hard to retaliate when C-Boy doesn't have E on the Hecarim. You can't devastating shot back into the tower. But they read the second dive excellently, and it just felt like Riddle ran out of gas after that. They just didn't really have a plan after that dive failed. And again, ease of execution. You've got LeBlanc, you've got Lee Sin. It's not really there for you on the Riddle side. On the Bifrost side, yeah, that composition.
To do what they needed to do. And I mean, the thing was, the game looked very, very close, but we'd set out already that the game at that point wasn't really meant to look very, very close.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Riddle opened the door for teams at the bottom of the table. Bifrost keep the door open for themselves.
Yes.
We're going to jump to a short break. When we come back, we're going to have Arkram walking through that door there. And he's going to be talking to a couple of players from these teams. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few.
third game of the day is a wrap-up. It is a victory for Bifrost versus Riddle. I know every single team who is still fighting to get into the playoffs. As soon as they saw the result, it's like, chef's kiss. On the other side, Bifrost with this victory, getting closer to the second place as well, and almost securing themselves the third one, which is also an important one for the playoffs. Now, if you look into this game, it was an interesting one. Let's be honest, it was really interesting getting the Draven, getting the Rel, last pick Rel, and also getting the Vex against the LeBlanc. That is something that I want to talk about as soon as I get Fury with me on the interview. There you go. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome
Hello.
back.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay. I suppose you're happy. You're getting closer to the second place. Is this an objective for Bifrost to secure the second place, or are you guys fine with the third one?
I mean, we're of course looking to get second place, but it's hard. XL beat us already like 2 times, so like it's fair if we end up third place, but we will just see if we end up third or second, we will see.
If JDXL wins another game, I think they secured the second spot due to the confrontation between your teams. So let's see what happens in the future. Now, looking into this game, while you were looking into the champion select, when you saw last pick support alongside Draven Rel, was the team worried about this?
Well, not really. It's the second time they picked Draven into us. It's the only time, like they played 2 times Draven and 2 times against us. So I don't know. I guess they hate our bot lane. But I mean, I felt like our comp was pretty good into their comp. I felt like Draven didn't got to do a lot if we engage first with Vex or Hecarim. So I wasn't really that scared for the picks.
When I saw the Vex, when I saw the Akali, I was like, oh, is this a Vex top? And I finally get to see Fury with Akali. No, you debated me into that one. But then I look into the game, and I noticed you did Sorcerer's Shoes first item versus a LeBlanc. Obviously, you're going to get heavily poked. Was this a decision for the late game, or you wanted to get the 1v1?
So Soakpan boards are like probably the best item to get for damage-wise, and I had like perfect base to buy it instant, so I just insta went for boots, and I think it's always nice to have boots against, for example, no boots.
Yeah, and you were not nervous with the idea of fighting a LeBlanc with no sort of magic resist in your shoes?
Well, he solo killed me, so maybe it was a bit like nice to have MMR, but yeah, I mean, I think Magic Band Boots is really nice on Vex.
It worked later on in the game. As soon as you guys got into those team fights, it paid off heavily, obviously. And you guys had a lot of vision across the map. Even though the turrets were not going down, you heavily warded the enemy jungle. Was this something that the team was focused on to get those massive team fights? Can you tell me the thought process of what the game plan was?
So we may mostly look to play on objectives, Drake, Herald, and Nash. We wanted mostly to Akali to find a flank, and then me and Heka kinda come from front line, and then Akali looks to flank. So it's always good to find windows to put wards behind them on Drake or Nash, and then try to be on midway first, so we have first move on objective. And if they walk in, we have an Akali flank, plus we have a Hecarim and a Vex in the front line, so it's really hard for them to play the game.
I have a spicy question for you specifically, Fury. If we're looking into the playoffs and you get the third place, you get to choose which team you want to play on the first best of 5. If you had to pick one, which team would you like to face off going into the playoffs?
Well, which teams are actually on 5th and 6th place now?
So, Riddle is still an opportunity. You can get Astralis, Eminem, Nuriki as well. I don't think I'm forgetting anyone. I mean, Dusty can certainly go into that specific spot. So Dusty could be another one.
Well, I would probably say Riddle then. We already like 2-0 up against them. I think this game was mostly clean on most parts. So if I need to choose, I would probably choose Riddle.
Okay. Last question, like a wrap up. Are you feeling comfortable, Bifrost as a team is comfortable for a best of 5 scenario moving on?
I think we are improving every week and it's showing. So for best of fives, I'm quite confident as a team that we can step up. I feel like I need to put some more work in for myself in the upcoming weeks, but yeah, I'm confident as a team.
Okay, glad to know that. So thank you so much for the interview. And you have to play Akali once during this split so I can see it. Fury,
Yeah,
please.
thank you.
Thank you.
I will.
Oh, it's a promise. I got you. I got you. Okay, see you next time, Fury.
See ya.
I really want to see the Akali. I really want to see the Akali on Fury's hands. Like Trouble has been talking about that. Fury talks about that he's feeling comfortable with the Akali. But well, I hope you're feeling comfortable as well back at home, because next game could decide the entire future for the playoffs. It is going to be Eminem. Oh, I wanted to get like the name below to hype it up, production. That would be wonderful. It is going to be the face-off between two teams that have to make it. There you go. It is Eminem versus Nuriki right here, right now. So don't go anywhere. This is the future for the playoffs. I'll see you soon. Welcome back to the pre-game of one of the most important ones.
I like how you paused there. It was like, pre-game.
Yes, because it's really important one. M&M versus Noriki. We're talking about almost less chance for both teams.
Yeah, so we talked a little bit about it in the pre-game as well, and it really came down to the fact that the schedule of these teams, I mean, they're quite rough. They're fighting for playoffs, and they're fighting against each other, and they are against each other with the with the matchup now against today. I feel like there are teams who's both been struggling as well. As of late, where they came in with a swing with the wins they got. They came on a streak. They were just like, wow, they're really starting to look good. And then they suddenly faced all of these obstacles all of a sudden, which some goes down to team identity, some goes down to ease of execution. For the side of M&M, I'm just like a little confused on what's happening on the map, because at times they are getting a decent comp, but it's just not working out for them the way they intended to.
No, and then Noriki as well, they had this kind of start of the split pretty rough, and then suddenly started picking up wins. You sort of started seeing Azator finally be able to convert early leads into team fight victories and then into wins, and Patoshka on things like the GP was doing a lot of work as well. And then things started falling off a little bit. They started trying to play through mid-jungle a bit more. It wasn't quite functioning, and you sort of saw a bit more tanks top, which again wasn't quite working. And both of these teams seem to have been struggling to find a play style that's working in these last couple of weeks, because they had a style and then people kind of figured it out and they've kind of not found what's next.
Okay. My question is, Noriki are coming out of one of the hardest defeats for them. We saw on the post-show, the interview was heavy.
Yeah.
And then it got a little lighter when he realized, okay, we still have a shot at playoffs. But today is the day. So obviously, mentality-wise, it is heavy for Noriki.
Yes, it is. They are in the hardest position of any of the four teams, at least in terms of the scores they need to get to. Of course, I think Astralis' strength of schedule is definitely harder, but there is something to be said for what Noriki need to pull off. Realistically, they need to win all 4 games to make things easy, because they want to get that game ahead of a riddle that doesn't reach 8 games, or you can tie with on the other teams that are 8 wins. But that's really hard to do.
Maybe you can use that mentality thing as a positive thing as well, because you came in, you're like, okay, we have to give all. We have to go for this fight. You thought you then fell short because you thought you were out of playoffs. Then all of a sudden, you are not. You get to identify a lot of the mistakes you're currently going through, and you get to say, okay, we've been given one last chance to finally prove that we might go for the miracle one, because realistically speaking, any of these 4-6 teams playing today makes playoffs, it is a miracle, because Riddle has the highest percentage of doing so. But if they do it, they have to pull themselves together. It's like that CS meme. It's like, we're down 0-4. If we're good, then we win right now.
Yeah.
If we win, of course not.
We absolutely lost it. I mean, for M&M as well, right? Like, this is a team that's in a similar position, right? And they are probably, honestly, got the easiest schedule of any of the remaining sort of teams at the
From now on, I would say
exactly.
so.
They have been struggling recently, but if they can take this win against their direct competitor, they can keep moving up, and this could be the start of something. And I do want to see a little bit more out of that mid-jungle that was so good in the early split, that was pushing X7 and stuff earlier on this bit. I need to see that playmaking spark come back and be effective again.
Yeah, it's like as well from Kana Hecarim as well. I think that's something that was great for them when they finally had these engages where a lot of the teams so far in our region has pivoted to what most teams do at this point of the game, which is like heavy emphasis on the AD carries instead. Get that front-to-back peel, where I feel like M&M actually had a decent recipe in terms of actually coming in with a dive your backline, play these not afraid to go in. We had the action that was continuously bad against Royal Cannon, the Hecarim against Canna as well, and so far with the picks we're seeing right now, one of them is guaranteed to come through. Now when you go for an Aphelios ban on blue, you force your enemy to either we ban Jinx now or we give it away, and if you ban Jinx now, then Canna's Hecarim has to stay up, or Royal Cannon's action has to stay up.
Okay.
So there you go. Now that the Hecarim has been taken away, surely it's just a first pick Jinx.
It has to be. And
I know she's not here, but we have to do it.
Where is it? Look, there
We
it
have
is.
to do it. There we go. Just for trouble. We got you, trouble. So there you go. Jinx B1. What do you answer this with? We got to do it, Goldberg.
I mean, like,
Sure.
I mean, there's got to be something here as well, because obviously Azator has been so famous for his Jinx, actually. He's been one of the things that he was looking good on was that Jinx. He was pulling out quadra kills and stuff on it. what does he have in response to kind of answer it?
I was going to say, when you have banned Karma yourself on blue side, you can go for Caitlyn as well if that's something
Yeah?
you look for,
Okay,
play
there you
towards
go.
the bottom side. But they're actually going to opt in for the Varus instead. Now, Samuelak, we've just saw earlier today, has always loved this champion. He's one of the only ones we still have playing the champion. But now Asita as well, you do have the kiting potential. You don't have the range to work around with that you do on the Jinx instead. But there still is the setup for yourself with the pick, with the CC, you get up the chains and corruptions. And you can go for the poke orientation
exactly.
instead, and then outrange the Jinx as well. So I think you still have ways of coming in with a composition that will actually outrange the Jinx. Not even kidding, even Corki can still be a good pick with the amount of scaling you get despite the nerfs we've seen to the package.
Something like a Jace as well, like something else that can add a little bit of poke if you do want to go for that poke combo. You don't want poke, really want one poke option, unless it is the Corki, but even that's been nerfed, so it's less of an option. So if you want that to be a lethality Varus, I'd like to see something else to back up the burst, to back up the long range assault. Can I get a hold of the Xinzao? You got a Renekton. Frontline and stuns basically to try and set up for a front to back. It's simple, it's straightforward. I don't hate it with this point of the game.
We were talking about that on the interview.
Completely.
Like, okay, I go for lethality if there's no front line. If there's a front line, instantly attack speed on hit.
You probably do want something like that. And maybe that also gives you an option to go something like the Gale Force as well to try and avoid these people running at you.
Do you pick the support to deal with that, well, to help Varus right now? Or do you go for something else, like the top lane?
Okay, so I was thinking support in my mind. In my mind, I was thinking Thresh at this instance. I think that would give her some nice take security. Good Lantern as well. Going for Rakan as well, though, is very hard comfort from Abagnale.
Yeah,
that multiple times on this champion as well, where it's been. We've set up very slim win conditions from Niriki, where it's like, we don't really like your draft because it comes down to a lot of Abagnale from finding access to the backline from a flank position. But numerous times have we seen this guy been able to find a flank from a vision pocket that he's set up before the tempo advantage of the enemies. Like, he's so good at this.
And especially against a team that is a little bit lower down, there is potentially more room to find those gaps in the vision line, and Abagnale is really good at that. And that's the reason, like, as you're saying, the Thresh would have been nice, but nameplates on, Abagnale on Rakan is always going to be a threat. It's a bit like saying, you know, Hylissang Rakan, Hylissang Pyke, you know, they kind of have those support picks, FGG's Rel, those kind of names where you go, I don't necessarily care that it's not the most meta option when I know you can play it really, really, really well, above and beyond what you would necessarily expect as an average level from that champion.
But laning phase can be very difficult when you're when you're playing Rakan with a Varus as well, because you get the counter pick now, and even though you've removed away the likes of the Leona, of the Nautilus as well, like Thresh is still fine, can flay you out of the
gives the Jinx safe as well.
Gives the Jinx safety. It's a good 2v2. You provide pressure against the Varus as well. You outrange, at least with auto attacks in the beginning. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that being the pickup. And then as well for Eminem, you can start playing more towards top side. You can play towards bot side. It gives you a lot of options because Renekton can be doing well with low econ resources. Can even go Gargoyle Stormplate later. Same can be said for Jinx. Once you have a Thresh near you, you can. Oh, that's
I
great.
was just about to suggest the Gangplank was banned away, but we do know Patoshka has a love of the top lane carries. Riven into Renekton is probably not the best option because you can have the shield broker stuff, it's not great, but Fiora can definitely work. And if you're saying Varus plays weak side by himself as Abagnale's roaming around, you've got a Fiora win condition into a Renekton if you can get it ahead of, or get it to a couple items. It's a better option for the way Niriki play, I think, than the Cho'Gath and the Ornns and stuff we've seen more recently from Patoshka. If Niriki are going to get this win, I think this was the playstyle they had to go towards, but...
Okay.
Octaghost with that Galio support?
I was not expecting this. I was looking into the Thresh. Okay, you have a lot of people that want to dive in the back, probably get someone that can save the Jinx. No, everybody's going in.
I mean, this is a huge 2v2 as well. Galio into Rakan is super Galio favored as well. So laning phase will definitely in the bot side go in Eminem's favor. Do not worry about that end. I think Fiora is to me the biggest curveball coming into this because she's not very good in a group setting. Like, it's one of those things where, okay, we'll talk about this. Actually, screw my point. So, Vel'Koz is what we classify as an artillery mage, which is something you usually pick to outrange your opponents. Seraph can be classified as it. Hell, even Corki almost at this point with the rockets as well. And it's just about playing with the range. Nirika's composition, though, it's very weird. You have two champions that kind of want to go in the Rakan and the Lee. And you got two long-range champions in Vel'Koz and Varus. And then you got Fiora, who's kind of like side lane.
Yeah, I agree with you there. What I will say is, at least Lee Sin and Rakan, you can use as like their sub-play pattern is disengage, right? You use the quickness to like help your team escape, and when you've got the range, if that does turn out to be a lethality, right? Because you've got the double potential pokey, although I think probably on hit would be better in some ways. You have got an idea that I just agree is not the easiest disengage option.
That is what I mean as well. I think for sure Eminem has the ease of execution. You have go-in buttons. You got the Galio, you got the Vex. Like Vex paired up with Galio, super dangerous. You pair that up in terms of playing against the Varus, against Velkers, who's insanely squishy. Most of the time runs Sperry as well, just to stay safe in lane. Like, I think Eminem has the tools in their kit to run Niriki over in this composition. I think Niriki is going to have a very tough time of getting this one ahead, although they do have slim win conditions.
Yeah, it's really slim. Like you have an all-in team on the other side. You have a champion that can use the playoff disintegration ray. So without further ado, it's time to send it to the casters. Let's see who wins this one, Eminem or Niriki.
Well, someone needs to win this one because losing this one and you're basically...
It's going to be tough to come back from a loss here.
Yes, not impossible.
Yes.
We said if you lose here, you're going home. Initialize was like, actually.
Yeah, and I think obviously, the important thing is Riddle did just drop their game. So that does make life a lot easier for these 4 and 10 teams. Of course, Niriki and Eminem playing here. Astralis after this game. So it's still a must-win at the end of the day. You can't say this isn't for Eminem and Niriki. And I think for Niriki, this is a bold draft.
Yeah,
to put
it really
down when
is.
This is death's door for your season, right? To throw down Vel'Koz, to throw down Fiora, same game. Like Goldberg was saying on the desk, this is a very high execution floor draft to try and meet. We'll see what they can get done. Eminem Niriki light up the sky with the flares.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
So, I just said Nymera. That's not even close to who you are. We've got a fight going on there. Roy Cannon is in a lot of trouble. Vex doesn't really have solutions. Looking for the wall, but can't find it. First blood goes over to Rakan. Abagnale talked on desk already about how important he could be. A little bit of extra gold in his pocket might make it even more. So it could... Well, I mean, support's not really the greatest one to get your first blood on, but it will definitely help.
Yeah, it's not ideal that the gold goes immediately to Abagnale, especially when you consider the fact that they had enough time to obviously reset. Picks up the boots, maybe it helps him in the lane, right? I think, all right, weird thing to track.
Right.
If he manages to walk out of auto attack range of Mishigu.
At any stage.
At any stage, we know why. And I'm going to leave the point there. Junglers both lying on the bottom side. Kana should probably have a good idea that he's going to be on a ward here and the sweeper will come through. There you go. So they know. And they will share the XP together. Red buff start, blue buff start for the Sidere on the opposite side. So should end up in theory on the top side, which makes sense. You've got Toshka and Fiora. I wouldn't necessarily call it like a super volatile lane from the get-go. Obviously, if Fiora gets an early lead, and especially a health advantage like this, Fiora can pilot the lane relatively comfortably. It's a bit of a mind game, right? As Renekton, typically your trade pattern is slice in, Roots Predator, Cold the Meat, dice out. Difficult to do against somebody that can very easily block your stun. Not only that, repel it back to you. If you stun the Fiora while she's got the riposte up, she's going to stun you back. And as easy as that, Abagnale gets a knock up. That's an early ignite.
Ignite really early. Galio trying to get away. Will be forced to flash away. And Mishigu putting down the damage, but looks to get one more auto down onto Aztor. So both marksmen being left around. Half health Aztor maybe a little lower. Dr. Chaos not feeling too great about that one. But the question for me really is, Rakan having those boots, it's not the biggest thing in the world as he's going to be using those to step away from just
he would have taken an auto attack. There we go. We found the value, baby.
Game 1. But the desk was saying this is such an obvious win for Eminem in the bot side because Galio just super well into the Rakan. We've got this Jinx, which is going to do a lot of work. He's going to be able to be pretty safe.
Yeah.
Getting an early kill onto Rakan, maybe making his engages a little more aggressive, maybe being able to avoid a little bit of the poke damage on the return, or being able to stay a little bit safer as top lane we jump back to as damage exchange back and forth. Could this be notable in the bot lane potentially?
Yeah, maybe. I think we'll have to track this. Okay.
That's a nice report from Batil's actually damage coming down.
Yeah.
Whew. In the jungle though, Kana needs to be careful.
Sonic Wave, it's coming up.
He's thinking about it. He's waiting for the call, but he's not going to be able to land it and will back away before anyone can come up to help the jungler. And there's a teleport coming in for Eminem, but great return play from the top laner from Niriki.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the annoying part about riposte. It's not just like a repel spell that slows, it also slows your attack speed. So if you get hit by that and you see it there, Bavista's like, where are my auto attacks going? They're not even there. And you guys at home can't see I'm motioning.
I was saying, you're doing these really elaborate motions. We're not on camera at the moment, so you know.
I'm getting carried away in the studio. Yeah, so Bavista just can't auto attack to finish up the kill. Patoska just has more raw stats because he got hit by the riposte. It's just a very frustrating thing to have to deal with, and you have to kind of do these very weirdly timed Ruthless Predators instead, where you don't necessarily get the full value out of it, maybe that you was hoping for, because maybe your cooldowns aren't in the order that you want them to be in. Kana.
I think Gnarly could be in trouble, kind of trying to chase him forward, but dives away onto the Siege, who is there. Aerial on the side, also putting some damage down onto the Vex. We haven't talked that much about the mid-lane matchup. Of course, Royal Cannon giving up first blood is not optimal on an invade, but since then, not that much has been happening in mid lane. This artillery mage, as Bulberg so aptly put it, suggesting that he made up that term. He didn't.
No, he didn't.
That's just what they're called. But in the top side, Patoska dodging and missing away from the riposte now. And this time around, the Crocodile could have it in between claws. We're going to move to the big team fight. Patoska winning it, but Canner in trouble. He's going to get shot down. M&M lose 2 members across the map, but again, Patoska can't keep getting away with this.
M&M are just getting dismantled at every small integer that they possibly could be right now. They're losing out on the 1v1 in the top lane. They're losing out on this invade on the bottom side. I mean, it's not even close, these situations so far. I mean, you can make an argument for the first 1v1 in the top lane. Yeah, Kana looking for this Gromp counter jungle. Unfortunately, Naruki are just there. It's as simple as that. You can't really escape when you're that deep and getting flanked and pincered in this kind of motion. Dr. Chaos in the bush can't really do anything to save his jungler. And that's just 2 easy kills across the map for Naruki, and already 2,000 gold up 5.5 minutes in. It's really not the position you want to be in as any team, let alone, you know, a team that's going to have to be dealing with a whole bunch of poke. Now, granted, that's kind of stayed on the desk. You have engage options as M&M, as Trump's land.
And on to Abagnale, the damage is there. Taunted, he's going to be burning glow, but Mishigu is going to be attacked by Azator. It's going to be a 3v2. Kana coming in to collapse on Varus. I think he knows he's dead and might look forward to try and grab a little bit of farm, if nothing else. And Abagnale, actually, with the boots, manages to get away. However, Azator, his feet are bare, so he goes down.
Oh, he just bought boots. He just bought
I want everyone to roll it back during that play.
So
that actually worked.
Yes, but it's good from M&M to try, you know, capitalize, punish something there. Royal Cannon, and Bobista are going to find the Sidere there. He's execute the Gromp.
Bravo, damage coming down. I don't think he's getting away. Arrow is moving on forward with the lasers, but I don't think it's going to be enough, and it's an easy kill going over to Royal Cannon in the end. M&M picking up a couple of nice plays in response. But Nariki still looking on top. 1,000 gold to the good at 6.5 minutes. I know the gold leads early game can be pretty crucial because that's when item breakpoints are the most impactful, or in terms of where the biggest differences are made. And let's look at where these leads are. Top lane, 500 gold. It might seem small, but Patoska, we know what this player can do with a lead.
Yeah, and, you know, I think if we talk about what these competitions realistically want to do when it comes into the mid stages of the game, Patoska's going to just be on the sideline. He's going to pick up his Mythic. He might pick up a Hull Breaker. We'll have to wait and see whether or not he gets, you know, that deep into the side lane technology. And then he's just going to split push. It is as simple as that. You've got Eero and Azator on these poke, you know, champions. I imagine, given Azator's double longsword, that this is probably going to be lethality.
Looking for that poke as
but actually, he has lethal tempo. No, I'll take it back. So yeah, no, actually, in fact, that's just going into Nuke Quiver. I beg your pardon. So it's going to be on hit. Still offers the poke damage.
Yeah.
It's not quite as, you know, hefty as lethality, but he will have the poke available. And you're probably just looking at, if M&M try and start off objectives because they know they're losing out on the side lane game later on in the game, you've always got the poke to get them off it. And you've always got the mobility and the disengage from the Lee Sin and the Rakan to try and get your poke champions out. And for M&M, it's just probably about straight team fighting. I don't think there's anything else to say about it. Front to back, a little bit of dive, but make sure you keep Mishigu in a position where you can get the war attacks up and off and follow up on whatever M&M's frontliners are doing.
But the problem being, if you fall too far behind, the front to back is going to be problematic. We've got the Lee Sin hanging around, where Mishigu is also giving a lot of respect and standing back away from the Ricky Don to get engaged on by the Rakan. Not yet level 6, but shouldn't be too far off. You've got to imagine a couple of waves will do it, but they've got no jungle spot anymore as Lee Sin has moved on back. But we've got Rift Herald on spawn. Junglers both looking towards that side of the map. We've got Canna going to be there much earlier because he's already in the neighborhood. Has actually just started up with a Herald. Could we see a fight? Because it looks like M&M are in a decent position to take this one.
Yeah, looks like their mid lane priority seems Dr. Chaos pathing his way up as well, just to ensure that they will have Nub's advantage. And Neriki just don't really look interested in this Herald whatsoever. And Dr. Chaos even shows himself in the mid lane and says, hey, I'm the mid laner now for a couple of seconds. Says, oh, Bobista.
This lane is not good for him anymore.
No, he's not getting the good end of any of these trades, it feels like, from start to finish. It's item advantage as well, very deadly. Neriki reading this play, Desideri on the top side. Eero already rotating up as well. Patoshka's going to take this.
Yeah, he's going to go for it. Drops down the ultimate, looking for the heal. Desideri goes on through, but Canna actually surviving surprisingly long time. The healing comes out. Canna actually getting away as Desideri missing out on the Sonic Wave. There's the disintegration way. It will disintegrate the Crocodile this time around as Canna... Ooh, he gets hit, but he's not going to go in. But Vex gets the kill. We're moving immediately down to the bot side because these teams don't want to let up. As Abagnale needs to be careful firing from the backline is Mishigu, but with Galio going down, Astor steps forward with those arrows flying, but isn't going to be able to take down the Jinx.
No, but they get the Galio. They pick up the kill. I think Neriki's still just going to be happy with that trade all in all. And even on the top side, right? We look at this replay here. Connor, so much damage comes out of Patoshka. You kind of forget that Fiora is capable of doing this much damage even this early on. The knockback, great. The kick as well, pretty decent from the Desideri, but M&M just kind of piloted that one to near perfection to be able to almost make their way out. Royal Cannon finds the snipe.
Should he follow through on the Sonic Wave to try and flip the kill?
I don't feel like he recognized that he was going to land it. To be fair, it was tip of the spear stuff, so...
It's not a spear. It's a ball.
You guys can't see how I'm looking at him, right?
Yeah, he is not pleased with me.
Very disappointed. 2 minutes until this dragon. Herald, of course, was in Kanna's hands, or Kanna's hands, rather, at the top lane. Still not yet to use it. And it seems like Neriki, they're going to just go for this this jungle camp here. Going to find this chicken camp quite comfortably. Eminem knows what's going on, but kind of more interested in his wolf camp. And pan back up to the top side. This is the worry.
And Babisa just can't stand toe-to-toe with Patoshka right now. Looking for the dive, looking for the escape. Patoshka will be able to survive, sliding away with the minion wave under tower. Is this top lane done?
Yeah. I looked over at Will. I was thinking about it. I was running the mental calculations. If Renekton's losing at 11 minutes into the game in this matchup, I've got a feeling it's probably done. Gold difference between the two top laners is actually not that big, but I think Patoshka on the reset should just about does. Can we flip up? Okay, yeah, gonna have enough for his mythic. Looks like it's gonna be Divine Sunder. No Gordrick. Okay, take that back. And now I want to know whether he goes Hullbreaker.
Well, this is the thing. Does he need it? Is it?
No, because this is the thing. So Hullbreaker, I was having a conversation about this with actually not even the top laner, but the information came from the player's top laner. You don't necessarily need like the stats from Hullbreaker in every side lane champion that you play.
Yes.
Now Hullbreaker's great at breaking the side lane towers, but it just can't play the game at this point. It's great, obviously, for the extra damage for towers, you buff the cannon groups, but the main draw for a lot of these top laners at the moment is the fact that it provides so many raw stats when isolated, especially because a lot of the bruiser items just got hit. That's one of the bigger draws, and it's why you're seeing so many Hullbreaker rushes, etc. Now, Patoshka could still build it, and considering how I'm expecting Patoshka to play on this side lane very alone like this, 24/7.
A lot of trouble with Royal Cannon there, but it's a good riposte. He's going to try and find his way out, cut his way out.
God.
But the damage is coming through. He was thinking about going into 1v1. And you know what? I think he heard you because he's thinking about it. Doesn't have any support from either lane, but there's no one else from M&M in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Who actually gets away in the side, though. Galio looking for the gates. It's a 3v2 down here. Can Neriki survive as Abagnale charms and jumps? And again, another play that could have become something actually just turns into a dragon take potentially for Neriki. Canna has spotted it out but won't go in.
I don't think
he's
he did.
doing that one, but
Oh,
Patoshka
no.
looking for the dive. The damage is there, and I mean...
All right. Don't even finish your sentence. I'm just going to say M&M are on a timer.
Right.
M&M are on a timer.
What's the timer?
Right now. The
How
timer
long?
is Fiora's going to take over the game very quickly on this side lane. Someone needs to match her. And what makes this worse is just about every CC that comes out of M&M is predictable.
Okay.
With the exception of Ruthless Predator, which even that you can kind of respond to if you kind of read movement. But even again, that's the only mind gameable CC.
Yeah.
I get if you want to get semantic, free talent strike off Xin Zhao, but that's about it. If Vector's going to fear you, it's relatively obvious. You've queued, you've given yourself the Gloom Stack. There's the visible bar. When it comes to Jinx Chompers, just QW over them. That's fine. All of Galio's kit is repostable. So right now, I don't see a feasible way for Eminem to deal with this fear on the side lane for the foreseeable future. And he's almost, I mean, he almost 2v1 the solo lanes already. So this is a pretty big problem. We'll track how far out of control Patoshka gets. For now, I feel like Eminem really need to press the issue on the bottom side of the map or towards the mid lane. They just need to find some kind of avenue that they can lean on reliably, because right now, sitting 2,500 gold down, kind of across the board. I guess they currently have a lead 80 to 80 in the item department, but that could change very quickly with a reset out of Azator right here. They need to do something to give themselves something to lean on, some kind of leverage, because right now, I mean, objective bounties are procced at a 2,500 gold deficit. That should give you an idea of how far behind they are in XP, gold, everything. Exactly, yeah.
That's a great indicator, because of course it's so easy to look at the top bar and go like, oh, the gold lead is this. You can look at the items, but it feels so bad for Eminem right now, because in the top line, how many members of Eminem do you need to pile onto this Fiora to kill her without necessarily losing a member, as that's the first bounty proc?
Yeah, first bounty proc, that's going to feel nice. Well, we've already tested the 2v1 number.
Didn't really work.
So, 3v1?
Well, I mean, we could give it a try. Of course, final game of the day, Vanir versus Astralis showed up on board. I like those little ones. It's like the adverts in the middle of a TV show.
Yeah.
It's like, after this, I didn't have a good line for that, actually.
Really? You didn't have a good...
I'm not quick with words.
It's your job to be quick with words.
Don't worry about it. Oh, dear. Nariki. Moving down the mid lane, Fiora, of course, isn't there. Moving bot to try and deal with Mishigu, who definitely doesn't want to see Fiora anywhere near him as Dr. Chaos dives away from the attempted knock-up from Aero. And this has kind of become the story of Patoshka, because sometimes Nariki games become the story of Patoshka. This time, definitely for the right reasons.
Yeah, it does happen quite frequently. Like you say, it's either the right or wrong reasons. There's never a... because like there's not often a middle ground with Patoshka when it comes to performances like these. And yeah, on the Fiora, prime position to take over the game. Looks like he's going to be going into the Ravenous Hydra second. So he is really, really playing just strictly for the 1v1. He doesn't care about the towers. He knows he's going to blow them up quickly. Why play for the towers if you can just decimate whoever's in front of you anyway? With your build path, and hell, could still go whole rig for like third, but at this point, if you're going Ravenous, just go for another damage item other than the fact. Now, Eminem, they're going to pick up the Herald, and that's another, you know, objective bounty. Go in their back pocket. And it is 500 gold across the team, so I think it's 100 gold per player extra. And these small little, you know, pickups are going to start to make the difference until the objective bounties do drop off. And just for a reminder for people at home, the way that objective bounties work, it's a rough guesstimation on the game's part to assess how far behind the team is in all of the measurable metrics. I don't think it measures items, but it definitely measures, obviously, individual gold leads, XP, and neutral objectives, including towers. And plus towers, because towers are neutral objectives. So neutral objective leads, towers, and that's how objective bounties are effectively activated or deactivated. So it's why, despite there only being a 2,000 gold lead or difference between the two teams, Eminem find themselves in a position where they have the objective bounties available to them, as Patoshka has finished up his second item already.
Ravenous Hydra, as you mentioned, and he's going to be an absolute monster, of course, with not going for that hull breaker also means that he's going to be terrifying in team fights as well, because he's not losing out on any of the value of the item. Yes.
Oh no, I wanted you to finish the point. I apologize.
You put your hand up and I was like, okay.
So what I wanted to say, now that we're seeing these two teams sort of butt heads in the mid lane here, the theorization was Nariki wouldn't have priority on these objectives. Right now they've actually shifted away to deal with the Herald, so maybe they won't. but they have all of the poke to try and dissuade
they
Eminem,
do.
whilst Fiora
And
would
look
be
at
on the
this,
side lane, but they're going for
looking
something.
an engage, but they can't find anything. Diving on forward is the Vex, but Raw Cannon really doesn't have that much follow-up. Niriki lose a couple of health bars, but no members. As we're going to see the re-engage coming in from Raw Cannon, diving away. Lee Sin has to smite for health, which could be big around this objective. But now Eminem, they're being poked out. That's the kill onto Vex, and now it's a full retreat. There's the second. Dr. Chaos tries to march away, won't be able to do so, goes down for the third kill of the fight. And you know what? Niriki, it almost looked bad for them until it really didn't.
It really, yeah, it looked dire to start things off with. The City dropping so low, but Eminem, they're just losing health. I don't even know where the damage is coming from, to be honest with you. It's just, again, it's the range of, the Varus being able to play max range of the arrows and then being able to get into range to auto-attack. It's, of course, the life form disintegration rate as well on the back side of things, and Patoshka, I think, was able to riposte some kind of CC. It might have actually just been Babista again in the middle of the team fight and absolutely obliterate him. We'll get a look at it in the replay, and like I said, it didn't really start off too great. Abagnale gets chunked out, ultimate already blown, and you can see this really almost gets executed. Yeah, it's the poke that comes out from both ultimates, from Hero and Azator, and yeah, Ruthless Predator stun just means Babista doesn't really get to play the game because it's riposted straight back into his face. Dr. Chaos recognizes he's dead to right, no flash. Holds it for another day. And that's 3 dragons to Niriki. In a position where, whilst admittedly, yes, I feel like they probably would have been playing through the bottom side anyway. Varus, a bit of a lane counter to Jinx for multiple different reasons. Typically, it's towards that level 6 mark where you have a lot of all-in potential with your duo lane. It's been able to take control of the bottom side. It's just been Niriki favored. Eminem haven't really had much of a say in it, whilst they were also losing heavily on the top side. Eminem, they're going for the 2v1 here, and I'm going to tell you how this is going to go. Okay. Patoshka's going to murder Babista. Right. And actually, Patoshka, if he's got his thinking cap on, he's going to see he's been gloomed, so he knows that Vex is likely in the area, and it doesn't look like Royal Cannon actually has much of a clue about it, as the TP flank's going to come in, so they're looking for a fight on the top side instead. They want a 4v4. Kana could get caught out here on vision.
Needs to be careful. The damage coming down is big, and it won't be a 4v4. It'll be a 3v4 with the Zinzao being taken out of the equation. But though Aero is in a similar predicament, will go down as Jinx with the shutdown. So they do even things up on both sides, but Aztor now putting the damage through, and that's going to be Royal Cannon's day destroyed once again. As we see Fiora moving on up, pings go down towards the Baron buff. 21 minutes into the game, Niriki have such a commanding lead.
Yeah, they do, and with the mid and jungler down, it looks like it's probably going to be a feasible takedown. I don't think Eminem are in any position to contest this. Mishiku had to reset because he was in the wrong side of the jungle. Abagnale was chasing him out. Couldn't find him, doesn't matter. They will find the Baron, and Niriki clinging on to dear life for this potential playoff spot. Riddle dropping that game earlier does give probably a semblance of hope at the very least. For Niriki, for Astralis. After this, Eminem, if they lose this, it feels doomed. It hurts. It feels, almost over at this point. So, need to see something from them, but it just feels so difficult. Looking at this game top down, who deals with Patoshka? You guys don't necessarily, as Eminem, have like a very consistent way of engaging that's going to be reliable. Yes. And the issue is, even if you do find that, the Sitter is always going to be there with the kick. Abagnale is always going to be relatively in position to peel with his own CC. And, with the summoner spells up for Eero and for Azator, a lot of self-peel between them as well for the ultimate coming out from Varus to lock down any divers. So, I feel like the options are just so slim for Eminem. I don't even know what they can realistically do. You try to go for Patoshka, Patoshka probably just walks out. You try and team fight 5v5, 4v4, you probably just die. You try and look for picks, but again, the people that are going to be going for these, sort of dips into fog, your own fog of war, it's going to be these mobile members like Distillery and Abagnale, and if you're not able to immediately lock them down, chain CC them, they just walk out like what we just saw there.
And Eminem Kana goes to half health, but they're looking towards Aero. That's a lot of damage being thrown through, but Vel'Koz can flash away. Niriki actually make it out without losing any members. Dr. Chaos looking to force something through, but will go down, and on the backside, Patoshka is tearing the team to shreds. Remember, they have the Baron buff. Can they take the base?
They can crack open the base at the very least, I think, will Babista.
Vel'Koz teleporting in.
Yeah, they... Is this a call to end? I'm not too sure. 20 seconds 10 on Dr. Chaos. I think they can do it. I think if they really push for it, they could. It's just about whether they really want to risk it. And I think given Nuriki's position in the table, I think given the fact of how important this game is to keep their playoff hopes alive, they're just going to go for the 2 inhibitors, and I think this just makes the most sense. Confirm the inhibitor lockdown, go back to base. Hell, you can even just walk back. Oh, they're not going to quite get it. That recall from Abagnale super early on means the auto attacks don't come in. Patoshka walks back to the top side, and have they overstayed for this Infernal Soul now? That's the next question, because 10 seconds on that Patoshka has TP, he's going to have 4 resources, a recall, it looked like he purchased a GA.
Oh, looking towards the Vistas. Astor over the wall doing so much damage. That's the pickup, and now Nariki are turning away from the Dragon and turning towards the fight. Patoshka, we've tried 1, we've tried 2, we've tried 3. How about 4? Dives on forward, gets caught up with the CC, and will flee, but Abagnale follows through, picks up another. It's Dr. Chaos this time around, as the Cedo on the side has the kick. Mishigu will be able to match flash for flash, as Lee Sin actually taking a decent amount of damage, doesn't go down. Will in the end though, but I don't think it matters, as Nariki march onward. They're trying to take down as many members. The inhibitor has now been destroyed. And with this minion wave, they got one coming in bot in relatively short order. Nariki will be the ones winning this massive, massive game. Their hopes are a little bit more alive than M&M's. Although, that being said,
they don't want to risk it.
Yeah, again, it's giving a lot of respect.
Again, though, I just have to refer to the position and the stakes inside of this game. Why risk it when you can just play it slow and confirm the win? There's not any real need to try and rush a victory here.
They're going to try and take another fight, potentially. Remember, Patoshka's out on the Dragon trying to get soul for them, so that should be secure. Teleport coming in on side. The Dragon's actually not that low, so M&M are looking to try and take this one. They've overstayed. Nariki will be able to get away. Azator dives on out, but Abagnale's gone in. They will pick up the first kill of the fight as Kana goes down as well. Nariki have continued this team fight so long, but Patoshka needs to be careful. Disintegration rate is used to zone as Fiora goes back in. Can he get some damage? But Bista will get the kill before going down. And Mishigu is kiting away. Fiora chasing down. Will he have the last auto attack? Goes to resurrect. Red buff! Red team Nariki. Red buff gets the last kill of the team fight. And you know what? This time around, I think it will be the game. Nariki don't need to play it safe anymore. There's no one to defend. Their minions have done the hard work for them. M&M, not the end of their season yet, but it's in sight. Nariki fight on, trying to get towards playoffs.
Yeah, Nariki put themselves in such a strong position ahead of M&M now. And of course, Astralis yet to play their game. A much needed win. You look at the context of the table, you just have to look at it. Riddle, 7 and 8, 6th place. This now puts Nariki into 7th place, 2 wins behind them, yes, but Riddle not prone to losing games this late into the season, and especially with the schedule coming up as well. I think Nariki have a solid chance now that they've taken down M&M. Sad story for M&M.
It's a very, very difficult position for M&M to be in. It's not over, as we've said yet, but a lot of moving pieces have to go their way, and I mean,
what are the chances on it realistically happening?
Well, this is the question. We're going to see in the last game, because that's the first moving piece that probably has to go their way, but we're going to jump to a short break. When we come... Oh, we're not going to jump to a short break.
Oh, we're not?
No, we're... Hello, Jamada.
Hi. Okay, I thought this is the part where we normally go.
Well, do you know what? They were like, no, we've seen what the desk has been doing. Oh, now we're going to toss the break. Okay, that is completely on me. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, Archer, unfortunately, will be here because he actually listens to production, and he's going to do a couple of interviews as well. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few minutes.
And welcome back to the NLC. After a victory from Nuriki versus M&M, nonetheless, we were talking about this game being so important for both teams, and it's Nuriki taking up the W. It was one of the most important games for Nuriki in terms of schedule. We talked about this in the pre-show, and they actually took it with the Fiora top lane, Vel'Koz in the mid lane, and the Rakan for the support. So we have a lot to talk with Nuriki, so that's why I'm going to call Desidre as fast as possible for the interview. Hello, Desidre.
Hello.
You feeling fine?
Nice to see you again.
Okay, nice to see you again as well. You're feeling a little bit better now.
Sliding is a bit bad.
Let's go. I got to see you, man. Okay. Yeah, I got to see you. Yeah, there you go. Now this is the usual one. Yeah, this is
slightly
the usual
better,
background. Yeah. The door is still open. We have to discuss about that, but it's cool. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. Trouble is not here, so you feel safe. Okay, this is a major victory for you guys. This was one of the most important for you. How do you feel?
Yep. Feeling pretty good. Actually, after today's game, I think we showed a lot of patience in this game, and it was really key, especially against their comp, because they had practically zero engage. Like, they had Vex to somewhat engage, but Vex is not ideal for that. So as long as we took care of that and we played with our range in Vel'Koz and Varus, it was a pretty easy game from draft, in my opinion.
Yeah, when we look at draft, it made sense specifically because you had the Vel'Koz and the Fiora on the top side.
Yep.
Can you tell me anything about those picks?
I mean, Fiora is Petoska's staple, I think. It's one of his best champs for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, he hasn't been playing it as much as he would like, I think. Like, he's that guy in the top lane, you know, like that you have in solo queue always, like the Riven, the Fiora 2-trick.
Yes.
He's that guy. So, yeah, I mean, I'm glad he got to play his champs and show what he's made of. Yeah, about the Vel'Koz, like, Aero is a player that has a deep champ pool, so he will adapt to what he thinks is best, like, and Vel'Koz was the champ that was the cherry on the top for our draft, I think.
I would say so. A lot of range, a lot of poke, and allow you to do the laning phase versus Vex with no problem whatsoever. And then you in the jungle, like, taking all that attention and leaving it up for the bot side as well. As the Varus went for the Nashor's Tooth AP item instead of going for something more critical or against the Rage Blade, was this something pre-planned to get more magical damage into the team?
I mean, Varus is a very adaptable champion, kind of like you can go on Kai'Sa a lot of builds as well, right? So if there are a lot of frontline champions on the enemy team that like to stack health, like in this game, like there was Renekton, Xin, Galio, right? So you can go for the AP build, which ups your passive a lot, and you shred them with your max % damage on W. So it's pretty good.
The ratio is amazing. I like to play Varus AP, but I get flamed a lot. Okay, now that Nuriki won this game, you're one step closer to those playoffs. What is the team spirit? How are you guys feeling? How can you prepare for the rest of the schedule, which is not easy, by the way?
I mean, I think for the team spirit, I can say, like, for myself, this win was a huge boost for my mental health because I kind of forgot what it feels like to win. It's been a while, so yeah, I'm assuming it's the same for the rest of the guys. Like, I'll get to talk with them a bit more later, so that's a nice plus.
Is there any team that you fear going for the rest of the schedule?
I mean, I fear ourselves and our ability to shoot ourselves in the leg.
Hey.
So hopefully we don't. So
okay,
yeah,
let's see what happens this year.
Yeah, I don't know. I hope we can show our best selves and beat the teams on their best days as well. So there is nothing left to prove. And yeah, I mean, that's what I wish for the enemy and for ourselves.
Love to hear that. Dude, it gives me so much joy talking with you on the interview and having that sort of personality and the mental health that you have, just as you told me. Like, from the last week to this one, I'm feeling really well to talk with you. I'm really happy. So congratulations on this game and good luck through the rest of the schedule.
Yeah, thank you. I'll see you next time.
I'll see you next time. It is such a pleasure when I get to talk with the players and you can feel the happiness behind the victory and the defeat as well. Like, you can get defeated and still feel happy about the game, how you actually perform on that game, and what that defeat means to your team. So now looking to the other side, it's going to be Michigo. I'm going to talk with the AD carry from M&M. So, Michigo, are you there?
Yes, hello, my friend.
Hello, how you doing? I know it's a tough game. I know, but I heard you are in a good mood. I was like, oh, this goes so good. I feel so happy with that in mind.
Of course, I mean, you know, last time I had the interview with you, you said don't give up, and I said, yeah, I will 1v9 every game, and I mean, it's as close as it gets, I guess, you know.
The performance was good. Like, do you feel good with the performance that you had?
Yeah, for sure. The game was pretty hard to play, especially when like the team is falling apart around you and you're playing ADC. You know, it's kind of hard to survive against, especially a Fed Fiora. But I mean, it worked out fine for sure.
That is something that I wanted to talk. Looking into the composition, I see the Jinx B1. Obviously, you take away the other indicator. I forgot about Aphelios. You take the Aphelios. You get the Jinx B1. You're fine. You have the Thresh available. But instead of going for a safety net for the Jinx, you go for all-in engage and leave the Jinx on the behind like completely alone. Was this the plan?
Yeah, I mean, my positioning is so good, you know, so I don't really need the help, and I feel like it's what we play best as a team. So why not go for it, right? It is what it is. It's pretty hard to start trying new stuff now, right? So yeah, it's pretty late into the split.
It is, and playoffs are getting a little bit far away from you guys. There's still a shot, a really slim one.
Yeah.
How's the team feeling? How's the ambience inside of the team now?
But it's like, I swear, next time I will 1v9. Don't worry about it. It's playing versus some low-mob team with a Torok as coach or something. I mean, it's like the easiest W of my life. So, I mean, I don't really know like how I don't 1v9 this time. You know, I mean, Iriki is kind of hard to win, but Excel, that's pretty easy.
I love it, man. I love this conversation, Michigo. Yeah. Okay, if this doesn't work, is the idea of the team looking into the next split and like, okay, we have to fix this, that. So will there be a vacation for the team? Are you guys going
I think everyone will be taking a long vacation. I don't know if I will be back, to be honest, but I guess we'll see.
Okay. So through the last remaining games, tell me, is there any specific champion that you want to pull off that you're just not allowed because of the Jinx failures?
No, but I really want to play the Veigar, obviously, but people look at my solo queue and I'm not going to get to play it, so it is what it is.
It is what it is, man. Okay, it is a pleasure to talk with you, and good luck on the remaining games. I gotta tell you, man, I love the performance. I like you as a player. I can see you shining inside of the Rift. Don't lose that light, man.
Thank you, man. Have a good one.
You too, man. There you go. This is what we need. This is what we want. Like, you can lose in the game, but still have that positivity. And, well, you can joke about it nonetheless. These teams are on the struggle to get into playoff, but there's one team that has to win it all. It is Astralis, and it is Vanir, the last game of the day. Don't miss it. Don't blink. It's going to be a good one. I'll see you soon. Welcome back to the last game of the day. It is Astralis versus Vanir. One of the last shots for Astralis. Vanir needs this one if they want to secure their position on the playoffs. It's easier for Vanir than to Astralis.
Yes, for sure.
For sure.
Like Astralis have got a rough schedule.
And we've already talked specifics about this match,
Yes.
right? For Astralis, they have the hardest schedule coming up from all these other teams. And, you know, this is possibly one of the easiest matchups they'll come across, which is like really surreal to say, because it's still Vanir who's been looking very good, but then they got the likes of X7 coming up, they got the likes of JDXL, like you got some really strong teams you're gonna have to play against. And it starts today. If you want to build up that momentum, at least you're starting out with one of the milder teams. It's kind of like just eating spicy food, you know? You start out with something that's a little bit spicy, you up the scale a little bit, then another one until you're just eating.
All right. With this, well, the thing is, with this allegory, it's like, which countries consider which spicy? Like, you go to...
I'm Danish.
Yeah, you go to Italy. Whereas I come from, say, the UK, where curry houses occasionally add chilies to curries. And, like, you go, all right, what is a medium to you? Well, a medium to me is, like, I don't know, Riddle. Where you look at some other people, a medium to me is, like, I don't know, Ricky, right? And, like, that level of skill, it's easier, but it's still a really hard track.
I went to level with you both before we jump into Champion Select. I'm from Portugal, so our medium is like X7. So
yeah,
get better, kids. Okay, Astralis Talent versus Vanir on a Champion Select.
To set it up as well, like Astralis is coming in as an underdog. That's the story we're taking here. From the side of Vanir, they're not completely set on playoffs just yet, but taking wins here, I mean, would be pivotal in securing playoffs. And because of that, they just need to stick what they've been having success with so far, which is just play for your bot lane. Kevo, Quickset, they've been popping up like absolutely monstrous every time. And I think Astralis Talent down towards their bot side with Chrisberg and Vendel, they've just not showed up to the level we've expected.
No.
So do you play for the top and mid for Astralis?
You attack bot. You still attack bot because I still feel like these... We've seen them rely on Chrisberg. Like, we've seen lights of what it could look like. And I'll tell you what, I'm really not a fan of seeing him on Jhin. I want to see him on hyper carry. So, like, getting that Jinx, having a comp that can probably play around him. And I'm not just talking about getting to mid to late game. I'm talking about actually utilizing the early game as well, because we just never see that from Astralis, really.
Jinx is a good start, but I do need to be more responsible with the lead. That's my thing, is often he can get some good CSDs, he can get some good gold himself, but then he kind of doesn't really toe the line properly about when he can step forward aggressively, appropriately, and he needs to be able to do that better against a team. And like I said, Kevo and Quickset will punish that, and Noodle as well has been such a monster for Vanir, where Taxa has struggled a little bit more, honestly. He's not been particularly consistent. He hasn't really been as proactive or as synergized with his lanes as I think a lot of people were hoping. And if it does turn up to, or come down to, there's the phrase I was looking for, to a bot lane 2v2. If it ends up having mid laners and junglers roaming down there, I definitely favor Vanir off the strength of how Noodle in particular has been looking.
For sure. Okay, so do you think since I was banned in this instance, Gwent is banned in this instance, so we don't get to have that like immunity around the junglers at this point in time, which just allow shorter range or longer range champions like the Jinx to function very well. So coming in with the shorter range of the hyper carries we see with the Ryze and with the Aphelios, you can already set yourself up on the side of Astralis for team composition, which goal is to aim or outrange rather the carries now. So going for something like the control mages, like the Victor, and potentially even the Lee Sin from the likes of Tag, or Lee Sin's banned, so Hecarim's fine here as well, would be great. So here's the thing. Support or get that mid lane right now.
I feel like a Thresh pick here for Wendell's got to be the obvious answer, although Lulu has kind of fallen a little bit off priority, but is a very strong option with a hyper carry. So you've got lane control, you can get shove. That does set up for a win condition.
Yeah, and you know, it's a huge takeaway. Quickset's most played champion, I do believe, so far has been that Lulu paired up with
That's a fair shout, actually.
But, I mean, if we want to take it back to who Quickset was feared on in the past in the Nordics, it was always Thresh. Like, this guy, that champion was his bread and butter. But with no AD carry or with no jungler locked in, they go for it this time around. And I can see it fairly because, you know, Lee Sin is already off the table. Centaur's off the table. J4 can be a potential. The Trundle can be potential as well, but it's not so good into the Hecarim in that instance. So they're just going for the vehicle immediately for Noodle instead.
You secure the jungle and you allow yourself, okay, we can go for the Nautilus, we can go for the Leona. We ditched the Thresh, you can ban it away. We have other ideas, but in terms of jungler, the pool is getting thin.
It is a bit as well. Plus, honestly, when you're already into the Hecarim, something like a Viego tends to be better into players that dive at you, champions that dive at you, and you've got a Hecarim that's going to be doing exactly that. If you can force the overdive or you catch the overdive, get the kill on the Hecarim, turn it around yourself with the resets, you can turn around dives pretty well as Viego. It's one of his stronger play patterns, I think it's fair to say. Now we're coming through to this second phase of bans, and pretty obvious that one's looking at the mid lane pool, while Astralis are looking to try and make sure that Quixis doesn't have so many things to pair up this Aphelios with and allow the shove that Chris Berg and Wendell will have to happen without too much pressure.
Yeah, for sure. I like the bans as well coming through. I think Vega was a very pivotal ban in the composition against the short range here. There is the availability from the side of Astralis, because I do believe Vanir is just going for support login here. They're going to save the top lane card. I think that's only reasonable once you already know what the bot lane is from the side of Astralis. Now, I think there is potential from the side of Astralis you could be cheeky throwing a Cillian in a composition like this from the mid lane as well. Wouldn't be too bad.
Does it have to be a mid lane considering what's been going on in the NLC?
Yeah, that's a fair shout. That's like just a little seed I'm gonna plant there. I don't think it's gonna happen, but it's something that could be good against these champion as well. And when you have a hyper carry, you already have the Hecarim, you have the Lulu. What I do think is gonna happen instead is just Press defaulting onto a control mage. Orianna would be great paired up with Hecarim as well.
Such a good combo, yeah.
So
I mean, there it is.
That wouldn't be too bad. And then maybe if you just go for an on the top side, you have yourself secured that weak side. It's going to be harder team.
Why not the Gnar? Yeah.
It's fair. It's fair. I think it's in my analogy going that, you know, playing for the Chris Berg, so I think having that front line would be great for him here.
Yes.
But, I mean, Gnar is still good in a side lane.
You got it called it the first time round. There we go. Of course, Gnar was one of the...
I see that smile. I see that smile.
Play both strong and weak side. It might be Nile that decides, I'll take that matchup anyway. You can certainly play with the range. You can run the whole breaker. It becomes a bit untenable for Ornn a little later into the game, but Astralis have got a fantastic front to back with the hyper carry, with ways to start fights.
Yeah.
It's easy, you know, like bread and butter, obvious ways to play, and honestly with where they're at, this feels like a pretty good option for a team that's often struggled around objective setups and the like. A little bit more complicated perhaps for Vanir.
Yeah, I think Vanir, they have tools to start some engages down towards the bottom side. If you can get a lead for Aphelios, then you put yourself a little bit ahead of the curve in terms of just getting bot lane priority, moving that priority into the Drake pick and start stacking up the objectives. Another point is you have that Gnar into the Ornn, which is Gnar favored as well. So that's also a point of attack. But the main concern for me is that if Vanir are not choosing on tools of attack in the early game, then if they go even into the mid game, I think Astralis has a really difficult composition playing into.
I agree, but I will say Vanir have got more options to play in the side lanes. Like Ryze and Gnar should be able to play those side lanes. And when you've got Desiderate there, I feel like the 2v2s in the side lanes get pretty nice for the side of Vanir. And I think, considering what we have seen from them so far, I trust them to be able to play the map wider, where I feel like Astralis have often let vision control timings slip the later the game goes. Where it's like, you'll have control of the dragon 30 seconds too early or
fair shout.
slip the
fair.
resets, and that's my worry.
It's the reason why they've done so poorly. It's true.
It is one of the last shots for Astralis. The window is closing, and Vanir might actually close it. So without further ado, it's time to send it away for Viperun and Jamada.
I've been backing Astralis a lot in the predictions.
Yeah.
Someone, right, okay, let me do this. So, some of us have been voting for Astralis weekly.
Yep.
And it's not being Gulborg. I just want to put that out there. You want a jersey? I mean, yeah, maybe. Astralis, if you've got jerseys lying around,
If you want a jersey, I'm sure they'll hit you up.
I challenged you on this last week.
Yeah.
And you were like, I'm not a trader because there's at least one Dane on the other team.
Yeah.
That was your defense.
Yeah.
Does it count, Viperun?
No, it doesn't. This is the thing. So, basically, 2 weeks in, my predictions are already in the toilet. Jamada, I think yours are kind of down there as well.
I wouldn't be surprised.
You did a lot of offering Eminem lifelines.
Yeah.
And then you
I don't know what
and then
happened
they
to
started
Eminem.
winning.
Yeah.
And then you swap back.
Yeah.
And then they lost. And then you swap back and it didn't work.
They've not been returning my calls.
I mean, it's a bit awkward.
Yeah, it's a shame. But let's talk about this game.
Nah, do we have to?
Well,
we probably should. We're on to the red. Michael! Okay.
I called him Michael in week 1.
Okay.
And then onwards, he was just known as this really vile world destroyer.
People have been chatting a lot about Michael.
Yeah.
Bless him, he's
just an innocent duck.
He's just doing his work. He's just doing his job.
He is.
Of being a duck, I suppose. I don't think he's actually got gainful employment. But these players have gainful employment as we're on to the for the final game of the day. Astralis need this win to keep things up in the air.
Yep.
Vanir need this win because they want to be getting good seeding, and because winning here, I think, will probably put them into playoffs formally and officially, beyond any doubt.
Yes.
Because Riddle lost.
Yes, exactly. So Vanir winning here it would just 100%. It would put them into it's simple as that.
They're in, but we don't know where.
We just don't know where they will land.
That being said, though, because we've seen teams, Bifrost look pretty decent today.
Yeah.
But Vanir could be looking to maybe push up. That it's a case of getting it today. We can put it out of our minds. We know what we're doing. Let's now play for seeding. Whereas Astralis are, we need to win all our games. And even then, maybe not, as Wendell actually might be called out. But it's only Quickstep who gets there, so is going to back away. Is there anything, before we get into this game, well and truly and properly, that you want to quickly run over? I know our analyst did an excellent job of talking about the composition.
Yeah,
is there anything you want to highlight?
I think they did a great job. I think they highlighted just about everything you really need to. Astralis, it's about the team fighting. 2 items on, right? You need to just get to that point.
Yeah.
Relatively unscathed. Ignore the pause, of course. Or the reconnect issue fixed in the future. Noodle flashed.
Michael!
Hi, Michael.
What was that?
That was a dolphin.
What?
Can we take a look at the top jungle right now? Because Noodle is trying to aggress onto Taxa, and I believe, and I'll ask the observers to double check this, that he flashed over the back of Baron Pit Wall to make it to this blue buff very, very quickly to interrupt Taxa's
Doesn't have
farming
flash
path.
anymore, so
Yeah, so whilst this looks quite awkward, I guess the argument is you're interrupting Hecarim from actually being able to do his job.
Taxa doesn't have a buff yet.
Yeah, Taxa doesn't have a buff yet. And also the other thing is, look at the minion waves in both the solo lanes here.
Yeah.
Mid lane, Sahira, actually at the moment wouldn't have first move, but I think for a majority of what the play whilst that was happening, that was what's going on. Yeah, Noodle just flashed over the wall. He was going straight for the blue buff. I think they had a ward that Taxa was going to be starting on the Wolves, and he just wanted to go and interrupt that. And not only did he eventually succeed in his mission, he delayed Taxa so much that Taxa's only got 2 camps. And I would say this right now, if Noodle felt like crossing over through mid and interrupting what's happening here, the game feels very doomed for. Yeah?
He'll be buff to buff to buff.
Shut up. No one's even gonna get that. Do you know how sad that is?
Doing it.
He's gonna cross over to mid. Calm down. Okay, calm
go.
down. So I think Vision was actually collected there by Krez. So Krez knows that Noodle's coming over. So that's it. Wolves the only thing that lost. So he's been chased away from the buff. He's not gonna be able to contest with the Skull Crab because Sahira's based and Kevo and Quickstep don't have priority. It's Astralis with bottom lane priority. So Tax is still gonna get of course, the bottom lane Skullcrab. But when you do the mental maths on it, it's what? 4 camps actually. What was Tax's 4th camp? He got Wolves on both sides, a Skullcrab.
Raptors.
Oh, he took Raptors.
He started Raptors.
Oh yeah, apologies. I'm blind. He started Raptors into Wolves, and then that's where the farming path was interrupted. But the jungle camps at the moment, yeah, he is far behind. When you think about it like this, the jungle camps for Noodle are going to be worth a little more. Noodle's clearing, if I'm going to be like super technical for a second while I have a chance to.
Okay.
Tax's camps are going to cycle out quicker now.
Yes.
Because Noodle's only been attacking buffs.
Yes.
With the exception of the Grump. But the Grump on Tax's side is now going to respawn sooner. So it's delayed Taxa for now, and it's going to delay him for about another 2 rotations, give or take, if my maths is correct and I'm doing the 5D chess stuff correctly when it comes to the jungle. But for the immediate future, Noodle is going to be ahead 1-1. And let's see what he can actually do with that lead. Vanir very clearly came into this with an early game plan to deny the opportunity for Taxa to just have, you know, a very easy going early game. But when you talk about tangible, you know, results from this, the answer is not that much.
Well, this is the thing, right? Because there's the side of Noodle getting ahead, in quotation marks. There's the side of Taxa being forced behind. And then it's a question of, right, neither of these junglers has actually contributed to the map state yet, because they've both been busy interacting with each other, which is something that a lot of people don't always recognize in saying, this jungler is an early game jungler. That doesn't necessarily mean he's getting into lanes and ganking. This means that sometimes it's a case of just going in, denying the other jungler, making sure that it's a 4v5 later on, because Hecarim is so far behind. But whether Noodle's going to be successful in doing that and what the rest of the map state is going to be crucial, because we haven't talked about the other lanes really. Things are looking pretty good for Astralis across the board. Top lane, as you'd expect, is kind of rough because it's all into a ranged or mostly ranged champion. But past that, Astralis seems to be holding out fine. It's what Noodle can do to put this lead, in, again, quotation marks, to use. And right now that looks like just getting a bit of priority and grabbing the dragon.
Yeah, okay, so there's finally the tangible result of the early invades, I suppose, if you want to...
Yeah, but Mountain Dragon, they could have got that anyway.
Yeah, I think there's a solid chance that they probably could have gotten this one anyway. Again, you talk about Ryze now, should have priority in the mid lane for a majority of his time laning there. On the bottom side, you know, it can be forced occasionally, but it's going to always be very difficult with Jinx and Lulu on the bottom side, and now Taxa. Let's see, what's he looking for here? Any kind of information? Potentially he wanted to go and invade the bottom side of the map with the hero on a reset timer. Reasonable time to go and do it. You have the bottom side pushing in as well, so I think that was the goal, but once he sees Noodle's trail, the camouflage trail on that walk, he knows that he's in the area, probably taking the buff. No use trying to go for the invade. Then and there. Looks like Astralis will just go for the reset. See whether or not they look for some kind of Herald play in a minute's time. But yeah, I mean, all things probably going okay in Astralis's minds right now. I think losing that early dragon probably to be expected.
Yeah.
In the grand scheme of things. That's just going to be about item tracking, and I think we just look at this game until it starts to matter for Astralis's point of view, from Vanir's point of view, because right now, I feel like they really need to press the issue somewhere. They have the Ultimate available for Noodle, Heartbreaker is online. So Viego's skirmishing power just got a lot scarier.
Yes.
And now I want to try and see him abuse, you know, any one of these lanes. He's got set up across the board, realistically. It's just about having the information to make sure that the gank sticks and isn't countered by a different member of Astralis. Because right now, Taxa should be cresting over the level 6 mark very, very soon. I imagine this Skull Crab, maybe, would... No, still a little bit too far away. So Skull Crab blue buff. And he should hit level 6. And then that's when, you know, Taxa can try and look for some place somewhere when needs be. Oh, he thinks 6 now. Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
That's a lot of XP from that Skull Crab. Okay.
Moving towards mid lane, Zahira and Quickstep are there. He's going to be spotting out that red ward, and we'll be taking that one down in short order. Everyone's moving towards this mid lane because, of course, Rift Herald is up. Zahira has to flash over the Chompers as Chrisberg has made his way to the mid lane as well. But it looks like Astralis are moving up and potentially trying to get the priority in the start on this Rift Herald. The attacks are immediately backing away, seeing how many members of Vanir are there. This is going to be close. In the top side, it's Nala who comes through first. Let's engage on Quicksave. Nice on onto 2. Caught by the shockwave, though, as we see Zahira moving on forward, looking towards Wendell. Goes low first blood with the Heartbreaker. Astralis trying to run away. Taxa called out for the second. Crest going to be followed through. Caught up with the anchor. Knocked away. Caught for the third. It's all Noodle all the time as he picks up a triple.
And as a Vanir fan, you're rooting for this team. I don't know if there's a better player to see to get a triple kill right now than Noodle. When we see Noodle get these leads, he very often can take over the game with them. A triple kill on the Viego. He's going to have a ton of gold, actually, and we'll check that after this replay as the initial engage comes through from Quicksef and just a massive ultimate. The shockwave is great at dissipating some of the aggression, but realistically, it's only landing onto Quicksef, and this is when the Heartbreaker reset starts to come down. The slow from the Glitter Lance taken by Noodle keeps Taxa in place so that the Heartbreaker into a Blade of the Ruined King can secure that kill, and another dredge line on to this Orianna. Onto Krez, Noodle finds his mark with the charge into another Heartbreaker reset. 3.8k. He had a recurve bow in his inventory, so my best guess is he's rushed the Blade of the Ruined King. Of course, with the itemization changes, you do see a lot of different builds. Now, as a Viego enjoyer myself, I have recently been testing some of these builds. I think there's a couple of very viable ones. Blade of the Ruined King Rush into this composition. It's audacious, but I like it, and I think it's very Noodle. To be honest with you. And I think the fact that the Iron Spike's so hard, you know, when you think about Blade of the Ruined King champions, they all spike incredibly hard once they pick the Iron up. So if you're talking about the context of this game of, okay, we need to get the ball rolling, he's picked up a 10-minute Blade of the Ruined King. Nobody on this map can skirmish this Viego. So wherever Viego goes, expect bodies to drop. But again, it's going to be about Vanir actually finding these opportunities and trying to force the issue to ensure that Noodle can get into these scraps and use this advantage that he has now.
We've seen, so we talked about Vanir wanting to, they needed to do something, right? Which was massively important for them. They needed to get the ball rolling, and they just got a triple kill on their Viego, who was the person that we were watching in the early game saying, you're getting all the stuff done, this is where all the action is, what can you do with it? Triple kill, great stuff. Ruined King and now Boots as well, so he's going to be able to get into fights a little bit easier. And we're saying, look, Vanir need to push the issue. Every time they push the issue, is it just elongating the amount of time that they have to continue pushing the issue? If that, I said pushing the issue a lot in that context. Yeah. So essentially, they got a lot. You said they need to get something done. They got something done. Are they needing to? Are they still looking to get something done?
100%. Just so it keeps the window as close to closed for Astralis for as long as possible.
Yes.
Because at the end of the day, I think no matter how you slice it, once the Astralis team composition comes online, things will start to get difficult for Vanir. Vanir's champions, admittedly, they're all actually pretty good at team fighting, to be honest with you. But I think if you're talking about team cohesion, the way that the team comp will interact with one another, it just looks a bit smoother for Astralis on paper, I think. And some of that execution floor is going to be a bit difficult to reach for Vanir, but it's definitely not unattainable.
I think looking at that charge on that Rift Herald, I don't think Kevo actually got any gold from it, looking at the animation. I think it all went on to Viego, so...
the very easy way to check this is how much gold does Noodle have in his inventory? Yeah, okay. Yeah, he got all the gold.
Which is fine. Again, that would look like a mistake because Kevin was just forced a little bit away from the tower.
At the end of the day, Kevin was almost got enough gold to actually pick up his first item, I'm pretty sure. And Noodle, giving him more gold in the position he's in, I don't think it's a terrible idea. Nilay's on one item as well on the top side, so he's got the whole breaker advantage. Now they're going to try and force play on the bottom side.
Here are the bus driver looking to get the dive going. Crispback needs to be careful alongside Wendell, but the teleport comes through to play a little bit. And now Tax is en route. I don't know if I like the chances of Astralis trying to re-engage this play, but they do effectively defend themselves.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they get Krez's teleport. And remember, this is still before 40 minutes, so that's a very lengthy teleport cooldown. That's not going to be up until around 16 minutes. Oh, no, sorry, I beg your pardon, 18 minutes or so into the game now. It depends on whether or not Krez brought inspiration with him to have, of course, Cosmic Insight. So, yeah, it's honestly a fine trade for Vanir. You trade Realm Walk, which is going to be up in about 2.5 minutes time now. And you can just go for the repeat play, and this time, Krez won't have teleport. Still going to be on cooldown. And he should be A-okay with that one. So Vanir, they forced the play, but it's kind of pushed away from them. They got 3 minutes now until this Hextech Dragon spawns up. I think the most important thing for us to track in this moment in time is just going to be item completion.
Okay.
For this third dragon.
Yeah.
And who actually has what. Right now, relatively even across the board. The only major discrepancy, really, it's Noodle to Taxa. Naturally though, as the Hecarim, especially in a comp that's got a Lulu and an Orianna in it, he doesn't necessarily need items to function or to play his role. All he really needs to do is kind of just charge in, cause a lot of chaos in the backline, and, you know, give Astralis an opportunity to have Chrisberg open up, have Crest find a really strong shockwave. So it's not the end of the world that right now Noodle has an IM lead, but it just means they have to watch out for Noodle and ensure that he's not being enabled too hard by the rest of Vanir.
And isn't resetting, because if you teamfight you give up a kill, suddenly things become a much more difficult prospect, especially if Tax is going into the backline and getting blown up. Then Noodle can turn around and be the one running in.
Yeah.
And he's going to be able to jump out of that one with a lot more damage.
That's the only scary thing about Tax being, you know, far behind them.
Yes.
Is exactly as you say. He dives in, doesn't achieve much, dies. All of a sudden, even though Noodle might be, you know, siphoning and possessing a weaker champion than himself, he's given himself the opportunity to just go back in and misplace somebody.
Yes.
Or turning back into Viego anyway. So, yeah, that's definitely the scary thing about Taxa being behind right now. Good pickup up. Looks like they're just going for the bottom play.
Going towards Kevo. The ultimate will not land. It will only get the fear, but that's taking Kevo in the direction he wants to have gone anyway. And Taxa, blue ghost, blue ultimate. Noodles coming here to blue up health bars. Goes towards Wendell. Half health needs to dive away with the Heartbreaker. A teleport coming on through. Vanir are looking to commit members. They're looking to get this fight going. Astralis actually unstoppable, but the ultimate lands on to do. Taxa needs to be careful. Back away first. Gonna fight. Goes over as Wendell falls. Nille on the side looking towards Crest, who's hanging around. The ultimate from Chrisberg only hits on the Kevo, but doesn't get too much work done. As Astralis lose a member back away, this tower will be forfeit as well. Objective bounties are available soon, which will be some solace to Astralis, you have to imagine, and another tower will fall.
Yeah, but it just doesn't look great for Astralis right now. Vanir, their gold lead is ballooning significantly, 5,000 gold ahead. Dragons up in 1 minute's time. They should be able, Vanir, to even have enough time to pick up this Herald and then maybe still play for the Dragon. I think it would be a little bit over audacious, over eager. And Noodle, I think, reads this, drops off this side of the map, and it should be Astralis' objective to take. Noodle gonna reset. I think it's the right call. Vanir across the map gonna reset, pick up their items. I was about to call it Eternal Winter because I've been playing too much TFT, but it's Everfrost. Picked up was the hero, and it actually looks like we're gonna see a tank ion come out of Noodle. Which one it will be? A tank mythic, rather. Yes. To be very specific. Which one that will be is up to his discrepancy. I would imagine probably Chemtech.
Gives that a little bit of extra engagement.
Yeah, it just gives you a little bit more access to the backline, if any. Personally, I would have loved to have seen a little more aggression come out. Something like the Divine Thunder, something like a Triforce even, I think. In a game like this could have worked out if you're trying to assassinate some of the backline carries as a very, very fed Viego.
Yeah.
But I think bring some sustainability to his build right now. I think he can kind of understand the thought process behind it. And uncontested on this Dragon, I think, you know, the handshake has been had for this Herald and Dragon, and now Taxa pathing up towards the top side, wants to drop this one down. You would guess more times than not. And Vanir reading the map relatively well, not sending anybody up to the top side to get dove. Nille's on the bottom side, but there's no tower to hit on right now, so this should just be a tower surplus trade for Astralis. A lot of pings going on the map right now, particularly from the red side. It's in the river.
Fight going on. Wendell's gone.
Yeah.
Just gets caught out by Quicksef, and then Noodle was there. Chrisberg taking a whole heap of damage. Doesn't get sniped out though with the flash being used. The tower does go down on the top side, which would be kind of nice for the gold situation as Vanir chasing down Carlson. Nille just putting so much damage in, goes large, so can't chase forward. Noodle actually then cut down the Rift Herald in the top lane to make sure that the second tower doesn't go down to give another bounty over. But Jamara, talk to me. So, Astralis, their composition comes online at some point.
Yeah.
I was thinking exchange in the boss side, actually exchange in the mid side as well, and that's going to kill onto Taxa. He's too squishy, cannot survive the damage.
How does that even happen underneath the tower like that? Realistically,
Or should they have been there defending at that point?
I'd have to see it from the very beginning. Obviously, we cut to the middle of Taxa kind of being murdered. I think Vanir, if they want to force this tower, they can. They might respect a little bit. It seems like that will be the case. Don't want to get shockwaved, don't want to get chased down.
Just got top lane for free as well, so...
Yeah, and it's Noodle that picks up the gold yet again. And Noodle probably has enough gold to pick up another item on his reset, if I had to wager a guess. Let's see what it is. I'm very curious. Iceborne, or Icefire, or Frostfire.
Frostfire, Gauntlet. You got there in the end.
Thank you.
Good thing you're not a League of Legends analyst, isn't it? That'd be embarrassing if you were.
Horrible if I was.
Awful. Just terrible. But let's look at this very quickly. So we've kind of been drawing this line of Vanir need to continually be doing stuff. Astralis come online eventually. Things look good for them if they can survive. First things first, we've got Vanir playing for Dragon's Soul Point.
In 3 minutes.
Dragon's Hextech Dragon's Soul gets picked up.
Yep.
Do we take that narrative and throw it out the window?
Yeah, I think Hextech Soul is so powerful. I remember, and it's not really been altered too much in what it actually does to the Soul. Back in preseason, when the dragon who we shall not name was still in the game.
Yeah.
Any combination with that dragon and its Soul, when collected, had a win rate of like 90%. And just put this into context, when a Dragon Soul is collected, and this is coming from solo queue stats from quite a few patches ago, but I believe that they will still be relevant. The other dragons, with the exception of Hextech, which had a little bit of a higher win rate, in contrast, was around 75-ish%.
Yeah, about
with
that.
With a Soul 1, or with a Soul collected. That team would typically win around 75% of the time. Chemtech Soul, the
one that we don't name, we just
one,
did, but it's fine, don't worry about it.
Was at 90%, and Hextech was about 80, 85. So Hextech Soul is actually still very, very strong. The raw stats it provides, I think personally might be the best in the game.
Okay.
The flat haste and attack speed, when stacked up 4 times, I'll take that. Potentially even the only dragon I wouldn't take over is the raw stats of Inferno.
I like Elder Dragon personally.
Elder Dragon's quite good. Axa is getting absolutely...
Zahira's just putting out the damage. We haven't really spoken about Zahira this game because there's been so much going on, but he's having a really solid performance.
And not only that, this is Zahira on his rise.
Exactly.
It's not even something that's really been mentioned too much today. If you are a longer-term viewer of the NLC, you will know Zahira is very much a Rise enjoyer and also a Victor enjoyer. And typically what you ended up seeing a lot of teams do versus Vanir was remove Rise, remove Victor, and then maybe a third champion if they were feeling it. And then all of a sudden, it felt like Zahira was a bit less of a threat on the map compared to his other champions.
Yes.
This split, it's not quite been the same. He's shown a lot more flexibility and teams have dropped off that. And on top of that, there's other very important picks to be removing the way, unlike when that was occurring.
Going for the Realm Warp. Krez is in a lot of trouble and Severa called out by the Shockwave, but it does not matter one iota as Zahira runs away. And I want to just highlight Zahira a little bit quickly, just in terms of the grand scheme of things. Remember, this guy was in Division 2 last year.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Comes in, qualifies through to the NLC on a different roster, which then became X7. So, goes on to a different NLC roster. Has been playing so well, has had such solid performances on a Vanir side who, frankly, a lot of people weren't rating going into the season. And now we're talking about them a couple of weeks left of the season. Hey, this could be the team that's going into the top 4. And we were talking about this way back in like week 2 and we're saying, well, ease schedule, blah, blah, blah. They had to play everyone in the schedule and they're still here, still fighting for it, fighting for Soul Dragon as well. Up against Astralis Talent, who have had the opposite fortunes this season, all things considered, down near the bottom.
Zahira on the flank, maybe.
Zahira is on the flank. He hasn't got ultimate available, but he's got the blast going to get him to pit if he needs a quick option.
He can also take the gate if he has to go back to his team.
This is true. He can dive in behind, but it won't be the best position as the two teams' lines of scrimmage fighting over the final dragon. Astralis cannot afford to let this one go down. Vanir, this would likely be the closing curtain for them if they can secure it themselves. But Carlson going in, wants to get engaged. Here's the one call out, flashes away, quick stuff in the backline. Nilla is there as well, but he's not angry yet, he's not mega yet, as Carlson could be in trouble. That's the first kill of the fight going on to Quicksev, as Noodle has to back away. Vanir are fading away into the jungle, a second one taken down. Astralis Talent grab themselves the dragon, deny Soul for now, and because they've got all 5 members, they're going to move towards the Baron.
Yeah, they can do it. I think they can. I think the health bars are a little bit too low from the Vanir side, and Astralis, they get the team fight they need. I think crucially, they lose this. That's
it.
I feel like that would have just been the nail in the coffin for them. They have the 2 items on Krez. They have 2 items on Chrisberg. This was the time that they needed to fight. They managed to claw together the resources to be able to contest Vanir at this dragon, and they did it well. Vanir, I won't say the lack of engage options, but only having Quicksev as kind of that engage as the only option, whilst the rest of the team is kind of being dove. It feels kind of bad when Quicksev can't get any follow-up on this engage, and from then, Chrisberg untouched, pretty much. Just absolutely minces through the entirety of Vanir here.
Astralis can't do anything. They're just completely zoned away. As soon as they back away from the Hecarim engage, the Ornn ultimate comes on through, and suddenly you've got Kevo and Sahira like, well, Sahira's half health and hasn't got flash, and Kevo isn't anywhere near the fight because he's not got the range to get involved. Oh no, I guess we lose these two objectives. Bounty's on top of them. So now we have to go back to the question we've been asking all game. Vanir, this is the first time they've taken their foot off the pedal. Astralis, now, are they in the driving seat? Is this a winning Baron? Not necessarily, you don't win off this Baron, obviously. Is this a Baron where they get the lead, or is this just to stabilize?
This is a Baron to stabilize. I was just taking a look. Oh, okay. I couldn't see that Chrisberg was actually on the tower, so I was wondering why there was no gold outline on tier 2, but it's because it was on the bottom tier 1 instead. So yeah, objective bounty is still there. They have just fizzled off.
Yes, with that tower.
So for now, this is a bit of a stabilizing dragon and giving themselves more time. Vanir, losing that dragon's big, it might hurt them.
Slows them down, surely.
In terms of their, in terms of their capability to have a lot of agency. Here as Moonlight Vigil will be cooled down with the Gravitum through slow Tax's advance. It's a tool blow and at effectively no cost, and now Astralis, they can aggress into this mid lane tower pretty much for free. Sahira's on the bottom side pushing in. Actually, so is Nile on the top side, so they have potential for a pincer here into the mid lane. Astralis, yeah, doing the right thing. Back away, both sides. Don't want to get engaged on by a Realm Walk at this moment in time. And I think they can leave happy for now. They still have a minute left on the Baron, but I don't think they should be able to accomplish too much more. Vanir lose a lot of momentum off this. And, I mean, take a look at the items. Now, Chrisberg, off the back of that fight, was able to finish up an entire third item. He's in half an item up on Kevo at the moment.
And it's an ornament.
And it's an ornament.
Typhoon secured. Haven't quizzed you on the ornaments yet. This game's been all action. But this is the thing, though, because now we've got an interesting dynamic where Vanir, they're still ahead.
Yep.
Don't get me wrong, the gold still looks good for them. Noodle is still an absolute monster. You've got Zahira, who has picked up his third item as well, and that tier is stacked out for Fimbulwinter. So he's going to be doing a lot of damage, but also very hard to take down. What's the next move for Vanir here? What do they want to be doing? Are they just waiting things out and going for that next dragon, which spawns in 2 minutes' time?
Yeah, I think the safest bet for now is to wait for that next dragon, but I think they have to approach the fight differently. I think if they try and front to back, like, well, they didn't necessarily try to front to back. They got front to back on.
Yes.
But if they allow themselves to be in a situation where the fight occurs as a front to back, I don't think they're going to win anymore. I think right now, Chrisberg is more than online. Taxa, Carlson, they're tanky enough to do their job and soak up all the damage from Sahira and Kevo for the meantime and just disrupt them from dealing damage. I think Vanir have to find backline access one way or another, whether it comes from Nile teleporting in and finding a flank and getting a massive Naro, whether it's a hero with a Realm Walk to try and enclose Astralis into some kind of choke. They have to do something. They have to find the access onto Chrisberg, onto Krez. Because if they don't, they are just going to lose this game. If they try and front to back, they can't quite do it as well as Astralis can, in my opinion. And what's going to make trying to find backline access really hard is that there's the Lulu in the game as well. Going to have to deal with the Wild Growth, going to have to deal with Polymorph. It's going to be a very difficult task to manage, but I think it's the task that Vanir have at hand. And if they can try and take control of the river and be the first ones in the river, I think that definitely helps them. But the issue is, Astralis' comp kind of doesn't care. It's got enough engaged tools to kind of just go. And even right now, it just seems like Astralis are just going to retake control themselves. And yeah, that just always walking into objective second, it always feels bad regardless of how you want the team to fight. And now Astralis actually could find an engage here because they are pincering onto the mid lane.
Noodle needs to be careful. He's fighting his way through Carlson, but will get zapped up now. In the bot side, there's also a fight going on as Sahira might have been caught out, but they're looking towards the Viego. Carlson is chasing forward, looking for the knockout. Won't be able to find it, but does get a little bit of damage. Where's the ultimate? It's going to be dodged away from it. It doesn't matter because Jinx secures the kill.
Relay in the top side.
Now looking to catch members down. There's a teleport coming on through to defend. It's Carlson up against Nilla. I think this tower will be forfeit as Vanir looking to fight the rest of Astralis. The damage comes down on Taxa is pretty big. They've got themselves on the Chrisberg. He's trying to find away. Sahira's doing damage. Chrisberg goes golden, but can they take down the Jinx? Yes, they can. That is huge.
They're surviving.
And now they're going to move forward. They haven't lost a member in this engagement just yet, as Quicksilver is trying to look towards Wendell. Cress will move down to the side. He's going to be able to get away.
Get the soul.
Get the soul. This is what Vanir need. Are they back on track?
They might be, this because the soul is so powerful in the combat stats that it provides, and obviously the AoE slow. Nile almost. If he felt like flashing, I think he could have maybe had presence of mind to recognize Krez, had a stoppage in his inventory. And Kevo, Unfortunately, the Moonlight Vigil doesn't find Chris Berg as well. Otherwise, I think he just dies so much faster than he does. But brilliant stopwatch to try and buy some time. The Shockwave as well finds Kevo and Sahira. Astralis do everything they can to deny what feels like the inevitable from that Fog of War engage from Vanir. Not able to survive it, unfortunately. They lose Kevo, and once they lose Kevo, that's it in this particular engagement, because Vanir have the rest of the numbers around them to go back to the Dragon, pick that up, and secure the Hextech Soul. And now with the Soul, I think Soul bonus, of course the mini stack Shiver the Slow, I think it's going to be pretty oppressive in terms of, you know, well, doing its job, slowing people down. Especially you think about, there's not too much mobility between the Jinx and Orianna. It's effectively, you know, buffed up by the spells of basically just Wendell and Dissonance, and you kind of hope that's enough. But in terms of mobility in the traditional sense of dashes and
they're not able to get away from slows as effectively.
Exactly.
Of course, you've got the Typhoon on the Jinx, who's going to be able to get that small dash and the flashes when they're up, but they're not up on these two key carries. So now we've got to ask, Baron is up now. You're going to see an engage coming through. Cressberg going to go low, going to be taken out by the flanking Mini-Gnar. And you know what, Vanir might be able to do something here. They're looking to chase onto members of Astralis, but a slow from Cress will disengage. But with the Jinx gone, surely that's a Baron attempt at least.
Has to be, but did you just see the damage that Cress did? Nile, I think, still had the isolated Hullbreaker damage or resistances. If Vanir aren't careful, they can get caught out by a killer combo of Shockwave and an ultimate from Ornn, so they have to space themselves out. The damage is coming into the Baron. It's going to drop for sure.
Nile's not angry at all, so he's just going to be trying to take away as many. That Baron is going very, very low. It's 2,000 as the call of the Forge God is used. It's going to be secured by Noodle, 5v4, and now on Vanir, they're the ones looking to get engaged. Sahira's taking his team towards the enemies. We'll be able to get the slowdown, but it's only onto Carlson. But the Ornn, he's a big target. They're moving forward towards Wendell as well. Taxa rides back through and gets some damage down onto the Rise, who just doesn't die. He's so tanky as Vanir are moving forward, giving this Baron empowerment to all of their minions. We've got Sahira going back, but has teleport. Can Vanir finish this one up?
They should be able to. The dredge line goes wide, and so the Spectral Wall. Noodle is in trouble.
He's going to be caught out here, but Nair comes in. That's a massive Gnar ultimate. The damage is huge. Vanir, it took them. They stumbled, they faltered, but they did not die. And breaking into the base, they'll be able to secure themselves a place in playoffs. Astralis talent, it was close in the middle, but they just couldn't finish it.
It looked so damn good for Astralis once they picked up that Baron for just a brief moment, but Vanir take the fights when it matters, and Nile steps up to the plate with a game-winning Gnar ultimate to secure themselves their position in playoffs, and that's one less position available.
Yeah, I mean,
to Astralis as well. And you have to think about it like that. I mean, not that they were ever going to take Vanir's position, but now you know that's one more confirmed lock-in.
With that result, Astralis, when you look at how Eminem also, the position they're in, realistically,
you're just looking at Riddle.
The last place is Riddle's to lose and Noriki's to gain.
Yeah, that's about it.
Pretty mathematically, there can be other situations. Like, we're not saying that that is the only thing that can happen. Initialize would come in and smack us with an Excel spreadsheet.
Yes.
But, I mean, Vanir looked so good. We're going to jump to a short break. When we come back, we've got the post-show. We don't have, we'll be...
No,
we'll be chilling in the green room. We're going to have a great time. Maybe have some snacks. Be good. Maybe. Good stuff. But, of course, the rest of the team will be here for the post-show. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Welcome back to the NLC. And there we go. The last game is a wrap up. Welcome back to the post show. Initialize and go. Are you okay, Goldberg?
Hang on, Goldberg. I can hear a voice. I can't see him because I think he's been sat still for about 10 seconds and his passive is activated, and therefore I can't. Where's he gone?
You know what? No, I was going to blind dart you away. I mean, Teemu is a great champion. I'm just going to say this. He is.
Is he?
You play Evelyn. I mean,
that's true.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of
Name 2 professional players that play Teemo competitively.
Didn't Sunday want to do it?
Do you want to go to NA? Do you want to go to NA?
I said 2.
Okay, Shiko as well. Shiko played Teemo in the mid lane with Gunblade.
Okay.
Yeah, don't test my knowledge.
I'm pretty sure, like, back in the LCK at some point, like, Sunday accidentally locked it in and they had to play with Teemo top and it was all
They actually did.
We had high and then we had perfect on the EU as well.
Moving on from greatness, we should go for more greatness. Vanir's interview for today, it is Quickset after a stellar victory. Hello.
Oh.
I'm not Quickset, but hello.
I got Chris Berg. There we go. Welcome to the post show. How are you doing, Chris Berg?
Oh, we just lost, so not the best.
It is not. And I would like to talk to you about the team because it's really hard now to actually move on in terms of playoffs, understandings, like looking into the playoffs. It's really hard for you guys. How is the team looking into this situation? Obviously, it's really hard, but I want to know from you, like your perspective.
Yeah, I mean, we just have to take it one game at a time, and I think we all know that. So it's just about showing that we can play like in scrims, and then like the situation is the situation, but we have to be as good as we can be.
As soon as we got into the middle of the split, I noticed that the team lost a little bit of gas, like commitment in team fights as well. I know people from Astralis have been telling me that on the scrims, things are going smoothly. You guys have the will to fight and all that. But do you believe when the loss streak began, you guys lost that gas to go in competitive plays in terms of NLC?
I think we became so focused on winning that we forgot how to win, and we just we give so many openings, so many free kills, and then I mean there is of course sometimes we are not the most aggressive team, especially when we are behind all the time. But yeah, I think the loss streak definitely hurt us. But again, I don't like repeating myself, but the Astralis in scrims is not the Astralis in officials, so yeah.
Yes.
I mean, do you think this as well comes down to a meta point of view? Because the meta has been kind of stale for a while, but also you as an AD carry used to be like, you know for Kaiser, for heavy backline, the playmaking potential out of it. Is this a meta that the players on Astralis have struggled to get into? Because you speak about scrims as well. Or is it just purely struggling to transition to stage when you finally have games?
I feel like we have, I mean, maybe in the middle of the split there was like a week or two, but now or before, no. I don't think the meta is bad for us in any way. I feel like, again, the scrims are just polar opposite of what we show here, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, playoffs still in with a very small chance if you can tie it with Riddle, potentially with if you win the next 3, but it's very, very challenging. Maybe looking forward, obviously, to the end of the split and then going on into next split. What are you kind of looking to do with a potentially like a clean slate, a reset at the beginning of the season? What are you looking to do with that kind of future-mindedness, I guess, in terms of trying to come up with a better result next time round?
I mean, from my point of view, it can't really be worse, right? So, I can't tell you like an exact fix, but I mean, I'm 100% sure it's going to be better than this. 100% sure.
It's going to take some time, and obviously you guys have to get together, understand what is happening with the Astralis team, get some time off as well for everybody to take a breather. And let's see, you still have at least 3 more games to see what happens with Astralis. And I hope to see the team that Astralis is in the scrim. So thank you so much for the interview, Chris Burke, and good luck
Thank you.
through the rest of the games. Obviously, it is really hard for Astralis at this point. They have a lot to fix. And we keep hearing on the scrims, we are making it, but on official games, it's just not happening.
I don't know if it's a case of too many voices as well, because sometimes you just see different kind of plays being done.
Yes.
I think the Herald fight today is a really good demonstration of this, where Carlton's on the top side. A call has surely been made where Crispec still needs to stay on. And then Vendel has started up the Herald, but then they disengage it and they get caught in it, and they just like, the fight is surely not planned, because you can see Shockwave is purely disengational, and it's just, it's a difficult situation.
And I'll also call it that scrims are inherently more volatile. People are looking to push plays, test things, try and play to the edge, play to, limit tests, as they say. And if you are a team that is quite stable, I think, for Astralis, not necessarily the most proactive, but stable, you can punish that in a scrim environment easier than you could on stage, where people are themselves not as volatile. And if you're getting less openings, and then you're kind of getting a bit desperate to find plays and a bit indecisive, as Goldborg just said, then that sort of change in other teams' mindsets actually can hurt you as well, in terms of translating what you're doing in scrims to on stage, because what you're preying on in practice just isn't as apparent on stage.
So is it more than one voice, or the lack of that voice as well? We don't know.
It could be maybe both, because even today, right, they struggled. Like, Taxa was just put behind immediately by Noodle, who did a phenomenal job. And when Taxa was put behind on the Heck Rim, like, not having that jungler just push forward with, really slowed down the entire game plan.
But now pushing Astralis to the side, we should look into Vanir. That was the team that won. So this time, this time I'm right. It is Quickset with us after this stellar victory to put them even further beyond into the standings. Hello, Quickset.
Hey.
Obviously, you're feeling better now. Like, you got this victory, really important for you guys as well. You are on the playoffs at this point. I think it's almost impossible of getting out of the playoffs at this point for Vanir. It's more about the seeding. So where do you see yourself with that team right now? Disregard the standings. As a team, tell me, where do you feel?
I mean, I think we are kind of where we belong right now. I think last time we interviewed...
Some microphone issues with the interview. We'll take a look at them and see what happens.
I know he's a support player. I know he's a support player, but he really shouldn't be cosplaying Blitzcrank so aggressively in the interviews. Like, I appreciate the commitment, but, it's a bit much.
I mean, we saw Goldberg's stats today, 100% win rate.
Exactly, he's taking after his Danish inspiration. What was your KDA in that game, bud?
Oh, it was horrible. We shouldn't discuss that.
Listen here.
I want to discuss it. Let's go.
I'll tell you this as an analyst right now, okay? And you can all learn from this.
He's back.
Stats. Oh, okay. You know what? I'll say this quickly. Stats does not necessarily define a player. There's always the context. You can use stats in terms of talking about a context about a player. But having a negative KD on support can be like he had to peel for the AD carry every time so they could pop off. There's so many different things. Hello, Quickset.
Hello. Are you back?
Sorry about that, guys.
Okay, there you go.
The Blitzcrank cosplayer stop. Good work.
But yeah, where do you find yourself, Vanir, in these standings so far?
Yeah, as I was saying, I think last time you interviewed me, I talked about wanting to get our revenge on Bifrost. We wanted to fight for that third seed. However, best of once, bad games happen. We did some crucial mistakes, and I think losing them made it kind of impossible for us to catch up as well because of the 0-2 head-to-head score. So right now we're just trying to secure that fourth place, and I mean this win helps a lot doing that. So we're very happy. Yeah.
I have one question though. I see a lot of players picking the Nautilus. We just talked about that in the pre-show. He's sitting with 25% win rate with more than 16 games played. Why do you feel Nautilus is not finding the answer to the victories and people are still playing him?
I mean, I'm not sure to be honest. I guess people are picking him in the wrong spots. I don't think it's a very good blind pick champion. I think people overrate him a lot because he's very popular in the big leagues. However, for example, this game with the blind pick Lulu, Nautilus is a perfect answer, especially with the comp we have where we want to go hard and get picks, focus on killing one target at a time. Nautilus just fits excellently.
Yeah, quick one as well. Like in the green room, we were having a bit of discussion about who we rated as like some of the better lane dominant 2v2s, and yours and Kevo's name came up, and I was curious to find out figure out what your thoughts were in terms of where you rank yourself as a duo in terms of the rest of the league, especially coming up to playoffs where that kind of thing potentially matters.
Yeah, so actually, I'm not sure if you noticed on stream, but there was some very unfortunate things happened today where Kev actually DC'd level 1 as the wave was coming.
Yeah, we saw that.
Yeah, that kind of put us on the back foot. And I think, for example, in this matchup, I think if that didn't happen, we could look more dominant in the 2v2 matchup. In terms of rating ourselves, I think it's hard to say. I think X7 and Bifrost have the strongest bots. I think OD11 and Kasing are the two best in their roles respectively. And I would say that we are number 3. I think that we are better than XL bot for sure. But other than that, I don't think the level of bot players are very high right now in NLC.
Love the confidence. We'll see that as we go into playoffs. But now it is time to play a game. Are you ready to play a game?
I'm ready.
Okay, it's pick, ban, dodge. So you know the drill. We show a few footage and you tell me if this is a dodge, a ban, or a pick for you. Obviously, you're going to be the first one picking your mind, and then we at the studio will decide if we're all with you or if you have any sort of other ideas. So let's kick it off with the first clip and see what Quickset has to say. Okay, there we have the clip. Okay, so far. Okay. Oh, it was a millisecond away from the flash. Yeah, it is. Oh, I know.
Boom.
Some T-tours coming in hard, slow-mo as well added. Wow, look at those effects.
That is a syzygy if I've ever seen one, to quote the Ornn item. The planets are all in alignment there.
Okay, as a support, killing the top laner with the Comet, by the way.
I mean, I think this is, from the Jace perspective, it's definitely a dodge. This is a Jace that is not looking at his minimap and is fighting the Gragas under their tier 2 with no info of where the enemies are. I think that's very, very reportable. If he did that in my solo queue game, I would not be happy. So yeah, like that guy needs to look at his map awareness and step it up for the next game, yeah, for sure.
You know, that's the voice of a former coach as well. You can tell he's
I love
rage.
this.
Yeah,
and it's something that top laners actually lack, which is map vision. So yeah, I like it. I would say as a support, I love the Comet idea. Like, oh, I survived.
I mean,
and you die. I love it.
I know. Are you a Lux connoisseur, Quickset?
Beautiful. I mean, I'll also say that actually that was just like good combo between the Gragas and the Lux, right? Like you managed to get this super fed Jace, get him on the tower, then force him to flash away, and then still pick him up for the ult. That's just nice considering you were ways behind as well.
Okay, Quickset. Comment first. Secondary runes and Lux. Which tree and what runes?
Oh.
It depends on the matchup. Personally, I'm actually a fan of the match setup that was very popular in the Demacia Cup, which is the Guardian looks, kind of like a tank looks, not that much like full mage, but more like utility focused. That's my preference on looks.
Cheap shot domination. You one-shot those bastards out in bot lane. It's the go-to every time, man. I swear.
Why are you so angry about this?
I don't know. Tell me something, Quickset. Like really fast. Have you ever played on solo queue with Lux and you're like, I'm supporting you, and you buy a Mejai's, go straight up for the Sorcerer's Shoes? Have you ever played that support, like Lux support, where you take all the kills, builds Mejai's and Rabadons?
Of course. Some games, yeah, I got look support, I'm feeling really confident. Maybe I have a good ADC by my side, and I know that I can go full glass cannon, as Gullberg is so fond of, with the Comet and the domination and the full AP build, and just completely pop off.
Those are the games we love to see. Okay, there we go. We got the pick. We got him back.
Enjoy that went over my face as well. Like,
okay.
A tacit approval of me as well. Thank you.
Second play of the day. Let's see what it is. Is it a pick, van, or the dodge? Which one is it? Okay. Saved.
That shield.
I know.
Which is interesting. I don't know where to look.
Okay.
I mean, okay,
Quickset. From the blue side, this is definitely a pick. Dual played that flawlessly. He ate his ADC just as they were committing on him. Then he re-engaged with the W, got the double knockup, and which is a clean outplay. In terms of the red team, this is completely bannable. This is extremely illegal what you're doing. You are essentially like hard engaging close to their turret when they have a TK, They obviously don't know what TKO does. This is completely illegal, and I just report them all honestly.
Can I pick Quickseth?
Yeah, exactly. Just like that. That's great. Yeah, Quickseth, you're a real one.
Yo,
Thank you, mate.
Production, can we bring him in as a guest on the desk?
I
I'd
want
love
this guy on the
This
desk.
schoolboy guy who runs like cheap shot and Lux and doesn't know how to like change his runes on matchup. Like, I feel we could replace him with Quickseth. That's great.
This is the
I was
coach
gonna say,
mentality.
this is the one I'm getting. You're the one getting.
yeah.
I'm not sure that's fair. Yeah,
I love this coach mentality. Straight up to the subject, like, okay, you guys are bannable. You guys have to get vision. Play well, man. Come on. I love this. What about you guys?
Unlawful play. That was a pick for blue for sure. Like as you said.
Yeah.
Played phenomenally.
Yeah. Just really good Tom Kench play, but yeah, massive overdone.
And I love the Tom
Real.
Catch coming back as well. Oh, I love Tom Catch finally getting some spotlight. And let's go to the third one. What do we have? Oh, this is bullying. When you think you had it.
I do that in Wild Rift.
Oh, it's not only one, Goldberg.
The answer is surely obvious.
Did someone in production just not like the business?
Oh, maybe they just liked Patoshka. Let's be real.
That's fair.
Yeah, this one is very simple. This is what we call a Diffie in the Tiffy. It's a complete top gap. Renekton is running it down. He needs to be probably banned for sure. Fiora, fair play to you. You are gapping him hard and you are 1v9. That's great to see.
Gents, you're all wrong because you misunderstand. It's clearly a dodge because Fiora used W. Come on now.
That's called a riposte.
Exactly, but it allows you to dodge abilities.
You block abilities.
Yeah, it's true. Okay, yeah, it's fair. But if you dodge the damage.
You think this is Counter-Strike, yeah? With the
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Look, they
Every
removed
ban
dodge from the game.
initialize and bring in Quickseth. I agree with Goldberg now.
I'm being ganged up on. Not a fan of this.
Yeah, we need Quickseth. There we go. It's a ban on initialize, and we lost a member now.
Fight back.
Okay, let's move on for the fourth one. I do believe we have 5 today. The last one. So this is the last one. Quickseth. Oh, this is the... I love this one.
Oh my, okay.
Did you not know that?
Yeah, of course I know this. There's
Oh,
someone
okay.
here in NLC that does this kind of things. It's,
Can you be more manly?
He's not mentally well, this guy, like this guy. Oh my god. What have I won?
That's...
Oh, yeah.
Well,
I love it. Quickseth, tell me. What is this? Oh, we lost him. The play was too awful. This is the perfect personification of dodge. He dodged the play. He dodged the interview. He dodged it all.
He had to leave.
I'll go for the pick. I appreciate the cojones required to do that. That is great. Noodle, keep it
There
up.
you go. Dodge.
Gonna follow along the lines of quick. Oh, he's back.
There he is. There he is. Are you okay?
The play completely, like, I don't know. I'm so confused. What's going on here on the moment?
So you decide to remove that play from your
mental
brain.
warfare.
Like, okay, yeah. He deleted that idea of that play. So that is a perfectly banned, right?
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah,
For sure.
there we go. Quickseth, before you go, what is the mentality for the team for the remaining games?
And what's your day rate in terms we need you as an analyst?
Goldberg needs time off.
I think we're feeling really well. I think right now we are kind of just looking to get over the last games. Hopefully remain in 4th place. And I mean, I think playoffs is a completely different game compared to the best of one format in the regular season. And anything can happen. I do believe we have some good qualities that will benefit us a lot in a best of 5 playoff scenario. But I mean, who knows? Only time will tell.
Who knows? Quickseth, thank you so much for this time, man. It's always wonderful to have you on the show. And I love that coach mentality. I would love to have you on the desk one day.
Anytime.
Oh, let's make this happen. Thank you so much. Oh, I would love this to be like a reality.
I'm not appreciating people trying to remove me after my first
It's
day
not
on the
so
job.
much you getting removed. You're getting promoted. You're going to be play-by-play on the day.
Yes.
Well phrased, sir. I'll take it, you know.
What we're doing is we're not firing you away from an analyst position. We're promoting you to viewer.
It's just because when I'm on the desk, Evelyn gets played in the jungle. This is why. You don't want any more of this.
Standard corporate tactics. Don't give them a raise. Just give them a new title.
Exactly.
Call him a
Now,
lawyer.
How did we end up this day? Week 8, day 1. I would like to take a look at the standings. X7 are still away in first place. One more victory and they're good to go. JDXL still fighting it off for the second place. Even though they are in second place, Bifrost is just looking from behind, trying to take that one. Vanir, as Quickseth told us, are comfortably on the 4th place, but Dusty are just sitting behind. Riddle are now one step closer to stay away from the playoffs if Noriki are capable of taking 3 additional games. Astralis are looking rough, M&M Gaming as well, and Team Singularity is still looking with only 1 victory.
Yeah, in some ways, this is the scenario that's led to less chance for one of these 7-8 teams to get into playoffs, because Noriki had the hardest time getting ahead of Riddle, right? Whereas if Astralis or M&M tied, they could make it in. Both of them lost today, but at least Riddle did lose, at least Dusty did lose, so there's still that chance available. It's just smaller than it was at the beginning of the day, which we were kind of expecting.
So it's time to see the schedule for Wednesday. What do we have? Astralis versus JDXL, one of the toughest. We talked about this on the strengths of schedule. Noriki versus Dusty. This could be do or die for Noriki. Vanir versus Riddle. If they lose another one, Riddle are in jeopardy. Bifrost versus X7. I love this one. And if M&M loses versus Team Singularity, they are out of the equation. There you go. Love it.
Yep.
Love it. Both promoted to viewers. So, with this in mind, it is time for us to say goodbye for today, Week 8, Day 1. I'll see you on Wednesday for Day 2 of Week 8. We only have one ahead of us, so good luck, everybody, on solo queue. Don't feed too much, and I'll see you on Wednesday. See ya!
Bye-bye.